Alright, folks. Welcome back. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は291日目です。It's day 291. We're getting close to the big 300. And I was looking at the calendar, and turns out 300 is going to end up on exactly November 1st. I guess we're going to start next month with a big bang. I do have to start prepping for the 300. Got a few things going on experimentally right now. Probably good. But I have 9 days left to kind of wrap that stuff up before 300. Hopefully it doesn't land on a lesson day. That would be kind of tough. The good news is November means that we clear up the third spot for the 300 stuff. Let's see. Local time is 6:14. We're probably going to end up picking up these 11 right on time, right on schedule. 96, so we must have another unit somewhere. Anyways, I have a bit of a congestion, so don't mind me. I'm gonna be trying to keep the throat clearing a little bit to a minimum. Alright, let's get right into it. This should be relatively routine on top of the extra unit. And goes to tomorrow. And where are we? So today... Oh, actually tomorrow we only have the unit. Tomorrow's gonna be a leap day into Saturday. What is going on with Saturday? Alright. Let's get into it. Tsuya. Okay. Yesterday went pretty well. It was just a new unit. Boy. Yajirushi. Koi. Roku. Heck. Oh. Oh, wait. Is that not? Oh. Angel. Either. Probably either. That's not it. It's disconnect. Or outside. It's the coon. It's the coon. You have to like make sure. I think we might have to skip this. Not quite sure. No, not quite sure. Oops. So. Right. Oh, wait.
郵便番号。
郵便番号。間違える。
間違える。
間違える。貯金箱。
貯金箱。
What? Wait. That was a typo. What? Oh. 무가무추. Right. Oh, they're Boko. Kenchiku. Kenchiku-cha. Kenchiku-ka. Okay. That's
大間
good.
違い。
No. Heck. Key? Skipping this. I mean, I might have
批判する。
answered. Okay. I must have typoed somewhere. To criticize and to judge is kinda anonymous to me. You can judge in a negative way, which is criticize. Oops.
極端。
Okay, probably extreme. That's fine. Sure.
郵便局。
Okay. Taku? What was Taku for? For?
眠い。
Nemui. That's it. That's it. Okay. Oh wait, that's Itoko.
いとこ。
Itoko. 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 Kaifuku
回
する。
復する。
郵便箱。
郵便箱。
Oh, the typo.
新築。
Shinchiku. Newly built. I think that's good. Okay, sure. Oh. That's a little weak. It's okay. Wait.
伝統
Bento. Dang. Okay. I wasn't so sure about that one. That was a little weak.
大統領
大統領. What? 7 days until 7 years of streaming? Man. So now I can officially stop saying about around 7 years. Should say 7 years. Yeah, historically, 7 years of streaming, but following Twitch for what, 15 years? Something like that? Justin TV. Actually, is it 15 years? Oh no, not 15. Not quite. Oh no, it's been 15 years. Yeah, it's been 15 years. That takes us back to 2009, 2010. Yeah, that sounds about right. Older than Twitch, slightly older than Twitch. Twitch was created or branded in 2011, right? After Justin TV. Interesting. Still remember the days when I was watching Hearthstone. Hearthstone was the last thing I watched before the timing was fine to start. I still remember it was getting close to the end of. It was like maybe 1 or 2 years before. Who did I watch back then? Pretty much anyone that was rising at the time. But for the start, the last thing I watched before I started streaming was like Corporean and Crypt and Trump, because they were the two for, yeah. I constantly call him Kripke instead. Kripke is referring to something else, but I like to call I refer to him as Kripke in my head most of the time. And then Trump came after. Right. I then watched Trump most of the time because well, Crip has his ways. And then after that it was Dog. He's still, I'm pretty sure he's still playing now. It was what's his name? Tides. And I'm pretty sure the other person is still playing too. What's his name? Tides and him are kind of taking up the really slender white dude. Yeah. Dog came much later. Dog was much later. But before then, before Hearthstone, right? The last thing that caused me to jump on Twitch was, there are plenty of others, like, we'll just rattle off some names like Lyric. And some of these are kind of, well, we will skip over the controversial figures now because of something that happened, but, or maybe subtly, right? Crytek, or not Crytek, Cry. But Moon. I watched a lot of Moon because after Hearthstone, it was Overwatch. And then well before that was, you know, League of Legends streamers. So pretty much most of Cloud9, Sarchez. Lots of Lyric because he was variety. And then we have individuals who flowed in a different way, like Carnage. Wasn't that new. Actually, it's kind of humorous because I'm pretty sure. Hold up. I don't know, but it might have been around the same time. Fluctuating a lot. Did I watch it? No, I did not. Now I have 0 time to watch anything, which is fairly a common thing, right? When you're really preoccupied with lots of stuff, it's very uncommon to find time. I actually haven't watched anyone on Twitch in like consistently. Maybe like I pop in to because someone requested, but nowadays people would need to request my attention. Not that I'm saying that, oh, I'm so important, that it's just that most of the time I'm so caught up in other people's interests off live stream and off the platform that rarely is someone who already has attention would get my attention. That's pretty much how that goes, right? Supporting, it's all about connecting and investing in someone that is actively working on their career and stuff versus someone who already has a career. So it's been a very long time since I've watched someone who streams. Streaming is more, I think, far more inflexible when it comes to career choices than a post-edit content creator, right, on YouTube. So oftentimes nowadays, I would say 9 out of 10 times I would be referring to someone who does professional post-edit content work, largely because I'm looking at their creation. So I don't think I've ever crossed paths with someone who is a professional entertainer in like a live streaming format type of situation. So I haven't ever crossed anyone who is a professional. And to this day, I'm still not quite sure. I'm less likely to qualify someone who is like a professional entertainer versus YouTube content creators will have a higher chance of me referring to them as professionals than live streamers. Now, I'm not saying that there's pros and cons to being a professional, and I think Twitch's platform actually prefers that the people who stream are amateurs, and amateurs as in they do not have contractual obligations and like standardizations and vetting and kind of very red taped stuff, because it doesn't resonate with the community. So because of that nature, I rarely invest in anyone here, because largely they for better or for worse, the platform supports opportunism, people who are amateurishly selfish, right? And that's what makes them successful too on a Twitch platform. YouTube is often gravitated towards outreach and discoverability, so oftentimes that comes with that very unadulterated objective, right? It's kind of like a bit of the two things that make Twitch and YouTube quite different. Twitch has this air of individuality, which is refreshing, but also makes it very difficult to have people empathize with each other or collaborate for that matter. I understand that collaborations do happen on Twitch, but collaborations are very detached most of the time. And on YouTube, there's this camaraderie, but because of this camaraderie and professionalism, it's very objective. So the chances of meeting a creator or crossing a creator on YouTube space would imply that you have to be a professional yourself in order to cross paths. Twitch, you have to be a big personality in order to cross paths. You draw personality and attention in order to have collaboration things. And that's what I've been looking for a while. So no, I haven't. I rarely even know who's who anymore, which is pretty interesting. But I can name professionals, or the closest thing to professionals on YouTube, largely due to static content. It's to reflect on 7 years, right? Soon to be 7 years. It's wild how the platform is able to enrich people to think that they are contributing to a bigger whole when the business model strictly promotes and selects for and incentivizes selfish, narcissistic personalities. And hear me out. That's exactly who the successful people are. So if narcissism, selfishness, and opportunistic behavior and individuality, they go hand in hand. I know some of those words can be seen as negative and some of those words can seem as positive, but I think it's to accept that, understand that if you're working on yourself and you're very impressionable and maybe even avant-garde, but you make a lot of loud noise and trendiness, that coincides with a need for some narcissism, selfishness, and opportunistic nature. That's what makes the successful people successful on Twitch, in my opinion. So it's not necessarily a negative or positive thing. It's something that is a characteristic that is required to be successful on Twitch. Like, you want to draw attention. And then YouTube is more like stepping on eggshells, right? You gotta step on eggshells to get it. And that comes with business friendly, more discoverability, because there's a larger variety of professionally, politically agreeable content, right? So then that's a different side. That's more like knowing your social standards. You're always concerned about your social standards, political intrigue, current events. And so those things then would create a more of an averaging effect across the people, which is a standardization. And standardization or moderation leads to that precise, definable professionalism, right? So Twitch and YouTube feels like they've really leaned in naturally with their business model to not overlap with specific communities. So they, in a way, when people look at the superficial nature of like the features, yeah, the features mechanically do the same, like very similar things, but the community that they're enriching for are non-competitive with each other. Interesting. That's good business. You try to be non-competitive with each other while being competitive in terms of feature set. Do you think being a YouTuber makes you more open to and maybe more incentivized to change more so than being a streamer? YouTube makes me change a lot. Streamers obviously makes you want to stay the same. And now stay the same can be both positive and negative, and YouTube, here's a positive way to spin both. YouTube enforces constant dynamics, as in the trends change, moderation rules, business models change, right? Far more rapidly. But streamers allow specialization, so then you can do the consistency play. So I like Twitch because I like consistency. I like doing disciplined work, right? This that I'm doing is not YouTube friendly. It just isn't at the moment, right? To demonstrate the two sides of the coin, YouTube, this is not friendly whatsoever. When you're doing something consistently and doing it as a daily driver, right? Setting up schedule plans, doing it consistently day after day, that will tank your YouTube channel like nobody's business. And it does. If you do something quote unquote the same in appearance and format, and if it's very long, although I do feel like YouTube is trying to make features that bolsters that type of thing. And then Twitch, on the other hand, if you're struggling with finding inspiration, stimulation in your life, starting hobbies, finding new interests, Twitch is not equipped to do that. It will lock you in to the thing, constantly wishful thinking that the thing you're doing will be good enough and stand out enough, create a demand for it when no one has a demand for it. So you have the best of two worlds, right? So like if you do both, you adjust accordingly your schedule, right? A streamer can adjust their format and their content for YouTube. Understanding the concepts of these things allow them to be represented differently while using the same content. On YouTube, if you look at and compare the contrast of people who live stream and then post content on YouTube or vice versa, there's a different representation and optics of the same things that they do. However, one's made appropriate for YouTube and one's made appropriate for Twitch. This is where I'm getting my commentary about the difference between YouTube and streamers. At this point in time, most social media presence people have adjusted to at least 3 or 4 platforms, right? X is a different type. It requires a different perspective and mindset. And then we have Instagram. If you're an artist, Pinterest, right? Am I missing like Facebook? Sort of. I don't think there's any AI platforms or anything like that at the moment. That's kind of my thought about it. And I am not adjusting well in one end and then adjusting well in the other end. It goes in spurts, right? So I decided to cross post regardless of how appropriate it is. So one way to make it appropriate is that I only stream my study sessions and stuff on Twitch and then post YouTube videos on things I do in the background. That could be done. Or post like truncated edited versions of gameplay throughs that are highlighting just the specific set pieces of video games and then posting the reviews, before and after reviews on YouTube. I can still edit all of that to place it on YouTube, but instead I've decided that we're just going to do all of it at once. So that means that I am inconsistent in both sides of the thing. When the days when I'm doing something that's YouTube friendly, it's absolutely going to destroy the algo in terms of streaming on Twitch. And then the days when I'm not doing my just doing, which is like studying and stuff, it will tank anything I've ever posted on YouTube. That's kind of the situation. When you're trying to treat both platforms like they are the same thing by, simultaneously doing things, the algo is going to disfavor you in either or when you're best suited to do the others. So that's kind of where live streaming right now is in limbo, right? And for me, moving forward, I like to think that one day there will be both YouTube and Twitch will be business pressured to do something that attract the other format. And then on that day, when that day becomes a trending thing, I can utilize whatever tools that Twitch and YouTube have as they're coming into production, right? When they're launching those functions, and then I will cross post things. YouTube has done more in that direction as they offer live stream. Yes, because they're trying to make it work, right? Now, we do have to keep in mind that YouTube is owned by Google, and Google has an incredibly consistent record of when things don't meet their standards, because it's heavily standardized. Those things can come and go, right? There are times when they take 3 steps forward and then 5 steps back. Twitch does that too, actually, but to a much less extent, because they don't roll out anything new. Like, they're actually they've recently trimmed away static content, so even less static content, which, while introducing new features, they have their feedback. I'm guessing they're getting feedback from surveys and stuff, contributes to echoing what Twitch does best, which is to consistently remove independent discoverability and accessibility, and increase dependency on being on the platform as long as possible. So increase engagements, right? Increase time watched, and the streamers, the very consistent streamers, and those who've already made it continue to be consistent. So it's kind of like a tenure track thing. I think Twitch is closer to tenure track, versus YouTube is the open market. So whenever you're looking for, like, say, a job, right? Like, not in content creation, but I can do a parallel, right? It's kind of like someone who works in industry. Let's say science, right? Science, there's industry and academia. And the qualities of these two are represented by YouTube and Twitch. So academia, if you're tenured and you've developed your reputation over time, it's very difficult to dethrone you because you have tenure. On YouTube, it's like open season, or whatever's trending can land your mark. So you're always in the open market for a trend. On Twitch, you do what's consistent. When you do what's consistent, it provides tenure. And when you get that tenure position, only when someone quits their tenureship will the viewership have a chance to abide for it. So what you do in terms of science, using Twitch and YouTube as the parallelism, is that whenever someone retires or resigns their tenureship on YouTube, then this group is up for grabs, right? That's when all the people who've been working on their craft for a really long time will try to grab this audience because they have to go somewhere. YouTube is on trends, so it's industry. It's whenever the next hot model or the next hot thing comes out, the YouTubers will try to grab a piece of whatever is trending. So whenever there's a new trend, you look to cover it in your own way. Obviously, the consistent nature of YouTube is to cover it in your own way, but it has to be relevant because this is the news source. It's the news, and this is daily life. So I enjoy Twitch because it allows to capture the appreciation for the daily life. Like if I did, hey guys, join me on this 300-day journey on YouTube in a long format, not going to happen unless coincidentally that is the trend. Sometimes people do like 300-day stuff and whatnot, and the trend runs into them. That's how you get the YouTube thing, because that's when you're like, you run a mom and pop shop, right? And you made, I don't know, chicken sandwiches, and then one day Popeyes launch chicken sandwiches and it becomes gigantic. Then the mom and pop shop that has been doing this thing for years will trend upward, right? And then when they catch the wave, they could choose to transition into the wave, or they started a Twitch career. I'm like bouncing between metaphors. So the idea is Twitch favors tenureship, YouTube does not. So Twitch reflects a lot more like academia. It's very difficult to succeed on Twitch unless a position opens up. When a position opens up, everyone's gunning for it. So whenever you hear someone dropping a void, right? Like someone leaves or someone retires happily, I hope everyone who retires from Twitch retired happily, not like kicked off, resigned, or due to a scandal, right? But when they retire, that's where I see the future of Twitch, right? For content creation. The tenureship, when they retire, it will open up a vacuum, and that vacuum has to occupy by the existing people. So it's kind of like when you apply for a tenure position at a professor, you have you may have thousands of candidates who are waiting for the next person to open up, right? So you follow the people who are long standing if you want to have an opportunity so you seek their guidance, you seek collaboration with them in order to break in. And then one day when they retire, all the viewership goes to you. So there's a bit of nepotism, right? Which is academia, a combination of nepotism and reputation. YouTube, on the other hand, is industry, open market. So you scavenge for the market and you do one better than them. So when something's trending, like, I don't know, cooking a specific, evaluating all the fun little top Amazon choice cooking gadgets, you do that, but you do one better. Like if someone is very popular right now, does 30 gadgets, you do 35 gadgets. And if someone only does the popular gadgets, you do the unpopular gadgets. Right? So that's YouTube trend. And when you're thinking about YouTube, you could do the Twitch thing where you focus on your one craft and one day hope that the trend lands on you. That's a different way. The ultimate like defiance and righteous indignation, which happens very rarely, the extraordinary cases, remember that the internet tends to overrepresent the extraordinary cases, is when someone does a craft on Twitch and then they did it for a while and continue to post on YouTube, and then the trend lands on their Twitch content, then it's magic, right? This is when you do something your way with your passion without any reflection or change in your way to approach. And hear me out, the last scenario that I'm thinking of, that I was proposing, it might happen one day. Like, who knows? It might happen one day to me, and I would be grateful. Like, I would be grateful for it. But I don't play the market anymore. So, in a way, horrendous for YouTube, still reasonable for Twitch. Right? Do you think Twitch would ever offer a streamer tenure? They do. Partnerships. They're locked in for partnerships. And renewal is much easier with an existing partner than not. I know that tenureship is permanent until one retires, right? However, it's far from YouTube's program. So YouTube's partnership program, you could kind of argue is, well, we're not talking about like affiliation and that partnership, right? The closest thing to a tenureship now is like a sponsor contract, right? And at the moment, from what I understand, Twitch has the closest thing to what you would refer to as a tenure track thing. What's considered a tenure track thing? Government funding, like an R01, an RO1 gets reevaluated every 5 years. I think it still gets reevaluated every 5 years, and they form the basis of tenureship for like research. I don't know how long Twitch contracts are. I'm not popular enough. I'm gonna say either 1 year or 2 years renewal, right? However, these renewal is far stronger than new. So renewal of sponsorship with Twitch behaves like a tenureship, as opposed to constantly taking a gamble on new people, right? That would be more like an R32, or some, I think it's called an R32. This is for, I don't remember these form numbers very well, but R32, there is a form that's for new postdocs, as in people who are newly graduated. So they'd be like 2 years in or 3 years into their postdoc. So they would favor, this would be YouTube. However, the alternative is a startup. A startup would be closer to YouTube's model. So each day they're looking for new startups. I mean, Google is a, Google is a software company, right? A tech company. So is Amazon technically, but Amazon's in retail, right? They're in retail, and Bezos, at least in my opinion from interviews, favor far more loyalty and tenureship. So even then, when Amazon is with Twitch, a lot of things kind of coincide. I imagine that's what they were thinking of, like long-standing tenureship. So YouTube has higher turnover, right? Higher turnover. That also means higher opportunities for newcomers. High turnover, more opportunities. These are things that are associated in economics and whatnot. And then when you have high tenureship, security. You have job security, right? But low turnover. What does that sound like when it comes to tenureship and stuff? And then like academia, government work, right? Now you have gov structure versus private, at least in the United States terms. Private sector versus government. When it comes to jobs, when you're in the private sector, your job is not secure. You can be fired all of a sudden because the company tanked, the idea didn't take off, or their idea was outcompeted right away. And then in streamers, like, it's very difficult to take down someone who's already established. You still have extraordinary examples, like Coca-Cola is private versus public sector is also a big thing. Yeah. Oh, I could have used the word public instead. Yeah, because public, anybody that's working in public is a civil servant, or it has to deal with the establishing the populace, right? So and most of them are necessary things. So Twitch creates an environment that is necessary to daily drive, and then YouTube is the private sector. It's whenever you feel like it. If one day you're just like, I don't care about this, ignore all of it, right? So it's kind of a mixed bag. You have, I usually talk about behavioral dependencies. Twitch is dependent, YouTube less so, right? Because your attention and investment sways with the increase in discoverability and variety. So you have like the two different worlds, and having both of them is wonderful, in my opinion, from a content, like from someone who wants to create content. One day you could feel like you want to daily drive something, go for it. The competitive process is what it's making it feel like you have to choose one or the other, and that's where other people have to decide. I'm not pressured to do so, right? Oftentimes you find your balance. So if you're like a 30 trendsetter, 30% YouTube, 70% Twitch. If you're a daily life driver all the time, 80% Twitch, 20% YouTube. You know, split into your 80-20 split. So you don't enter diminished return. You try to reduce a bit of your diminished return on the thing you lean heavy and then continue to work somewhere else. So for quite a lot of Twitch streamers who post on YouTube, it's 80-20. You spend 80 time doing your daily driving to keep consistent with the Twitch mandate, like the Twitch mindset, and then 20% to increase the influence and discoverability in order to draw the benefits of having YouTube. And then X is something else. I don't participate in X, so I can't really describe that, nor TikTok. But I would imagine TikTok is like, it's YouTube even further past YouTube. TikTok is purely open market, like even more open than YouTube. And then X would be a different format, but X would probably be more even further past TikTok. And X is more like an advertisement platform, right? So that is more of an extension of YouTube and Twitch and the others, where you're drawing traffic to either any of them. And then Pinterest would be a niche market, you know, your local market. Pinterest is a local market where if you have a specific country, environment, place, you're going there. X also seems to be amazing at creating echo chambers. Yes, it's the advertisement. It's a great advertisement way to create buzz. And that's how I come to understand it for now. I think Twitch has fully, in my opinion, Twitch has fully embraced and even doubled down. Occasionally they would do the 80-20 split, where 20% of the time they would add a feature that may be temporarily increase expansion. But generally speaking, most of their effort is to keep nepotism and tenureship alive, because it's non-competitive with YouTube, or at least it's not necessary. Did you ever see yourself posting YouTube short? I have. I've done it for a month, and then now I've since delisted all the YouTube shorts. Although they might happen again in the future, and I believe the reason why I didn't do it is because finding parts is very difficult. Like posting YouTube shorts of my long format things are very difficult. Most of the bits, this is before YouTube shorts could be 2 minutes long. They could only be 1 minute long before. And then they increased the length to 2 minutes. So could I find 2 minutes in long formats to say something in 2 minutes? No. The answer is no. The average, and I do this deliberately, the average point that I make takes 30 minutes. So there's no way. Was my aim for the shorts? It was a section that is still available on YouTube, actually. It's my deep digression section, which was basically, I ended up back in the day, in the evening after a stream is complete, I would take all the digressions out. I would edit all the digressions out of Twitch and place it in a place on YouTube where I digressed. I didn't go back to edit all those parts out, so then I can post it on YouTube. So those things stay raw, but I could at least clip that. And then those are long format videos. So I take all those long format videos and try to make a short, multiple shorts out of them. One digression takes like 300 plus shorts. So instead, I try to listen to them and take the most, try to get the most summarized parts, because I do have a habit of doing a TLDR now. So instead of doing all that extra editing and whatnot in order to like play ball with the different structures and algorithm. What I do now is I simply speak like that. And then one day, what I am gambling on is that AI will be able to facilitate that. And actually, it's coming sooner than I thought. I thought I might have like 2 or 3 years to practice my speech patterns. So nowadays, I do actually leave deliberate TLDRs before and after my digressions, but I speak them as as it's happening. And then one day we can auto edit most of those things, probably. That's the idea. Not long from now, YouTube is implementing a automated highlighting of live streams. What I can do is I can use that, see what clips they select, listen to them, and curate them myself. So that before posting them. So that's what we're gonna do. Speaking of AI, what is now your plan for doing LLMs? It's probably non-existent for now. The plan hasn't changed. It's near the end of the year, but I don't know if that's gonna happen. Artwork kind of took center stage this month, so we'll see. But LLMs are still there. It's still the same. The plan has not changed yet. By the end of the year, Duolingo Max, maybe I can somehow wiggle my way into a Duolingo Max. I don't know how that works yet. It's not available to me. But if I can get my hands on Duolingo Max, we're going to be comparing LLMs with Duolingo Max. That's the idea. So whenever it becomes accessible, the plan is still there. LLMs are used for language. And that's about it. When it comes to AI stuff, it will be workflow related, probably. And right now, the most exciting thing I can think of is I have a background thing that I am working on with AI generated things. This is a post edited thing, so things I curate in the back, and I'll probably talk about it in the future, because I can't do all of this without any automation. And the other thing that I'm working on at the moment is to find and invest in people. Maybe I will manage a smaller operation of sorts in the future in order to make this possible. But for now, I'm still one man. Like, I'm still one person, right? One person doing everything. So I would require some sort of automation. And when I do the automation, I have to curate all of it. I don't believe in automation and posting without human oversight. So these workflow changes, they speed things up in the production front. However, I still have to curate all of them. So like, I listen to the things or look at the things before they go live. And YouTube's new thing will put me in the background doing a lot of during less editing work, but more curating work. YouTube's newest feature, where they are gonna try to automate highlighting live streams, like bits in live streams, using LLMs, or not necessarily LLMs, but machine learning. I would love to see how well it works. So basically, in the future, I'm gonna see what the success rate is. I hit that button, maybe they'll spit out 10 different things. I look at it, analyze the pattern that they're going to do, analyze what they're going to do, see if it's consistent enough for my workflow with unit time, and if I pick one on average daily out of the 10, I would take 10%. And then how long that takes, maybe if it takes an hour, I would do 1 clip a day. They will clip and post parts of the live stream. They will clip. It will suggest clips. You can suggest clips in the studio. So an AI built-in thing will screen your live streams, right? and they can generate a clip from it. Now, that would also mean for me to curate all those clips. And if I can find one within an hour, within like a 10% success ratio, then I could see myself then post editing something and then posting like maybe once every 2 days or 3 days, depending on how long the workflow is, right? There are other things that are automatically generated that I have to curate, and I'm slowly curating them. Like music, I'm also slowly curating that. That was inspired off Gecko. Gecko was experimenting with a music generator, and I have specific workflows that I need to work on be quicker. But in the back, I'm building things. I'm not like ready to share most of these things, but slowly we're building things for my 40s, basically. Like that's in addition to writing, recording, and all of the little things, designing stuff, and brainstorming more things. It's interesting. It keeps me active, so I quite like it. Those are the things that I truly believe we'll see some changes. The production stuff will see quite a lot of changes. And it helps me with the tasks that I'm unable to do that doesn't really you don't improve them over time. They're incredibly laborious. Like I would need to literally hire an editor or someone to sit there and like watch something in 2x speed and curate it subjectively. That's insane. I would not want to do. I don't want to do that myself, let alone hire someone to do that for me. So I often say this myself whenever I need to think about managing other people. I find like it's not like I'm saying I'm the gold standard for things, but if I don't want to do it, I don't want to hire someone to do it. Like I know some people say like, well, if you're bad at it, of course you're gonna hire someone that's good at it. That is not what, just to clarify, that's not the same thing. But I feel like whatever I said, some people might think of it that way. I said, if I don't see myself wanting to do this or have a desire to do this because of something that is inherent to the process, as in the process takes a very long time and rarely does it improve the person's skill set. Like, for example, sitting there and consuming TikTok videos, like in my opinion, right? Then I would not hire someone expecting for them to do that in order for me to put up TikTok videos. That is not my, that's not the way I would ever interact with someone. So I do these things, I try all of these things in order to determine if maybe one day I am able to find someone who enjoys those things that I have experience with, because I don't like hiring people if my experience themselves is already negative. I don't want to scout for someone who my thoughts already am very unhealthy. How much would it have to benefit the person you hire? How much would it have to benefit the person you hire for you to be okay with it? They are able to develop independent skills from doing it. So this person, if I'm hiring a person for a task, it would have to be a task that enables them to build independently. Much like I was born out of academia, the position that I would hire them for would be to create independence. So while maybe I can give them opportunities, like directly by them associating with me, they themselves have to have some air of independence. As in, like, they must build towards independence. I know it sounds off, like, kind of cold-hearted, but I don't want people to, if I hired them, to become dependent on things. So I'm not the biggest fan on pure compartmentalization. I think pure compartmentalization is a way, bigger business, I'm not a CEO, I don't plan on doing that, but bigger operations are able to keep, despite not having despite being completely objective, they can remove such activity, right? Like people's welfare and health, because they can create dependency. So the only way I would ever hire someone is I know whatever task they're doing, either for me or with me, creates and allows them independency so that they can build their own thing and eventually leave or stop doing that. And what that independency can create is that they can look for a replacement. And then the cycle continues. So if I am ever to start a business or an outfit, it would be to create more and more independent people. And then the independent people that I create or help or collaborate with, they create more independency. I don't like a model that creates dependency. It's a way to mitigate my responsibilities as well, because I don't think I often am afraid of things being unilaterally controlled. So the most I can say about hiring someone is not even hiring. It's probably a limited liability partnership with someone. When replacement mean that they go back to being dependent? No, because no. You're not getting, the independent person finds a replacement for them, as in the independent person leaves. And when they are independent with their skills, they are able to find someone who will eventually become independent as well. These are two separate people, not the same person. These are separate people. So an independent person rarely ever leaves thinking that they don't need a replacement. A dependent person would never be replaced because they can't leave. They're not independent enough. They will stay forever, right? And I don't want that. I want people to go on and do their thing. So the closest thing to this position is probably a limited liability partnership. And the way limited liability partnership, I imagine, is if I succeed, then I'm the one that's going to leave. And the person that is independent already in the limited liability partnership, that dependency is gone. So the company will split. But if so, it becomes a company, I'm the one that's going to leave and leave the company to the independent person. Because truly, if that person's independent, they will be able to replace me. Right? So, and they will be able to find replacements. That's kind of the idea. What they go on to do, that's up to them. But I truly believe that in the spirit of academia, right? The spirit of academia, which is what I think Twitch is kind of good at, is that the people have the power. Now, the power comes with choice, right? Choice and responsibility. So, what YouTube may not do in spades, you have the power to affect someone's dependency directly on Twitch. On YouTube, the system and the trends affects people's dependency. So in a way, professionally, YouTube is less liable than what happens on Twitch. like the user, like the creator and the content creators, has more responsibility. And to me, I like that responsibility at first. And then I hope that they create their own responsibility. So, in the beginning, right? In the beginning of a hiring, I look for people to invest in. So they would be dependent on me. However, the idea is that to keep in mind when I hire them, this is a temporary position. I need to apply, and some people might be like, oh, that sucks because there will be pressure. And it's like, well, it's a balance between temp and pressure. The pressure is to become independent over time. That's what academia is to me. When you are educating someone, when you are teaching someone, you are giving your all in the beginning in hopes that they become independent and then go on to do that for other people. When you teach someone, you're teaching them something. So you're expecting them eventually to not be dependent on you anymore. If you fail to teach someone, they become more and more dependent on you. That is a business model. So then you're hiring your employee, right? Your employee becomes your consumer. In my opinion, it takes on the consumer mentality. Basically, what happens then? That person is going to say, well, you have to pay me because I don't have any other way to earn money. You have to help me out because I've done goofs, and I'm not that type of person. I like to work in academia, so even the people I quote-unquote hire, I hired them because I trust them and I believe in them. So with that comes a double edge. They also have pressure and responsibilities, like I do. So it's very much closer to a limited liability partnership. As in, if I go down, so does my people that I hire, and that's the pressure I place on myself. And I hope that the people that I hire has that same pressure. It's more of a collective than a collection of individuals when I hire things. That's and you might be thinking, how do you know this? It's because that's how I treat friends. So if there's anything about this, it's less about business. Hire metaphorically as a viewer on your stream. Yes, pretty much. Like any person that I come in contact with, that's how I treat them, right? And that's kind of like stepping into and this is very idealistic, so it doesn't work out. I'm gonna tell you, it doesn't work out most of the time on the internet. That's the part that I'm working on. Like when you step into a grad class, or when you step into your first lab in grad school, there's an intellectual like level that is reciprocated. So it's a mutual intellectual level, and I want that. You treat everyone like they're your boss. I treat everyone like they can be a boss. It's not about assuming that they are boss material, that they can be a boss. Oh, you treat everyone like you're their boss? No, that doesn't make sense. It's the opposite. The opposite. That we can all be bosses. It's the opposite of what you said. Because we're scholarly equivalent. Because you hired them? No. Because I didn't hire them. I invited them. So you're still leaning on, you put hire in, I don't know if you're joking, maybe you're joking, but you put hire in quotes, right? That means it's not hiring. It's metaphorically hiring because you're trying to make it sound like hiring. There's no hiring involved. There's only invite and investment. So hire is equivalent to investment, not this. The idea is that there are parts you control, but that doesn't make you the boss. Right? We're talking about dependency and independence. Right? So dependency and independence. There has to be a sufficient level of independence of the person that is looking literally to hire someone that can be their own boss eventually. Or they are their own boss, which I don't know that. But if they are, they would make it clear. But you agree it wasn't fully clear on your argument, but you also wasn't. Yeah, so this is the rule here. I think there's too many dependencies online. It's a lot easier to be dependent, in my opinion. Right now, socially, it's a lot easier to be dependent than independent. And those who are independent, those I found that are independent, is a very different beast in general. The individuals that I found truly independent, they have no care. They are apathetic to other people. So, I mean, that works too. I'm not looking for, I'm not looking for someone who is either independent or dependent. I'm looking for balance of dependency and independency. And when I hire someone, they have to be sufficiently able to become independent. And the model, the job, the job or task that they're doing has to give them the potential to become independent. Otherwise, I would not hire them. Like, I would not go into work with someone who will forever never be independent. Because I think that's a cruel way, or in my opinion, personally, not a reflection on other people, I would feel the tremendous guilt in keeping this person locked in, dependent on me. So, like, dependent on my paycheck, dependent on my success, dependent on something that maybe I can't see, dependent on all my faults and all my flaws. That is not what I'm looking for. So if I have a task that I need to be done, I have to experience it in a way that I can understand that, hey, if this person did this task and a collective of other tasks, they themselves will synthesize something and they can just take it away. You're like, that's awesome. Or you could even argue, if you're talking about like the hiring situation, right? Your boss. I'm not looking for a subordinate in the same way as hiring. I'm looking for a protege. If you want to think of it as a hierarchy, right? If there's anything I can sort of settle for, like what I mean is at the most dependency, maybe a protege, someone that will exceed me in every way. That's the closest thing to a subordinate that I could accept. But rarely am I hiring for someone who is my subordinate or someone that is entirely dependent on me on ideas. I want to enter a partnership with someone who they don't have the resources because they are young, right? So they weren't born into opportunity. They weren't born into privilege, but they are sure as heck going to exceed me in the future. And that is my hope. But I haven't really worked vigorously on that yet because I myself do not have all the resources. So if I don't have the resources to do that, then I wouldn't hire anyone, expecting that somehow they generate the resources as well. So much like being concordant, I don't expect people to hire me if they themselves don't have the resources to do what they're hiring me to do. I would not trust someone like that. So when someone says, "Oh yeah, I'm hiring you to like edit these videos," and that person has no idea what that means. So you're hiring me to do a task that you have no idea what to do. That's in reverse is also true. I do not enter employment with someone who is incapable of understanding the task and responsibilities of the position that they're hiring for, because I would need a point of empathy with my boss. And I said this to that one guy. You remember like that guy that person didn't return, about compartmentalization, right? I worked most of my life in like sort of a balance of these. There's a connection with your mentor and your boss. Not so if you are so heavily compartmentalized that when I speak to a boss, like in an interview, when I'm interviewing, when the person's interviewing me and I'm talking, it's like, so like, what are the processes like? Like, how are the workers like? If they ask me, do you have any questions? My questions would involve the relationship between the employees and the people who manage them and the upper ladders. If they are so detached from the other people, I walk out the door. I don't care if they fire me or they're not interested. I would walk out the door. In fact, I would expect them to not hire me, because I would be able to communicate that I'm not for them, because I would be successful at that. I'm not looking to be as part of a business that has such a compartmentalization that the people who are managing the people have no understanding of what they're doing, right? How could you possibly have a happy, independent and a mix of codependent and independent relationship if the people who are managing the people have no idea what they're doing, what it involves, not even like any form of on-hand experience? You imagine you walk out a lot of doors, unfortunately? Absolutely. Well, now here it is. You're imagining me walk a lot of doors if I deliberately apply to those positions. But I don't. And I haven't. Most of the time I walk into a locally run place. And there's 100% chance. There's nearly a 100% chance the people that are interviewing me are also the people doing the work. Like, for example, academia, right? You are literally interviewing with the people who run the lab. Like, they meet each day. So I didn't walk out a lot of doors. In fact, I didn't walk out a single door yet. However, I could deliberately apply to something I'm not looking for and walk out a lot of doors. That's the difference between someone who is like, again, this is a privilege situation. So before someone attacks me for saying, well, you can only do that because you can choose what to work with, you're not desperate to put food on the table, or yes, I agree. I concede. So I tend to scout and look because I know what I need. or want, and I know what I want and need in the other person and the situation. That comes from experience. So when you experience a lot of life things and go back and forth and stuff, you kind of know your shortcomings and your strengths and your weaknesses, right? When someone asks in an interview, it's like, oh, so what are your strengths and what are your weaknesses? Do you have 6 hours? You know what? I could send you a file or like my writing documentary in the most concise way to tell you what my strengths and weaknesses are. And I chose to work on my particular strengths and I chose to work on specific weaknesses because I believe they complement each other and they're not destructive to each other. And one of the stuff that is destructive to each other is the idea that the workplace is purely professional to be the most ideal way to be efficient. I disagree. So when someone inherently disagrees with that, that is a weakness of trait for the appropriate job. If a company believes that compartmentalization is the optimal way to optimize for their workflow, then if I step into that door, I would also walk out of that door at some point. Unless they're hiring to change, that's a different story, but that's also rare, right? On the top level. Others could be like a locally run place who wants to become more optimized in compartmentalization. I can do something about that, sure, but I wouldn't stay there forever because I expect not to stay there forever. So there are things that coincide with each other, right? If you're gonna go into a company that favors optimization objective, I would take that job knowing I'm going to leave that job. Not that long after. Like 2 or 3 years, I'll be out the door anyways. And then I would be looking for another job in that company, in those things, and then I'll be out that door in another 2 or 3 years. Because you have to understand that walking out of a lot of doors is part of interviewing for those type of jobs as well. So you have to prepare yourself for a mindset. If you like compartmentalized work, you are also going to walk out of a lot of doors and walk in a lot of doors very consistently. It's part of the cake that you eat, but you can't have the cake if you're eating the cake, right? And for me, I'm willing to have people walk out the door when they become independent. So in no way I want to take the responsibility, and they should also have the responsibility themselves. That's why I take, and you're wondering, so then why haven't I hired anyone? It's because most people walk out the door or they don't fulfill those requirements. So the reverse is true from the employer's standpoint, where you have numerous clients and people who want to just take a job for the sake of taking a job out of desperation or what have you. Those jobs are plenty. The tenure jobs, they're rare. So that's the trade-off, right? The biggest trade-off in terms of my approach is I am a product of academia. So it's like Twitch. So the people who end up getting hired, they're the individuals who will go on to be consistent in their life versus those who hop on and off different types of jobs because they are not independent the moment they get fired, and they are not expected to be independent the moment they walk in the door, right? And there's a transition point. That same person can change over time. When you are younger, walking into a job that's compartmentalized, you grab the skill and then you leave. You go to another job, you grab the skill and then you leave. Eventually, you can synthesize all of those things and then walk into a job that you're not expecting to leave again. And not because you become dependent on the job, it's because you are the independent person when you are in that job. So you're indispensable, or you can start your own business. That's the transition, in my opinion. So I'm much on the other end of things. I expect to start a business. If I were to start a business, I'm the older person, and I don't want me to be the reason why the business continues or the legacy of the business continues. I want the people that I'm working with, the people I hire, to be the future of the business, you know, like, or the future of their own business. When you're young and you're like a startup CEO and stuff, no, you want to hold on to your business. So your mindset is different. You want to churn through people and find the best, right? But you also want to find the best in which they don't compete with you. Kind of like non-competes and NDAs and all those legal ways to also keep the people that you share stuff with non-competitive with you. I'm not looking for that. So like content creation is one of those things that are kind of a little bit special. I want to avoid, or at least I want to mitigate the idea that there's animosity and like privilege and difference of entitlement. Like one of the things I would say is I understand there are people who would prefer, like myself, to work in the background, right, to follow. But in this like content creation world, I also want that person to be a content creator. Like what I mean is, they have to, I expect them to also understand my position. So yes, they might be spending 80% of the time doing the thing they like to do because I'm hiring them to do it. So like if I find someone who enjoys editing videos, that's great. However, I hope there's an opportunity for me to influence them or inspire them to spend like 20% of the time or the other time doing something that is related to what I'm doing, like being behind the camera, speaking, public speaking, because one day I'm gonna wet the bed and do something like just not in it anymore, and that means that they would become that, and then they can go on. Maybe they like editing still, but they can still get behind the camera and speak and do things and share about their process. Then they can hire someone. So then they'll be slightly rounded. Like I'm basically talking about a liberal arts education at this point. Liberal arts education, and I am the product of that. So I share all the biases of a liberal arts education. When you're doing something, you have to have enough foundations in everything else, as well as the thing you specialize in. So I don't want people to be stuck. It's one of the like final things that I do not want. So if I'm ever responsible for someone's well-being, be it I'm hiring them, I'm their service provider, I'm their friend, I'm their family, creating dependency, deliberately creating dependency, is something that I cannot afford to do anymore. Because I am not the young person who will outlive most of the people. I think most of the people who are interested are likely going to be younger than me. And I want their future to be brighter than mine. I mean, my future could be really bright too, but it has to be brighter than mine. Life, when you grow older, that's your perspective shifts. It's no longer about me playing the long game. Like, it's crazy for me to think that when it comes to business orientation, self-preservation kind of goes first, despite the age difference or despite like the realities. For myself, nah, if you're 20 years old and I'm hiring a 20-year-old person, I'm expecting them that by the time they get to 40, I'm out the door, and they will do everything on themselves, right? They will be equipped to do whatever they want. In fact, I don't even mind if they start talking back to me and criticizing me in return, because that's kind of the idea. The idea is that whoever is under you will succeed you or surpass you. They will become your equivalent. And then they're ready to go. And then interesting thing is, what if you could say, well, what is the worst case scenario? Your underling or the person you're hiring, that's like, they just take all of your business and do it better than you. Say, good riddance. Like, that's awesome. The goal is that I would be working with them, not against them. In the end of the day, if they do succeed past me and have a conflict of interest, then we part ways. And I expect, with all intents and purposes, that they exceed me. Because I would be there working with them, not against them. So I'm looking to invest in someone like that when I have enough experiences and resources. Right now, I'm incredibly inexperienced. It could be when I'm 50 or 60 when I think I actually have enough experience. But generally speaking, the editing thing, it sucks. Editing really, really sucks. I'm almost willing to hire someone to have a working relationship so that we can exchange. We can exchange skills. Like, I would hire someone, but not really even hire them. They would get something to work with, but they would have to teach me how much either they love editing or how much it sucks, but they still overall find it engaging, because editing sucks. And what I mean by editing sucks, in my opinion, is that Twitch and YouTube doesn't make it in a way that it appreciates the editing. I like process-oriented things, and editing is inherently non-process friendly. It's already terrifying enough to record language learning and have people appreciate what language learning is like, or having a daily habit or creating habits. It's already tough to capture that. I can't even imagine what the process, how dull and disinteresting editing is. What people are looking for is TLDRs and hot takes and how to expedite the process of editing, because editing is, to me, hear me out, if I hire an editor, I want to bring them, I know it's going to be tough for them to adjust, but I want to bring them to be part of the content. Because, in my opinion, when an editor is able to edit something that they are part of, it will allow them to feel like they also have skin in the game for their editing things. It's both a bad and a good thing for some people. It can create more responsibility and pressure for them to want to do those things. It could make them favor that content that they're in, but it is to help them get an appreciation for the bad and the good of being behind the camera and speaking, right? I do understand that the vast majority of editors who would approach me, it's oh, I do a lot of editing, but I don't want to be behind the camera. I don't want to do, that's why I want to be an editor. I don't want to be in front of the camera. The agreement we have to make is, you're going to have to teach me all the ins and outs of what you do as an editor so I can best suit your schedule, so I understand what you're doing. But hear me out, you'll also have to meet me halfway and come in front of the camera every once in a while to explain how editing works. How does the editing work? Because I'm not the editor. I'm trying to learn from you, and you are trying to learn and empathize with what I'm doing, so that one day our 80-20 split, that 20, you can always choose to develop that if you want. So for me, one thing that will drive a lot of people out the door is that probably every member of my team, if I ever assemble a team, will have the ability after some time with me to publicly speak and answer questions and express their problems, because the team that I would assemble would have to have communication skills, both in public and within the team. That's the part of me that they must gain from. We must learn from each other. There's working as a team is to also benefit from each other's skill sets, not necessarily dependent on each other's skills, but learn from each other. So there's no learning and exchanging of skills within the team, then I'm not looking for those people. I don't want, again, it's an emphasis on compartmentalization. I don't want individuals who think that life is really easy and you don't need general education for skills to make one independent. If you think public speaking is optional when it comes to working in a team, then I probably would not hire you on the spot. I would say there's the door. If you think that communication is optional in a team environment, there's the door. Don't apply if you can't speak. That would be like one of the top requirements, right? The first thing is I need evidence that this person knows how to communicate. If they don't, then there's not much more after it. Like all the other stuff that people favor, in my opinion, some objective people favor, they have clientele, right? They deliberately make dispensable people, and then the people at the top have the particular skill that most people at the bottom, right, in the hierarchy, does not have. One of the strongest skills is the ability to express, negotiate, compromise, and communicate. And then the people who compartmentalize also rarely have a dynamic enough critical thinking skills and problem solving skills when specific problems arise. They are specifically very good at solving their particular problem that they're interested in. However, life doesn't throw only those particular problems, right? And that becomes dependency on the job. It's good for business. I agree. As an employer, it's exceptional leverage to have over a employee who was not trained to grow out of your company. You can kind of see it as running a company without a ladder system. I ask this a lot about people who work in companies, like, can you climb the ladder? Does the ladder produce like advancements in your skill development so you can then become an entrepreneur yourself? That type of thing. I don't plan on operating a business or a multi-tier business in which I can't have my like oversight in all the things. You can even consider it as micromanagement, I suppose. But the idea is that I would not run a company without vertical movement, right? We turn over people, in my opinion, you turn over employees by vertical movement, not lateral movement. A lot of times, I think the substantial, more efficient way and good for business and control is to create compartmentalization so that it's lateral replacement. Someone who has a skill, they only have that particular skill. So that means that when that skill is gone, you can replace it because you're just looking for that one skill. And yes, it's gonna suck. It's hard to find employees like that because your wall is higher. So that model is kind of terrifyingly bad for big business. Hence why I don't run big business, or I don't ever plan on running a big business. I'm not gonna run an enterprise. Enterprises require those things because of efficiency, maybe even like confidentiality, proprietary, power control, etc. Right? Would their speaking skills take priority over even their editing skills when considering hiring them? Probably not. I have an argument with that though. Now the question is, does that occur? How often does that occur when their speaking skills take priority over even their editing skill when considering hiring them, right? I would prioritize looking for the speaking skill, but I don't expect the person being hired to prioritize speaking skill over editing skill, if you know what I mean. So No, I would not like reject someone because they prioritize editing skill over speaking skill. However, when I'm looking, I understand that I'm looking for something that is rarer than the thing I'm looking for. So for example, when you put out a resume, right? And you're looking for an A+ student or 4.0 who came from an Ivy League school. And you are the hirer of a top university, right? After the first round, you already know that most of these people are A+ students 4.0 in Ivy League. So when you open a position for an editor, realistically, you're expecting them to prioritize editing skill over speaking. However, I will be looking for the speaking skill, knowing that their editing skill is likely going to be fulfilled. If not, like, let's say you're talking about now comparing candidates more so. So if one person has better editing skills than the other, would I prioritize their speaking skills? The answer is yes. Because with speaking skills, you're able to also nurture and inform and create an improvement on editing skills. Here's a good example. I'm going to use the classic people from football. Ronaldo. Are you building a team around this person? Or are you building the team in hopes that a star is born? I'm building a team. I'm not building a star. Right? So, I'm not the star. Like, I don't want to be, I'm not the star. I'm not a CEO. I'm not a director. Right? I'm not the face of this. I want to have people understand that there are other faces. Now, you might be thinking, but what about their privacy and stuff? That's fair. They can express themselves in different ways. You don't have to you literally use your face. So this is a metaphor, but they have to be present. I really dislike when people do great work, especially if they're doing it for me, to not have credibility, right? They must start developing their own reputation. And it's self-filling. What I mean is, if a person starts building their own reputation, it can be self-correcting. So if you're thinking about, what if their editing skill sucks, or sucks more than the other person, but this person has better speaking skills than the other person? Well, the person who's speaking with me and able to communicate with me are likely more likely to get involved in the things that involve reputation. And in that way, they themselves will find, in my opinion, in a not so ideal, like in a mixed way, they will find pride, right? And integrity. And I love that. That's kind of like working in a lab environment where most of the people see themselves as a team, but they also have particular individual pride in their own work. So there's this like slight competitive conflict of interest back and forth still exists in a team-oriented environment. Again, it's about to emphasize, it's the balance of the two, not one or the other. I'm prioritizing speaking skills if I'm looking for an editor because I want both skills, not prioritizing the skill that everyone will come by default. If you're looking for an editor, I'm looking to see, I'm not going to nickel and dime someone by saying, oh yeah, this person, like, if I'm looking at oh, this is a B student and this is an A student. Like, of course I'm going to prioritize grades. It's the A student. Like, oh, okay, that's objective. That's being objective. Now, when you go into the interview process, you start having the opportunity to do some subjective take, right? What does this A student think is important? Do they know what I think is important? And then I propose to the B student too. Now, yes, you can create a wall to select out these. So you can even do an A student versus an A student, right? Or maybe a slightly A minus student versus an A plus student. You're still going to have to do that resolution check. And mine is often, well, if you're like 3.999 and you're constantly being worried that you're not competitive with a 4.000 student, then your priorities are misplaced. The likelihood is this person will have a better set of priorities. For me, suited for me, not for other people. This person would probably have a better sort of priority mindset than this person. It's not always the case, but generally the priorities will be set somewhere else. So when someone is trying to reach the 99.99% of editing skill, right? They are most likely going to be at a below 99.9. I mean, like, I'm going to be a little bit more generous here and say below the 80th percentile in speaking skills. Because in order to achieve that, they have to invest all of that. And I understand that. Not for me. Probably really great for a company that's looking for the best of the best in editing skill and just editing skill. They just want this person to edit like a machine. This is it. This is the cog that completes the machine. It's great. Good for business. I would take the person who is about 80 percentile and that they understand that speaking, they can keep it like maybe they're in the 50 percentile. If this guy has 0% or like 0.1% speaking skills, yes, I would pass on them. Because I don't think they have room to grow. Or they would have to change. Like, I could hire them if I asked them, are you willing to try other things? Are you willing to behave like a team? So I would engage at what their priorities are. If their priority is completely editing, it will show in the hiring process that they have no interest in developing any of their other skills. And I have nothing to teach them. I'm basically hiring them for their skill and hoping that they teach me something. Maybe. I don't know. I would love to learn from someone who's really good, but I might as well work under them. Like, to me, when someone is like super baller, like they're so exceptional, I would want them to teach me, not the other way around. In fact, I would pay them to teach me. And do, like, if they want to do the work, that's fine. But my answer immediately is like, there's a better person for you. Why? It would be completely flattering. I would be absolutely flattered that someone who's like really, really good at a skill just randomly says, hey, I want to work for you. But my first thought is, why aren't you a superstar yourself? Like, do you want to work with me? Because I'm not your boss anymore. You already do this skill like crazy. Let's work together and start a business together, as opposed to like doing hiring or something like that. When I hire someone, I'm expecting them to grow. Like, hands down, number one thing is they have to be able to grow, and they want to grow. Yeah, like, I don't want to... This is thinking really far in the future, but I don't want to be like some 60, 70-year-old who like still have to provide advice to the people that become dependent on me, because all of them should be gunning for taking over the business, or gunning for starting their own business, or gunning to learn and teach other people, instead of like saying like, oh no, like I can't do anything without this important task that this old decrepit person can no longer do, right? That's not me. Like I rarely am ever in a situation where like tutoring, for example, is a great example. A lot of times people see tutor as a service provider. So when they tutor, they get an A, right? And then they're going to need that tutor again to get the next A. Then the next A. Then the next A. And then one day the tutor is not going to be around and they start getting Fs. That is not teaching. That is telling. You are telling the person how to get an A. You didn't teach the person how to get an A. Like, you didn't teach them the foundations of how to consistently and independently continue to get an A. Tutoring was one of the first things that I've done in my life as a person, like as an academic. And whenever I hear the success of other people who's doing tutoring and whatnot, I don't hear tutoring. I hear the beginning of the internet. This is before the internet. That's why I'm saying the beginning of the internet. Where most of the time when you look at something on the internet, you don't internalize it. You find the solution and you never learn anything about the solution. You use the solution and that's it. It's vaporware. Like it's gone. Like, you did not process how that solution come about, how you can make more solutions out of the solution that you have done, how you apply that solution and tweak it to answer other questions. You did not acquire skill. You acquired information and you executed on the information. That's what it felt like early in the day. And that's good for business, because the tutor that wants to keep having positions, right? Like they want, you probably heard this before, where a good business is making sure that your customer, like your consumer, needs more eventually, right? So it's kind of like, it's bad for business, quote unquote, bad for business when you make that customer not dependent. As in, like, you make a product that lasts for a lifetime. That's awful, right? For business, technically. That's awful for business because you don't have repeat customers. In the objective manner, you don't have repeated customers. There's another one, a service of a lifetime. What is a service of a lifetime? And we're talking about a customer, like over the length of a customer, not new customers, as in the turning of customers. One service would be tutoring. If you're tutoring and that person gets an A, the assumption is they no longer need your services, because they will then learn how to get more A's. They would have already learned how to do that, and they never come back. No repeated customers. However, if you're looking between customers, well, then there will be the next customer, right? Then the next customer, and then people get old, so then they'll have children, and then it'll rotate. It'll keep rotating. Now, in order for this to help the tutor, oftentimes you think of it as objectively, because if you get invested in a person, it kind of hurts when they just leave. But the whole idea is it depends on your mindset. You can be happy that the person doesn't come back because they have become successful. Did they ever pay you back or whatnot? That's when you start viewing objectively a transaction. So to me, what goes hand in hand earlier on in the day when people were tutoring is that they see it as a transaction. So the person you're tutoring, either they succeed or they fail. If they don't come back, it means you succeeded. If they come back, you still succeeded because you have repeat business. That to me were the two most dominant situations. For me, when I tutor someone, I expect to like try to tutor them once And maybe if I get lucky, they just tell me, oh, I've been acing all my tests. Thank you for like 2 years ago. That's fine. Like that is the pure success that I find myself liking. But it's terrible for business because if you need to make money and you need to build like habit formation, it's not great. Formal education has been well, anyways, let me read what your wall is also high for creating relationship with viewers. Yeah, and that means it's awful for business. My wall is high for viewers. That means objectively it's terrible for number of viewers, right? High wall means lots of walkouts. Basically every single, like I would say 90% to 95% of people who walk in, they walk out, never come back, because it's not good. It's not good for business. The high wall means also incredibly selective. And that's what I know. I accept this. I don't go around complaining like, oh man, no one is good. No one ever talks to me for more than 10 sentences and stuff. I don't complain about that. I understand what I'm giving up or like trading off. And I also understand what I'm gaining as well. Would the percent be differently weighted for the two? Probably. I can't really do percentages and numbers. It's a more of a feel thing, right? Like for example, how I could give you an example of how they would be weighted differently in the process. More of my questions are going to be about communication skills, right? And then the people who are being hired, they're going to weight the editing skills. So that in itself, because I already know my biases and my priorities, the process itself will be weighted. I don't need a percentage or anything because my questions are going to be geared towards communication. They're going to be communication about editing, but it's still going to be biased towards communication. So that is the weight. The interview process, what I'm looking for, will end up being weighted differently in the process, as opposed to like some arbitrary number. I don't know how to quantify these things. I don't think these things are very easily quantified. This seems like it could apply ubiquitously to all teacher-student dynamics. Yes, it can in a romantic sense. In the ideal sense, there used to be matriculation, the focus on matriculation, and then the matriculation of your students and teacher dynamics is that the students eventually give back for the matriculation, you know, like alumni, right? And the alumni creates PR, which gives back in the ideal sense, or generosity. But in this day and in this world that is non-ideal, the reality is that a lot of times, because of the social pressures on teachers and businesses, and the students because of the businesses, there is not enough generosity because all the students and whatnot are also struggling, right? So not only did the teachers and the institutions kind of failed to provide the independence that they were suggesting, without that independence and successful independence, there's not independent alumni, which leads to good PR, which also may return in generosity. And that is the non-ideal situation. And that's what's happening with formal education right now, if I have to be incredibly realistic about it. Only a small percentage of a already small percentage of individuals who graduate and I'm speaking largely from the United States perspective because I live in the United States. In the US, the optics are terrifyingly poor. And I'm not saying it's the truth or the metrics supported, because you would have to record these things. You would have to need longitudinal data. The optics of graduating from university in the United States is really terrible, as in the students that leave did not gain enough independence to create their independent success, which then can lead to good PR, in which them with great success returns on generosity back to the university. It's not the greatest right now, and I don't think it was that great technically. That's similar over the pond, yeah. So that's the concern, right? And I'm not saying any particular person is at fault, any group or organization. The social pressures of what we have now in society is placing so much strain on this very ideal cycle. If teachers are being pressured, and they were once the students, right? They were once the students that did not have independent instruction, weren't independent enough, so they resorted to teaching, which then the teachers then informed the students, which then all of them are still socially pressured by the businesses, right? And the act of the businesses, it creates a, instead of this cycle being positive feedback loop, it's a negative feedback loop. Everything, it's sort of slowly crumbling everywhere. And in the United States, it breaks my heart because I was a product of that system, and I was the lower percentage, I would say. And I'm the lower percentage, but the more common output, there's even lower percentages that are far more successful. And so we're talking about low percentage means high success. So low percent, high success. I'm like sorta low percentage. So I'm like sorta success story. But the vast majority of people are high percentage, and they have low success in optics, in terms of optics or formal education, because their independence when they leave, it's not there. They don't provide independence. And one kind of dialogue for formality, for like formal education, is that when you graduate and get a degree, oftentimes the false sense of security, in my opinion, false sense of security comes with an affirmation of knowledge. Not wisdom. And those colleges have now lost, like a lot of the universities have lost their pull on placement as well. So their influence has declined on placement as well. There was a time when you graduate from a university, there was a influence, at least an influence and precisiousness to allow placement in order to gain wisdom and XP. But now, in my opinion, one of the things that are facing universities around the world, at least in my opinion, is that they have to find the placement to be part of their affirmation of their knowledge. And schools that used to be hands-on and like tech schools and stuff, they are far more consistent at the moment in terms of optics than like academia, education forward things. Like your degree is an affirmation of your knowledge, not the experience you have. So to me, slowly but surely, I think formal education will start to drift towards a specific priority on hiring people. Hopefully. It might be too late. I don't know what the situation is. Highlighting instructors that deviate from prioritizing the acknowledgement of knowledge, but imparting wisdom. And imparting wisdom through the way of looking at placements while you're being educated. I ask this question a lot whenever, I would say 80% of people that I meet are university students, or they're university inclined, bounded, or heading out of university. And my first question I asked them is, so, do you have a plan? Have you set up some projects? Have you been working on some creative output, profile? Have you built some sort of thing while you were in the university? Have you found an application for some of your knowledge in the form of like a passion project or a side hustle or some sort of side activity that you're working on that grounds and applies the knowledge you are working on? And a lot of times the answer is no, or I haven't thought about it yet. And when it comes to like juniors and seniors, my first question would be like, oh, so do you have like a job lined up? Have you have a network, one or two networks in which there's a chance for internship, so you can immediately start acquiring XP and seeing how your knowledge can be applied immediately through working placements, right? That used to be a thing in certain fields where when you finish or during the time you finish, you have had some sort of networking by placements, or you have been encouraged to apply things. That's what the project stuff is supposed to do too. Like when you're working on a project, the idea is it's trying to simulate in a low risk situation how these skills and knowledge would be done. But the project oriented stuff is often seen as a bummer, or like a skip in life. Like, projects, like I don't care about projects. So each day whenever I have the opportunity to talk to a university student, the first thing I talk about is the project. Like, do you have a project you're working on personally, or do you have a project the professor prescribed? And then the question is, are you doing more than what the professor prescribed? Because one day you have to acquire those skills. Otherwise, you can only be as good as the affirmation of every one of your students. Like, what I mean is all your classmates, they have the same amount of knowledge. Not only are you not more competitive than your next student or more attractive than your next classmate, all your classmates are in the same boat. It's in the same pool. They all have a redundant skill. That's kind of like unintentionally compartmentalization. So the ones that are, in my opinion, a lot more, they're low percentage, they have a high chance of success, is largely because they found application for their knowledge as they're growing up. I did not, for once, in my early 4 years, did I think I'm learning this and there's no use for it, so therefore I'm just learning it to get the A. And yet 80%, I would say over 80% of the students that I hear, they use the excuse that, well, I'm never going to use it. Then why are you in class? Or, well, I have to take the class, so I'm just going to get the A or do whatever to get the A. But if you're going to do it, find application for it. The idea is you're not wasting your time. That's the word. I almost said waste. You're trying to use the time and for your own benefit, right? You're trying to encourage yourself to find ways to use it. more you are able to do that by the time you leave college is when that shines. But unfortunately, I don't think that's the emphasis a lot of times, because universities tend to inundate you with a lot of work, hoping that that work generates application and problem solving. Like, if you suck at studying, a pressure of grades will encourage you to explore how to get better at studying. One day that can become one of your skill sets that are applicable to a lot of things. But students rarely ever even improve their studying skills, let alone find application for mathematics despite going into a field about, I don't know, taxonomy. Despite taxonomy having to do a lot with mathematics, they might see it as an extraneous information that they get affirmation for because they get an A in math. It's like, oh, they know math. Like, well, they know math, but they don't understand math yet until you have application. And then now the internet is far more attractive in that way, because most people, instead of going to university and stuff, they take the information, the ones that get shown, right? The ones that make it are the ones that are showing how they take information and use it, not take information and sit on it. So the ones that you see a lot of times when they're giving information, they're the ones that actualize the information. Taking information, turning it into your own, and then repackaging it in a different way is still an application of the information. You are doing something to create it differently, right? There's a difference between someone who reads something and then regurgitates it through memory versus someone who reads it and tells other people why that's important, that information is important to them. They are internalizing it. So when I share something like, oh, hey, this trailer is cool, I have like a 6-hour digression on why this trailer is cool. I have an iteration and analysis of the information that is in there. When you're in school, I think 7 out of 10 students nowadays, they take the information and they say, I need to memorize this information so I can get a grade. And a good grade. And this is a means to an end, right? They're hoping that that good grade will enable them to get to a later stage in their life in which they can get more information about their lives that they can use. What if that just never comes? Because I think that's where the situation is happening for most people, for a lot of graduates right now. When they graduate, that never comes. The opportunity for them to apply the information that they have and like build something or do something with it, it doesn't come. The opportunity is not there. And that's where I do feel one of the biggest like PR problems and realities that are happening with education. And it reflects the internet. So now what do you have? You basically have, why learn at a university when you have the internet? And this is the irony, or at least I think it's an irony, or poetic irony anyways, is that the university unintentionally now serves the same purpose as the internet. And no, it's not a good thing, in my opinion. Because the internet, someone on the internet would say like, you see, like I could save a lot of money from education by not going to a university because the internet does the same thing the university does. It's like, yeah, and that is also the reason why you are struggling to internalize and be successful and creating too. Because the internet has normalized a behavior that the university are struggling to not do. It's not like the universities tried to be a source of knowledge and a lack of wisdom. Now, when you're using the internet and you're also going to university, they're kind of one and the same now. They're a bit redundant, and it's a shame because it's difficult to know which came first. Is it because of the internet that now most university students are doing that? Or is it because the university students who made the internet and populate the internet created the situation where the universities are treated that way now? If you're on the internet right now and you spend most of your time just collecting information and just blurting the same information back out, like, you know, like AI slop, right? If you're slopping everything out again, who's to say that when you were growing up in high school and in middle school, you were already doing that? So if you go to the university, that situation is not going to change. You're gonna go to the university, you're gonna slop out the same thing, and rarely have an internalization of what to do with all your information. That's why I fully own this statement that I made multiple times already. Kids these days are super knowledgeable. They know so many things. In fact, I would argue they know too many things. Too quickly, at a young age, they're exploding with knowledge. They just sponge everything. They sponge TikTok so fast that they no longer even process what the information is anymore, right? But they have no wisdom, no application, no critical thinking skills, no ownership, no pride, no arrogance, no integrity, no creative process. None of that stuff is being nurtured or encouraged. And you might be thinking, well, that's not true. What about this person? I'm like, yes, low percentage, high success people. So I'm not talking about the social norm. I mean, I'm not talking about the exceptions. I'm talking about the social norm. The social norm are all the people who don't have optics. You don't see, like, I would argue over 50% failure rate for those who become dependent on disseminating and memorizing information only. The stuff that you do see are the celebration of people who actualize the information being given. And universities, their objective, in my opinion, was never to be like the internet. And then when the people on the internet who doesn't go to the university, they say, you see, the internet does everything that university does, but better because it has all the knowledge in the world. It's like, yes, and that is a crying shame. That statement, I would agree with that statement, because the uniqueness of being in a university, trying all these years to convert the university in a way to apply knowledge, it's gone. Like, in my opinion, it's diminished. And that's something they have to address, in my opinion. It's great now that you can at least still collect students together and get them to work, even as a team or with a mentor and stuff. That dynamic is gone on the internet. It doesn't even exist on the internet yet. So that stuff is still there at a university level, right? There's still teacher-student relationships, mentor, trying to create independent thinkers, that type of thing. That infrastructure still exists. Will they get support when influencers and whatnot will continue to talk down to formal education? Probably not. It doesn't get better. Like, you're still constantly working with less. The internet is still spiraling out of control in growth, while the formal education is shrinking. At least I think it's shrinking over time. So when you kick someone that is down, or an entity that is down, and still expect them to rise up past the overwhelming pressure of a Goliath, that's a very romantic story for like David and Goliath, but in reality, usually the reality follows. Formal education is going to continue to shrink. The people who work in formal education, the products of formal education, so the students, the teachers, the businesses involved in the formal education, they will continue to try to fight against a receding oppressive force. And that is the constant debasement of formal education, while the internet is finding more and more equivalents to it. It's not all doom and gloom, in my opinion. I think there's a way to form a non-competitive relationship between the internet and formal education, and there are some influencers who are using their influence to marry the two. Like, how do you get the hierarchy and the pressure of application of knowledge but make it attractive and accessible through the internet? And that's kind of evolution, like a change. You've got a team assignment this term. Interesting. I would love to hear more about that team assignment thing in the future. You were thinking just that today due to one of the PowerPoint lectures. I see. Yeah, that's probably what I was going to touch on today. And that deals with the hiring process. I'm not like, if I am going to start a business, right? If I'm going to hire someone, it's not that the thing that I'm doing is saying the other thing is bad. I'm saying there's a lot of the other thing and less of the thing I'm looking for. And therefore, I have a low success rate. I'm going to have a low success rate until it is not low success, right? And then the stuff that I require is also low in demand and high in standards. But we, one last thing, right? Pro con when we set this can appear easier if the majority of people have the same mindset. So there can be a day where people favor high wall loyalty and independence, and can compete with the pragmatic, the objective streamlining. But it's a very narrow window. Like, the best case scenario for this in terms of quantity, right? Because this is quality over quantity, is not there. And even then, in the best case scenario, it's inherently going to not be outcompeted in terms of the way metrics work online, right? Internet, more information, therefore better. Formal education, less information, therefore worse, right? This is this view. So it's exchange. When you only view, when one cherry picks what the value is, this is what happens. And then despite intentions of being different, they can equate it to being the same. So like, I could be a variety streamer. Like, if someone asks me, oh, what kind of streamer are you? Variety. So when it's variety, then you have objectively lots of variety. And when you're a lot of variety, there are lots of you, but all of that is distributed in lower, there might be like higher percentage success, sort of speak, but a very low, like, let's just say a very low average, right? Because it's spread. So these things don't usually, they don't both go in the same direction. And that's where we go back. Let's go all the way back to the beginning so then we can wrap this up. The whole Twitch tenure. So you have low success, low percentage success, but really high range. Because the low percentage, the success, is spread to a small number of people. That small number of people can then set the standards, or whatever standards you might think of, to make it. So with that low number of people, the standards can be really wildly high. And to replace someone in tenure, that's 2. Oh, 2. Oh, did I say 1 or 2 things? Oh, yeah. Oh, well, this is one thought. But yeah, that's pretty much, that's tenure. Oh, 2 voice cracks. Oh, okay, that's fine. So, right, and then YouTube is the opposite. YouTube has a favoritism towards other things. So you expect this. It can be very helpful if you know these things, right? Like you internalize these things and you prep these things. Am I prepping for these things? The answer is no. Not when I lack resources, creative projects, and experience. So I don't pull the proverbial trigger on something that requires tenureship. And I have the privilege. Remember that I'm privileged. So if I have the privilege, I would work on curating a possibility and an opportunity on tenureship, if that would be my future priority. I actually am not doing that. I'm more going to prep for the next trend. So without saying too much, right now my attentions are split like 70%, 30%. Where tenureship is 30% and startup is 70%. So I'm prepping for the next trend. I'm not prepping for creating a demand or replacing a demand. Yeah, and that's 7 years of streaming. That's what 7 years of streaming means to me. Anyways, we'll see how it turns out. What was the PowerPoint about? Like, specifically, what was the PowerPoint lecture about? In college and in graduate school, I don't think I rarely sit in the like seminar room without thinking, I wonder how this information relates to my ongoing experiments or the questions I have about biology. That's usually what I'm thinking of when I'm sitting in the classroom. Not, will I have to remember this for my test on Friday? Like, I genuinely don't think about what I have to remember on my test. I study for the exams, for sure, but I don't spend time worrying about whether I memorize the thing. I spend time worrying and concerning myself on how I can use the information. We went through mode, mean, range, variance, standard deviation. Yes. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. Ah. Yeah, most of the stuff I still use. If that's like your introduction class or maybe first year or second year statistics, I refer to those things. I do not have any experience in complex like differential equations or like multifactorial. Second year? Okay. Yeah, I don't have anything much more beyond second year. Basically like complex multivariant like ANOVA analyses or like very specialized bioinformatics related things. Generally, whenever I talk about like percentages and ups and downs and relationships, it's usually like the very early days of statistics. And I barely remember my population statistics nowadays. I can't even derive my polynomials for like regression. I can still do a I think I can still derive standard deviation. Yeah. And maybe confidence interval, or doing like a one parts per thousand confidence interval to check for like consistency of, I don't know, a weighted sample size testing in some way. Probably okay with calculating rates. Rates were really used a lot in calculating, like linear regression is often used for largely one step kinetic reactions, like protein binds to protein, produces a product, and that product is calorimetric. Calorimetric is viewed on the visible spectrum, so you have to convert the absorption rate or the transmission rate into a ratio number that then can be plotted on a graph using a regression to, you know, associate the concentration of a protein with a product turnover or something like that. That's probably as far as math goes nowadays. And then all the other stuff is simple, like it's more the other side of things, which is big data. So you take population data and you understand the relationship between the population data. So you take something like, oh, number of goldfish goes up, and alligators in Florida goes down, or something like that, and then you correlate them, and then you understand the relationship of how certain sample size affect mean, range, and variances. Like if your sample size goes up, what does it typically happen to a pool that has a high range? If the sample size goes up and if it's like random distribution, the range ultimately would compress, probably, right? And then what could prevent that compression of the range? Or does the mean increase or decrease when you have an increase in population? That type of stuff is, in my opinion, why you take math class when you're looking at analytics. If you're looking at big data or psychological data, that type of relationship is very important. So this is, by the way, I was terrible at this, and the person that taught me how to look at it, conceptual relationships in mathematics, was actually my calculus teacher in grad school, because he totally wrecked me really, really hard in exams, because I didn't look at theories and theorems and proofs as a conceptual explainer versus just doing math work. So like, it's great when you remember the mechanics of calculating and deriving the quadratic formula or something like that. That's fine and all. But the questions are formed in a way that they say, so what does this tell you about the relationship between the constant b and the, you know, and the integer a? And I'm like, I don't know. So that is what happened in college, and it was in calculus. Later on, I go to working with big data and statistics, and that's the relationship that I'm using when I'm making arguments for, like, when someone says, oh, you know, if I spend more time learning kanji, then I would then have less time to learn about sentences. And then if I don't spend more time learning sentences, then I won't understand what the kanji means. Those relationships can be mathematically related, like if you're thinking about it as a correlations, right? So you're telling me that you're going to spend more time learning the sentences. Break down what the sentences are. How does that relate to your impact on your kanji? And then you know what it could be and what it can't be versus what what it is now, right? So those relationships then build a foundation of talking about statistics without necessarily having data. So when someone says, oh yeah, I'll be more consistent if I stuck to doing only this. I'm like, okay, so let's take in, now you integrate the science part of things. So if you're only practicing this one method to do things, and this one method requires that you do, you're only practicing this one method, and your one method is this. What I see still, statistically, is there's 1 point of failure. So in a stat-wise, when you're looking at stats and statistics, when you have outcome to success, right? If you manage to do all of it, become success. When you're comparing it to someone who does something like this, what do you anticipate the relationship is? Right? It's kind of a trick question, but this is the, let's put a knot on these. And that it creates a semblance of math. But this is math when you think of math as relationships, not objective numbers. So when someone says something like, if the average goes up, what are some of the possibilities? So like if the average test score, let's just use average test score goes up, what are the possibilities? A lot of times it deals with interpreting data, but in a relational manner. And then when you incorporate science, a lot of times the idea of the questions you answer in science, you can think of variables, right? And that's a way to look at answers and questions. Like when someone says, oh, I need to get a better test score. I need to raise my average test score. And then their first thought is study more. Like, well, let's think about it for a moment. What are the relationships we have between study and average test scores? That's the kind of thing that deflates a lack of holistic education. Like if you think this is a good correlation, it's not. When you say study more and that's your solution to average test scores, there's not enough information here. When you understand how data relates to each other and then also combined with variable thinking when it comes to like scientific questions or any questions really, difficult questions, this stuff, when people say this stuff, it becomes more appreciative of how simplified this is and how potentially unhelpful this is. And the internet, this is the hustle. This is the hustle. When you hustle like this, it's based on trust. And the first thing I ask myself is, do I trust the person that's saying this? You're no longer working in the objective manner. When it's so ironic, in my opinion, because most people think this is objective. This is how people reason objectively. When internet influencer, right, says like, oh, if you do this and this, your grades will go up. It's just objective facts. Like, it's just true. It's like, no, it's an opinion because there's so much information missing, right? And that is the minimal objectivity that people execute on very, very questionable subjective decision making. The moment you can see, wait a minute, I'm getting hustled here. This arrow is bigger than the two things combined. Like this arrow, the thing that's missing here, has more information connecting the two than the two things themselves. So when you're reading something and you're thinking about someone presenting data and they described everything before and after on two things with a causal link, the first thing you got to think about is, can I trust the person? If you can trust the person, that's fine. It's an objective, I mean, it's a subjective decision you made. Own it. Understand the risks, the pros and cons. I do that. I trust certain people, so then I don't understand any of this. I trust them, right? But I don't pass it off as objective facts. This is not objective. This is not objective. This is very much subjective interpretation of a limited number of data, right? You could kind of say it's relatively objective to like, just trust me, bro, right? Trust me, bro is kind of the example of pure subjectivity. But this is still trust me, bro, to some extent. It's more so trust me, bro, and less so objective data, right? Or even data analyses. Like, I think there's a misconception that data analyses have to always deal with actual numbers. The actual numbers do not hold meaning without the units and the context in which the numbers are referring to. So whenever you say things like, and I kind of make a joke of it myself a lot of times, you know, I put percentages like, oh, 80-20%. I'm doing this not as an objective thing. It's not objective. Like, there's no standards. What am I comparing it to? What is the standard? Like, what the heck is a standard for this percentage? It means nothing. There's no meaning involved. I'm using it subjectively. So when I use it subjectively, you kind of have to use your subjectivity to understand what the 80-20% means, right? I'm telling, for me, my whole self, 80% of me. That's a subjective quantity. It's not an objective quantity. And that's generally as deep as data relations, and then you plug in numbers and everything goes out the window, in my opinion. You don't even get to numbers yet. Usually it's like better, best, worst. Actually, nowadays it's not even better, it's just best and worse. Pure trust me, bro. That is data analyses and correlation. Funnily enough, one of the slides in today's lecture was a graph showing the correlation between things, one of which was test scores with amount of study. Oh, there you go. That's a pure coincidence. I wasn't expecting. Yeah, the amount of studying, like, to me, that sounds like it's a low-hanging fruit. To me, correlating study time, and scores. Yeah. That is one of the early, in my opinion, the early low-hanging fruits, because it's ripe with a lot of confounding variables. And no, that's not to say that you shouldn't study at all and then still get good grades. That we're trying to illustrate that this is what happens when correlation is taken without enough information. Some people can say, oh yeah, it depends. I know it depends. When you're trying to analyze data and answer questions, you're not trying to say it depends. You're trying to explain it. And you can keep arguing like, oh, but it still depends. We'll never know all the information. It's like, that's not the point. You're trying to explain it to the best of your ability. Quote unquote, best of your ability. It depends leads to this problem. right? You can be knowledgeable about things and say, oh, it depends. Like, yeah, but you didn't learn anything. Like, what I mean is you didn't learn or teach anything about this problem. You didn't try at all. So whenever I can appreciate when someone's tired and they might not be comfortable in going over all the details. Know that I respect your feelings about it. However, when you say it depends, you're not practicing it either. The reality is you're not trying to explain it. And without trying to explain it, it doesn't demonstrate that you understand. It doesn't practice looking for explanations for this. So whenever we talk about studying may not, what do you believe is the relationship between studying and score? Tell me about it. Explain it. And then test yourself and say, what if it's the opposite? Do you have data that supports the opposite? So I can tell you now, over my life, there are plenty of examples where when study time goes up, there's a negligible difference in score. But that's not enough details. The moment I say this, you should be asking yourself, wait, are you saying this like an upper limit? Or diminished return? Right? Or is it some type of studying? What's the subject matter? Does the score have an upper limit? Did the upper limit get hit? What about, these are only a few questions you should be asking yourself when it comes to data. Because if study goes up and they say there's a negligible change of score, what if when you're doing the majority, right, the score was already hitting an upper limit? If it's hitting an upper limit, what if it's at 100? Then this doesn't mean anything at all. The stats doesn't mean anything. You hit an upper limit. And then what if there's a lower limit on studying? So the resolution is not high enough, and then your graph just does this. All these things, it's part of data science. And when you're looking at data analytics and you're interpreting data, these questions should show up, in my opinion. When you're doing science and you're trying to prove something, most of these questions show up too. And if you're able to take it one step further, in my opinion, and make it use examples and metaphors in IRL or like the internet that other people can relate, then we're in the same place now. You're in the same mindset that I am in. Each day when someone tells me, oh, I eat healthy to protect my heart, my conversations are about this here because it allows me to empathize and relate to the other person. So now this then becomes an exercise in communication as well. Surely the stats would still matter somewhat. It would. It matters because it will help you answer these questions. Like, you can't answer these questions without stats. All your additional questions enable you to want to know what the stats are. That's the point, right? Or at least that's one of the major points. The stats help you finally answer some of the questions. Like, it's not the stats alone. The difference is I'm discouraging the stats alone, right? You can say if study goes up, there's no change in test scores. That's what a stat can tell you. That's why they matter. It tells you the relationship between the things you're looking at. Study goes up, score didn't change. In this cohort of, I don't know, 100 people, the stats makes sense. They're important because they're part of characterizing numbers. So the score was maximum of 100 and the range was 0 to 100. The study time was a range of 4 hours to 8 hours with 1 hour increments. And there were 4 cohorts. There were 4 cohorts of 20 people. And each one was assigned to a specific hour. This is stats, right? And in my opinion, the moment you have to design an experiment among a select of your peers, this stuff, this detail of numbers and setup is what will come up, in my opinion, will likely come up among academic people. Like, the first thing is, oh, I'll just gather a bunch of people. It's like, what do you mean gather a bunch of people? How many? How many is enough? How are you going to select your people? Because you need to take care of pre-selection bias. Right? And how many deals with sample size in relationship with error and distribution. It's a constant, and I'm not gonna make this sound like doom and gloom. The challenge is what is interesting to me. I love that you have to do this. It sucks that you have to do this too. Like, it's hard work. It takes a lot of time. But it's also the vigorous nature of why it's very rewarding when you get it. But it still sucks. It takes a lot of time. Like, each day you come out and it's like, oh yeah, I've got this great experiment. And then you give it to like 10 of your peers and they're like, wait a minute. You did not qualify. What happens if the experiment leads to this possibility? You don't have enough resolution at your upper limit, and your lower limit is tragically underserving like something. Like, okay, you need to add another extra step on this, which comes with all these parameters as well. Like, that to me is what happens when you start designing an experiment. An experiment, it's not you do something. It's like, oh look, it happened. So therefore it's true. Well, kind of. It's true in this instance. And when you see these things, my brain says, oh, now this is fun. Let's go look at the stats regarding this. And what is the harsh reality most of the time? You're going to find out that there's not enough stats. Not enough stats. So stats do matter. And then what's even worse, a lot of times even more disappointing than that, the stats are not standardized. They're not standardized. So you can't compare the stats. The stats are rarely ever standardized across the question that you're trying to ask. Because they would have specific parameters and they're not standardized. So you can only relatively argue certain things because the stats are not calibrated to the same testing conditions. So you got a hand wave. That's why meta-analyses are grain of salts. Meta-analyses need a gigantic sample, like gigantic samples, to even remotely have, and then the samples have to have very strong statistical changes in order to actually say something. So even meta-analyses, they have to normalize with all the non-standardized and confounded variables. Usually non-standardization is the same as the confounded variables that you need, because confoundedness is due to the spuriousness of the stats. And then when the stat changes, it has to be significant enough despite after normalizing all the confounded variables. And that's where you get meta-analyses. Meta-analyses is really useful especially in the AI world, because big data, that's what you do. You do meta-analyses. You know, did you see any clear biases from peers that decide whether you get a PhD? Absolutely. Absolutely. Now, each internal biases is normalized by other people's biases. So inherently, when you have a large enough group, you're trying to reach, like, in my opinion, there are biases, for sure. Even my data has biases. The idea is you're trying to get a high enough sample, right? A high enough sufficient sample in which all the angles or sufficient amount of angles can strengthen the thesis or the PhD, right? So that's the idea anyways behind peer review, right? Any one person will have clear biases a lot of times, but despite them trying to mitigate the biases, but you're trying to reach a threshold, and there is a very classical number sample size, and then particular backgrounds. Oftentimes, were the biases always due to them interacting with you, or had many of them never met you? Oh, it's both. That's how you sample. So the sample deals with outside, and inside, your mentor, and then the entire community, the niche, the reader, and the organization. So I'm talking about in ways of like publication plus the education system. So you have outside, inside, your mentor, the readers of the organization that publishes things. So yes, it's all of the above. You have people who interact with you. You have people who never interacted with you. You have your collaborators who are outside but also interacted with you. You have people who don't even know who you are before you publish, and organizations who know maybe your mentor, who interact with your mentor, or any of these people as well. And then you also have like nepotism by relations. The idea is there is a amount of sufficiency, and I don't actually know if it's standardized well across all institutions, but generally you would have to tackle all of these at some point. In your, I don't know, 5 to 7 years, you're going to encounter all these scenarios. Someone who doesn't know you, someone who is an expert, and then we haven't even talked about expert and non-expert. So you're going to have someone who's outside, who's an expert, and a non-expert, like your competition and an unaffiliated person. And then you have your insides, who are your lab members and your mentor, right? And then you have inside as in within your department, and then inside as in within your expertise versus the non-expertise. And then you have collaborators who are adjacent, right? And then readers are anyone who is interested that self-select themselves into wherever you're publishing. And this is a great normalizer because this depends on your impact factor. A lot of times your impact factor is that when you publish in a highly prestigious journal, you're likely to encounter more people who are outside and inside your expertise. So the way you write the paper in order to qualify for their organization and the discovery you made is tailored to specific readers. So while you're shopping for and pitching your publication to multiple organizations, all these organizations have different requirements because their readers, other scientists, right, who are basing their knowledge and experiments on you, are normalized by the interaction between what type of pull and reach they have. So at some point through all of this, you would get a PhD. So if you're telling me what is the value of the thesis you wrote, this here is nowhere near appreciated by anyone who ever uses that data but haven't been in the field of science or field of like a peer-reviewed like discovery process. You have to do all of this and be comfortable with all of this before you get a PhD. This is before you get a PhD. And learn to appreciate it. Because without all of this, it would be very difficult for me to trust something as objective. Like even remotely objectively sound. It would be subjectively appreciated and respectfully taken into consideration. But objectivity is rough when you are human. And most of the things you do involve other humans. Objectivity is rough. This is objectivity. In my opinion, the things that the internet are presenting, that's not good enough yet. But it's useful. It's useful enough. So the question, the thing is it sufficient? Sufficient is often the key word that I use because my data is not that great. Is it sufficient to explain something? Is this sufficiently objective enough to explain reasonably that one can continue using this information as a way to pay future experiments? And even then, I didn't really think so. It is still tough. One of the biggest critics when it comes to being all this is the person who's working on the PhD. Imposter syndrome. It really genuinely just feels like that all the time. So if you're good at managing this by the time you graduate with a PhD, there are very few people on the internet that might be able to be a worse critic than yourself. Like the things I say out of my mouth, I say with an incredible emphasis on subjectivity, because I haven't really delved into anything as deeply as concerning as those 7 years that I was trying to publish something. Like heads and tails, lots of heads and tails. And we still haven't talked about like proprietary stuff, like industry proprietary stuff, instrumentation and methodology that might be proprietary. And I have no experience with private sector either. So there's all that too. Like how do you publish and print results when you have a proprietary methodology that you can't disclose? I don't know. I've never worked in such a situation. When I publish something, it is no longer proprietary. It is public. So much like my life and my biases, most of the stuff that I do, it's public, not proprietary. So it's not like I'm not telling you some secret sauce that I'm doing. Like how to stay happy. Well, I don't have like a life hack or something I can explain to you in like 6-7 years of things that I worked on, right? That reflects my personality, but it also reflects the environment that I grew up in. Things are not... I smile whenever someone says it depends, because most of my life was dedicated to understanding what it depends. That is the pursuit of knowledge and wisdom in science. When you say it depends, in my opinion, it does the opposite to your intellectual status. It creates a cliche terminating statement of which you're deflecting and trying to say, well, there's a lot, of course there's a lot, but you can't say anything about it. And I think it's become a lot more of a social norm because they know the internet exists. So it will always depends. because the internet is filled with information you may or may not know. That to me is not an indicator of intellectual maturity and experience. It's an indicator of avoidant behavior and a possibly habit of not being intellectually stimulated or interested in knowing those things. And that's fair. Not everyone has the time to do so. So I often say when someone says it depends, it means they don't want to talk about it. Right? At least in my opinion. That's the reflex. So whenever I say something like, oh, I'm sorry, like this will take me a really long time to explain. Maybe we'll discuss this at a later date. That is a way to invite the person and also excuse themselves in the sense that I'm not prepared to talk about it today because it depends, right? But it depends comes with the idea that you just straight up don't want to talk about it anymore, as opposed to inviting the person to another discussion next time. It's like, hey, let's hold that thought. We'll come back to it in another day. Not today because I'm not prepared, right? Yeah, it's so these are really good questions, like about biases and how does a peer review system work. It sounds really exhaustively strenuous to someone who have never touched that or have conceived that. If you're asking me, it's not enough. Because being in that situation still did not mitigate all the loose ends that some data has happened over the years, right? So even through all the stuff that I'm talking about, it's not enough. But that needs to be taken with a grain of salt. With specialty comes with higher standards. And that higher standards stop thinking about what is sufficient versus what is ideal. So academia often weighs on idealism and the best case scenario, comprehensiveness, versus sufficiency, which is pragmatic, right? Pragmatic, time efficient, profitable, sustainable. So there is an inherent quality to, if you're looking for idealism, academics may be very, very attractive. When it comes to the execution of the idealism, it kind of falls apart quite a lot. And then you get into that internet mentality. It's kind of ironic, I understand, but when you spend a lot of time in academia, you keep thinking about your emotions, keep dealing with ideal case scenarios versus realistic scenarios. You're coping using realistic scenarios, like, oh, of course there's like a 5% error rate in this reading thing that I spent 7 years looking at. Hope the next generation will be less than 5%, and I can barely publish this because 5% is like an enormous, it basically makes all of my data irrelevant because I couldn't increase the sensitivity of my methodology. That's the reality, and you spend most of the time coping with it. The internet does the same thing, only it's in an ironically different way. Like, oh, I'm playing the guitar. It's like, oh, this guy can play this with his hands closed in one hand, and then when he actually uses two hands, it's so much better than me. It's like, oh, that sucks. So you spend all the time coping until you're able to tackle it, right? Or you give up. A lot of times, giving up and avoiding it is a demonstration of a lack of commitment. And that's okay, because not everyone's life is dependent on being a good guitarist, right? And I think science is very similar to that. So here's a fun little analogy, or analogy or reference, maybe a reference to science fiction. Whenever you hear that scientists, right, that did everything for their project because their project was their life work. Those are the stakes. It's kind of an exaggeration based on their like actions, but the feeling that they're describing, the desperation, not even close. Like Full Metal Alchemist would be a great anime to talk about. The anime where the doctor converted his own daughter into a homunculi because of the desperation of fame and success on his funding of his projects. The emotions are there. The actions aren't necessarily realistic, it's more like dramatized, but it is there. How much stake do you think you have in your life's work? It comes with the territory of having idealism and conceptual heightened conceptual integrity. And it can be grounded by sufficiency and pragmatism. So oftentimes nowadays, I'm like, okay, that seems good enough, right? We're always talking about good enough. Does it produce a significant change? Despite never being in industry, I use sufficiency quite a lot. Like, is it good enough? Well, it's certainly not going to be good enough for the person who has an ideal understanding that 95% means 95%. So at any one time, you could be part of that 5%. Idealism would say, how do we get that to 99.99%? And then that 0.01% will have an idealism and say like, yo, what's up? This is 99.99%. How am I so unlucky to be the 0.01%? That is when data really shoots people in the slaps people back to reality, I suppose. Anyways, thanks for the conversation again, Prokal. Really appreciate it. I hope your university time is giving you a bunch of ideas and extracurricular things that makes you want to do and use that information. I think that's one of the things that would require a lot of emphasis. With knowledge, one must find application, or one should encourage oneself to find application. And working with others can find that application too, right? And as a bonus, could perform a new network of things. You could learn how to scout what type of dynamics you have with other working people. It's a little bit disconcerting when someone says they absolutely hate group projects as they're going through university, and my first thought is, how do you expect to get a job in the future? If they answer, I'm a superstar, and the only way I'm going to get a job is to become a superstar, I'm okay with that. But usually I don't think that's what they're going to say. They usually say something like, well, you know, I'm going to go in an interview process. I'm going to try to pick companies that I think I can work well with. And I'm like, you wouldn't know because you don't like working with others. That was one of the harsh realities that caused an argument earlier with someone else. Like, each time they talk about like potentially trivial things, they constantly complain about how they're special, they're not wrong, and everyone else is wrong, or everyone else doesn't do it right. And my first thought is, that is also probably the same reason why you hate group projects. They never work. You think they never work, and you always do your job and others always underperform. And then you're expecting to go into a company asking me about making a decision between two different companies. I'm like, none of them. You don't work with anyone. You don't like working with anyone. You're arrogant, narcissistic, and you can't take feedback. And you don't see that failing as a group can come with many things that can tell you how to not fail versus always succeeding by yourself or thinking you always succeed by yourself. That is a big discussion from previous months with this particular individual. And I was very not surprised that eventually this person will have a conflict of interest with me, and then they just brush my comments and opinions off as though they're always right. And that's when we stop talking, right? I never said I was right. I was suggesting that there is a different way to think about it. It's pretty absurd when you see a university person in a university environment. They work terrible with group projects, and they never believe they're fallible, and then still think that they can improve through the university life by not being able to take criticism. So you don't do any of that, then I'm not entirely sure why you're at a university. You can still get the university for the grades if it's free, which for this person it was free apparently. Everyone gets free college education in that country. That's kind of neat. And to me, they're using it as a stepping stone to get real experience. So perfectly fine, I suppose. I really doubt that whichever company they chose, if they do not learn the honest and realistic reality that they're going to have to work with other people, people are going to think he sucks as opposed to the other way around. And if it was true and he doesn't believe it, then that's a lifetime of cognitive dissonance. I think it is very, very unlikely that someone, and it's not going to be a coincidence, that someone who says they never get along in a group environment, never have a good experience with group projects, and then somehow think that they're going to work in a company, however small or large, is going to work. And then spend hours telling me about how he cares that other people cheat and he doesn't cheat, and therefore he should be entitled to special treatment because he knows other people cheat. That's not how the world works, in my opinion. So this person spends more time talking about putting himself above everyone else, and meanwhile this person is talking to me and I'm like, I'm the other else, so I can't elevate you anymore. I'm gonna criticize you. I'm gonna critique you and balance you, because I don't spend time talking to people who spends all their time thinking they're better than everyone they're talking to. Who am I? Then it's one of those things that defeat yourself. You go around saying how good you are and how bad other people are, and then you're talking to me while saying that. I'm like, has it ever occurred to you that then no matter who you talk to, in at least an intelligent person, someone who's more perceptive, would say, then why am I talking to you? It's weird, right? Unless there are reasons why you would talk to someone who thinks that they're better than you. If you need their services, right? If you want to enter a transactional thing. But in this case, when we're casually conversing, the benefit I get to talking to someone who always think they're better than me is get them to explain to me a lot of things quickly. Like, get all the information they can give me, because they're gonna want to talk about themselves. They're gonna want to take from them, right? You love the colors you've chosen for the background? Which background? Oh, did you? Oh, that's a nice background. It's nice blue. I like it. Yeah, the gray is a little... The blue one's nice. I like it. Hey Maku, I was wondering, do you include pitch accent in your mnemonics for Japanese vocals? For my Japanese, my mnemonics, no. Vocab. And what I mean is, my mnemonics itself does not have the Japanese pitch accent. I would love to do that though. I think I'm gonna do that in the future because of tones. The way HanziHero did it I want to add that. Right now, I'm looking at the Japanese vocab. So let me show you. I gotta skip to one that I have a train thought here. Hold up. Do you otherwise have any methods for memorizing pitch accent? No. Listening is my top. Listening is my top reliance. I rely on listening. Yeah, let me see if I can.
経済的
So, 経済的. So, it's right here. This is what I'm doing at the moment. 経済的. At some point, I ended up relying on the depiction. So, that's all I have right now. For the mnemonics, I had thought about adding it. So, in order to do the mnemonics, it'll just be low, high. I coincidentally I talked about this 2 days ago as part of like the new the top layer. So WaniKani, I was gonna add one more. I was gonna add for pitch accent on top, and then on the bottom is like the new mnemonic system, the noun, object, verb thing. But on top, I was gonna do a high-low, a low-high, maybe even down here. Where is the mnemonic will emphasize better versus worse. And that's probably what I'm going to do. Yeah, you find out listening can cement it over time if you heard enough. Yes. And you're testing a method for a mnemonic for them, though, since you want to memorize them faster so you don't learn them wrong. Yeah. All of the above. Variety, you're forming greater connections. So I'm seeing them too. So being able to see a representation along with the clustering, there's also other ways as well where outside of hearing and then seeing the thing, right? You can also vary depending on units, and in this case the unit is this, right? So you can also feel that out at some point as well. And then sentences help too. Like there's a different way. Sentences have a flow to them, right? It'd be like something like this. Right? So sentences will have a flow to them too when you hear them over and over again. That is different from the vocabulary itself. You made your own flashcard app and was able to add a visualization of pitch by pulling them from a database. This is what this is doing too. Yes, from a database. Seeing them also helps since you use your spatial memory. Yeah. So this is what it's doing here as well. And then most of the time, active recall. Active recall is probably something that's fallen behind. The only time I do active recall is mistakes management now. Or pause management is when I do active recall. However, active recall is one that is very excellent for these type of things. Things that you have to intuit or produce, right? You don't have to produce pitch accent here. When you're reading, you don't have to produce pitch accent. But if you're producing speech, active recall is great. This is not the same as hearing it and then repeating. That's passive recall. And reading like this is also passive. If you're writing something, that's active. Right. Can't skip active recall. This is one of the active recall is one of the downsides of translational methods, right? Because a lot of times the translational method only enforces an active recall of one direction as opposed to the other direction as well, or within the same language. When you're reading, you always hear the word in your head, so that's why you always want the pitch accent. Yes, me too. Me too. The one thing about pitch accent though is Chinese is probably a bit of a more thing to own the resolution of pitch accent in my as a side plug, because Chinese, it's inherent that the pitch accent must be correct in order to communicate the topic. When you transition into like speaking and stuff, oftentimes that can get lost in the background despite having a very long time. Like when you're learning the vocabulary word and the pitch accent, and then when you go into the sentences and construction of the sentences, that can create a lot of challenging connecting things, which Chinese can give you that flow too, where it is inherent to the accent, the pitch accent, because of tonality. Tonality is pitch accent, in my opinion, in a very reductive way. I think Chinese has helped with my internalization of pitch accent very quickly too. The Hanzi movie method was so effective for memorizing each character and all its details in a little bundle that I find it easier to deal with pitch in Chinese. Yes, it should be. It should be. So retroactively, it makes it easier to deal with it in Japanese, in my opinion. Largely because then Japanese has a feel following the initial pitch change. So there's generally only an initial pitch change. So they're single tonal units, as opposed to Chinese where there can be multiple tonal units in a concept of a single vocabulary word or phrase. They get really adjusted. Anyways, they're all related. I thought about it. So my sense is I was gonna add it now, eventually. Yeah, you only studied Chinese for a few months, but it really helped train your ears. Yeah. So I talked about this before as a disclaimer. A lot of people, when I started Japanese, like in Duolingo, right? I started Duolingo with Japanese, Chinese, and the first thing people assumed, which is fair because I'm a minority, they assumed that I didn't have the ear training for listening to pitch accent. And they're like, oh yeah, you want to be careful. And then they do that classical litmus test about like Nihongo, right? Nihongo versus like Nihon, right? And or Nihon versus Nihon versus Nihon, right? That type of thing. One of the things is my parents speak Fujianese, and I listen to Chinese a lot because my parents use Chinese. One of the things that are inherited is the tones. Tones is great. Now, here's a really fun exercise, Beep. Whenever you talk to someone, you know, like using speech in English, you can use your tonality, the things you're training for Japanese and Chinese, and you can use it to depict non-verbal tonal cues in English speakers. I've used that quite a lot. There's a very, very regular tonality in English speakers that give away their subtextual feelings when they're speaking versus when they're typing. So that can give away a lot of things. Or you can manipulate it in a way for your English to sound different. Or you can match their cadence using your ear training. And a lot of this stuff can be intuitive. So how do you sound a little concerned, right? Oh, I'm really sorry to hear that. I hope that the future will bring much more exciting things, right? I think appreciating pitch accent, tonality, and mora, we must not forget mora, Moda about the Japanese side of things, where Moda is very consistent. The idea is you can also use this in English. English is fantastic when you're studying actors and performances. And I feel like actors naturally do this over time because they have so many examples. So they can mirror immediately. And that's what I think about pitch accent. So when I think about pitch accent, you know, you talked earlier about if you keep hearing it, you would internalize it. Actors can hear and see someone, and it takes them within a year to nearly indistinguishably mirror someone's ability, their cadence and their speech, let alone their, you know, nonverbal cues and their body language and whatnot. Humans are great. Humans are great at doing that, and when you train that, it really does show. My favorite ones are whenever I listen to someone who is exceptional at communication and they do speak multiple languages or even different accents. Their transition is incredible, not as a parlor trick. When they're giving seminars, or they're talking to people, or when they're host, like talk show host. And the thing that interests me a lot about consistent talk show hosts, like late night TV shows or like live in front of a live audience things, is how dynamic their speech pattern is. And you can hear it. Like, oh, interesting. So many times when you think about charismatic, well-spoken people, they don't feel like they're one note, right? Because they can choose to moderate it. And I feel when you start appreciating things like that, especially through learning another language, especially a tonal one or a pitch accent one, you start looking at English very differently, in my opinion. You start listening, it's like, that might be one of the reasons why I really enjoy how bright this English speaker is, this English actor, right? English speaking actor. Instead of a lot of people would say like, oh, you know, that person's American, so that's what they, so they're attaching like context to knowing that the person sounds American as opposed to the quality and nature of the way they speak. Oh, and you're always paying attention to people's tones and reading their subtext with it. Yes, that is, it's extra. It really, really excellent. And you can also wield it the moment you get prepped for it. So to me, when someone says, oh yeah, you know, pitch accent doesn't matter, like you can still get the point across. What's the point of pitch accent? This is a contentious debate in the Japanese language learning thing. Oftentimes, I don't really think about the reasons you don't have to do something. Let's think about the reasons you do. Oh, you could do something with the skill you're practicing. Pitch accent, moda, and tones can make your English exceptionally vibrant and dynamic. You can pause, extend your syllables in a very deliberate way, because English can accommodate the pitch accent, the volume, the speed, and including the weirdness of tones to accent certain things. So where it's restrictive in one language, it can be incredibly flexible in another language. And that's what's great about learning several languages. The idea is you kind of know where you have enough and where you can push the limits. So in English, the nice thing about having English, in my opinion, right? Nice, it's not a competition. The idea of encouraging someone to listen for pitch accent and tonality is you can incorporate it into English. It will make you sound distinctively commanding and dynamic when you're trying to match someone else's energy in English. In Chinese, It's a little bit more restrictive because of tonality, but that's also the charm of Chinese. And then pitch accent is even more so subtle, right? But you can capture it. You can even, maybe funny enough, utilize it in a comical way. Right? You think everyone does subconsciously, but for you, it's often an analytical thing. Me too. I think there are obviously most people who use it intuitively. Completely separate from language, I've always been hyper aware of how tones affect communication, change my own tone to get things across in your way you intend. Yes, me too. Now, it's hard to know if it's because I grew up around a tonal language, right? Our environments do reflect a lot of our normalized behavior and our habits. So, from a young age, that's what I use. It was my, one could say, it was my analytical edge to compensate for my lack of emotional response. If I had to be really critical about myself, I was emotionally stunted when I was younger, and not necessarily because I was like developmentally impaired. I was more environmentally impaired. I was very emotionally withdrawn. So in order to create an analytical basis for how I interact with people, since I don't communicate with people very often when I was younger, was the analyses of their voices. And I was drawn to movies, acting, directing, writing. Those things produced a more of a very cold-hearted but still informative way of working on my communication skills until much later on in adulthood, where I was able to offer the opportunity to communicate in various situations. And with that, the rest is history. Now we're combining the two. The analytical uses that I have, like for example, I practice when to smile and laugh and use body language to communicate things. Like, you might be thinking, well, why would anyone want to pretend? Why would they need to illustrate that they're nervous? Wouldn't that just be lying? Well, if someone else is nervous and you're able to reflect that energy, you could make them feel more comfortable. So it's about use cases, not necessarily. You can kind of see that as manipulation. You can also see that as empathy. So one of the things is, the first type of thing that I learned how to do was learn how to laugh. I honestly did it analytically, how to laugh. In fact, to this day, I still have problems telling jokes. Yeah, the joke's on me on that one. Perhaps one day I'll deliver a knockout punch at some point. Generally, situational irony is what I rely on when it comes to jokes. So it's less about the cadence and pacing of the speech, but more so about the contrast in the objective or subjective scenario that I'm describing. So oftentimes it's more like poetic irony or situational irony. Like making light of the idea that English as bad is good and good is bad. Or sometimes good is okay, but bad is always good. That's kind of funny. Now, if I had more eloquence, and I could kind of weave that into a much more dynamic speech. Like you could pause a little, you could set it up a little bit, and then it could be a little bit more engaging. Humans always find a way to communicate what they want to. I like to believe so. Well-timed, performative, but lack of a better word. Emotion is not unfamiliar to you. You don't consider it lying as though as it's coming from an honest place. That's fair. It's fair. Being able to communicate that intent is my sufficient gold standard. So when the thought of it's coming from an honest place is placed well, I agree. And hopefully that involves being able to communicate that honest place, right? Without clear communication or subtextual communication of that honest place, your intent may not necessarily be appreciated by the other person. So it's one of those things like when I hear, as long as it's coming from an honest place, or as it's coming from an honest place, one can still be a jerk while intending to be honest. And that was one of the things that really highlights why I absolutely love communication skills. One thing that can elevate the intent and honest place is also pursuing a craft in trying to communicate it. How to appear honest while lying? No, I'm kidding. I was thinking of a cynical thought. Like, someone could bend my words and say, well, then couldn't you practice lying but appearing honest? It's like, well, yes. They're one and the same. So when you have the skills to do that, you might also be able to appreciate the responsibility you have. You try less often though to perform because you tend not to be able to come across as genuine because, well, it's not. See, that's where I disagree with you. Yeah. I mean, like, from my perspective. But from your perspective, if you don't consider it as genuine, or it comes off as not genuine, then that is fair. Because the intent would no longer be genuine. Instead, you try to express yourself in a way that is natural to you, which may not look very expressive, but is effective. And you're just referring to yourself. Yeah. For myself, doing that performance is my genuine self. Trying to reach empathy through performance is the best and most effective way that's naturally me. So the performance that you're talking about is performing by masking what you are, but I perform to illustrate what I do. And that means that it's kind of a different situation, I suppose. We are not disagreeing with each other directly because our situations are no longer the same, right? It's kind of like saying, does an actor fake by performing? They don't. Or some of them do, some of them don't. You know, those are the two kinds. You've been doing a masking kind of your life, so you've been trying to retrain to be able to do what you're describing. Yeah, I reach to empathize. So it's kind of like method acting, right? When you're method acting, you're trying to be as close as possible to the thing you're trying to perform, and it gets you closer to that. And that's what I've been seeking most of my life, because as a younger child, I did in fact mask most of my life. Not because I wanted to, I was unable to communicate it. So in order to more effectively communicate it, I learned how to perform. It could be an actor. You could be an actor if you had. Let's see all the people required. Let's see all the other required skills. I think my first one would be I thought about acting as well, like the performing arts. I thought about it as well. It would, if I started early, I had a problem with dissociative personality disorders. Like, I wasn't very sure what I was. So I think to me that's what makes actors identifiable. So despite them performing, right? Despite them adjusting and performing to other things, the grandiose, the actors of note have their essence of integrating what they are with the performance. So they are very identifiable of them, and I lack that completely. Until recently. Like, I didn't have a personality of my own. Like, when I was criticizing about the worry about younger adults growing up on the internet, not being able to find a solid identity or identifiable identity in order to like integrate and synthesize their own information. I was, again, not necessarily talking about any specific young adult. I was also talking about myself. When I was younger, I was not personality wise very identifiable from anything that I was trying to act as. So in a way, I agree with you. A life of masking one's life becomes as disingenuous, unless the intent behind that performance was to reach someone else. But in order to do that, you would need an identity of your own. So now I perform to empathize with people because I already know where my feelings are coming from. Now it's an attempt to perform to get to understand the other person's feelings. So when someone's nervous, I want to use my ability to understand what nervousness is and then bring them in, like allow them to slowly, maybe I can bring them into my level. So if I need to calm someone down, I would match their energy first by understanding what it's like to be nervous. But I myself might not feel nervousness at this moment because I'm not the one giving the speech. So I would have to be able to perform knowing that I'm not the person giving the speech yet. And then have them come to me slowly and getting them to come. Yeah, cognitive empathy is what I feel the actors are really good at. Because actors have to perform to the script. Like, you have to perform to someone else's vision of a character and then integrate your own vision into it. You could be one of those actors that don't care, and then you have this detached form of performance. That's what I would say would have crushed my acting dreams. I did not have the ability to do that, where you still bring some of you in your portrayal of something that is someone else's idea, because then it would be like an actor that feels detached from the performance. You can still be really good, but those are the actors that are robotic, right? They can come off as very calculatingly unfeeling because there's a lack of passion behind it. You have no attachment to the thing. Your whatever your identity is, you don't know what it is. Like I didn't know what I was. Like as a kid, I still don't know how to describe it. It's like I had no interest in anything. Can't give what you don't have. Yes, you can't give what you don't have yet. And luckily for me now, that's in the past. And that thing that I'm talking about, that identity, I am not underplaying it. It is a source of impeccable, indefinite self-motivation. It is your solidarity. It is when someone talks to you, right? If someone talks to you and they tell you, I don't know what it is, but when I'm around you, it just feels like most things are going to be okay. That is a great indicator that you have an identity that is expressive and solid, because the way you communicate about your own identity is confident and you identifiably you. So when someone comes to you and say, oh man, I really do feel you, man. Like, well, yes, that's excellent. I was very cold when I was younger. I don't think people ever said that to me, ever. They more like, hey, do you have the answer for this thing? And I just give it to them, right? Like, there's no empathy involved. Most of the things are transactional, which is what I find in young adults now online. It's transactional. It's like, hey, do you know the answer to this? It's like, oh yeah, it's this. Thanks. You're welcome. Now, when someone asks me, like, what's the answer to this? It's like, well, I believe the answer is this, but may I ask, why are you asking this question? I'm kind of curious, because if I were to be in your shoes, I would imagine the Google, you can Google that and find the answer. Why ask me? May I ask, is there something about my response that intrigues you? And that is when you start thinking, what are the motivations and the other person's interests, because you can probably provide even more than a simple answer. And that to me is when it changed. I wasn't that person. I think it was maybe 19 or 20 before I actually considered the other person's feelings, or trying to get into the other shoes to anticipate and or embody what they are. Like, for example, when someone asks a question about, hey, have you ever had a problem where your friend like backstabs you? And I'm like, where's this coming from? Like, yes, but may I ask? Here, I'll give you an example. There are times, I'm not friends with everyone that I've ever met in my life. Sometimes friends have conflict of interest. So now you're trying to draw an empathy, right? You're trying to draw empathy, and you're also technically putting on a performance in some way, because you're trying to channel when was the last time you had that emotion. And when you're channeling from a previous emotion, those memories are incomplete. Emotional memories are not like felt vividly all the time, unless you're one of those super rare people who do actually have eidetic emotional memories. I do not. I'm not one of them. And super rare, I mean like less than 1%. So what effectively you're communicating, expressing, is a performance of your genuine emotional anecdotes, but you're also projecting and trying to empathize on their emotional anecdotes. And that's where the difference between someone who's emotionally intelligent, and I've already had a couple people come by, it's like, emotional intelligence is a joke, it doesn't exist. And my thought is, well, probably the emotional intelligence they're talking about, like studying and analytically being emotionally intelligent, or somewhat. And even then I would have a little problematic with that. The idea is it's reflected in the way you talk. You can know a lot of things, and you can know the exact same knowledge that someone else does, but the way you present and interact with someone, there's a very startling difference between someone who is emotionally intelligent and who one is not emotionally intelligent. I can tell you, because if you listen to my 18-year-old sub, there's no emotions involved in most of the things he say. He would say, how was the movie? It was good. Like, did you like the movie? I think so. Or I think so. I didn't even use uptone, by the way. I would probably say something like, I think so, instead of, I think so? If you say, I think so, you're still more emotionally intelligent, because you're considering whether you like the movie or not after being asked. When you are emotionally unintelligible or like lacking emotions, you would say it straight with no consideration of anything. Like, it's just a matter of fact, right? And that's how consistent you are as a matter of fact. It usually becomes cold and just unattached to anything. But you can fool people who aren't discerning enough. Exactly. And that can be abused. So that's a cynicism, right? Where it comes, and the idea in my mind's eye is, if you have that ability, you also come to the realization of its abuse and its neglect, right? So where there's great aptitude, there's also ways to profit and opportunistic. That's the life of the human condition. Unintentional lack of emotional reciprocation may appear cold because of social norms, but it doesn't mean you really are, of course. However, it's also a social norm of what you do not communicate is still a social norm of the limits of what someone else can understand about you. So understanding unintentional lack of emotional reciprocation can be augmented by additional information of unemotional reciprocation. So the difference there is people who are unintentionally lack of emotional reciprocation also do not have the emotional intelligence to communicate that they are not emotionally reciprocating. So those individuals are the people that I'm talking about that probably lack identity and an ability to express it. They do not have a commitment or movement or motivation to do so. It doesn't reflect upon themselves. So like, having the urge to do so, if you think you aren't lacking emotional reciprocation, they typically would have an expressive manner, not in like an emotional expressive, but a pedantic, contextual, semantic expression follow-up for their urge of needing to be emotionally reciprocating. So there's more. You can make a distinction between someone who is unintentionally lack of emotional reciprocation and is lacking in emotional reciprocation. Largely because you can still semantically say that or say more despite not being intuitively emotionally reciprocating. Or like a maybe body language or something. I don't remember how much my body language was, but I was largely very unanimated. I think one of my favorite comments a lot of times when over the years was someone said that I talk with my face a lot. And as far as I remember when I was a younger person, I think I joke about this. My joke was when I was younger, someone always told me like, man, you look like you're 14 or something. I was 21 at the time. And my joke was, yes, because I never smile. Or like move my face when I was younger. It helped keep the wrinkles down. that was actually my joke before. Talk with your face. You're not supposed to. You know, like the constant poker face. You know how like if you were younger, one of the earliest indicators that you have an probably unintentional lack of emotional reciprocation is when someone asks you something and you're just straight up always have a poker face. Or when you're like thinking, it's hard for someone to tell if you're thinking, you're mad, you're sad, you're anything because you have one face for everything. Like when someone says, oh yeah, didn't you like that movie? It was so awesome. And you're like, yes, I find it incredibly stimulating. It was the most exciting movie I've ever seen. Oh, you thought you were saying someone told you that you were talking with your face? Yeah. Yeah, that's what someone said. They said I talk with my face. They say I think with my face too. So like whenever someone like tries to get a reaction from me, they're like, okay, I know you didn't say anything, but you really do talk with your face. And I'm like, oh, okay. I'm like, all right. The other phrase when I was like in my mid-20s is your face is very animated. And I'm like, huh. I didn't know that. Yeah, the poker face thing. Yeah, basically when someone asks you, oh man, this is the most hype game ever. It's like, I know. It's the most hype game ever. Trust me when I say this. It is the most exciting game I've ever played in my life. You should play it. Right? I totally give this 11 out of 10. It was the most exciting thing I've ever played in the last 3 years. Click like and subscribe. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I feel that's probably what I look like, but in a more subtle way. Like when someone says like, oh, did you think that test was really hard? Oh man, I was struggling with this one problem. It's like, well, yeah, that problem was really hard, but how hard did you study? Like, what did you think the answer was? Oh yeah, that's not right. I'm sorry to hear that you had problems with the test. I thought the test was fairly reasonable. Yeah, there were some hard questions, but I think that was okay. It was perfectly reasonable, and I feel like I performed sufficiently. Again, I'm sorry to hear that you had such a hard time with the exam. And that is one of those like, alright, I don't want to talk to this guy anymore. At least in my opinion. Like, so you can still compensate though. The way I compensate it is with analytical explainers. So like I use some people find that very cathartic, by the way. There in my younger age, a lot of emotional people found it comforting that my demeanor rarely ever changes. It's very calming. So a cold-hearted person can appear very calming if they're excellent at saying the words, but appear very emotionally muted. So you can say the correct words to calm someone down when your default is calming. Genuinely, I don't think it even registers for me sometimes when people aren't expressive, because you can still read enough emotion. Me too. It doesn't... I agree. I agree. And hear me out. Sometimes I also go as far as saying, hey. I do this with text, by the way. So when you say there's enough emotion in it, now hear me out. I spend more than 80% of my time reading text. So I actually rely on projecting word patterns to a hypothetical face that I'm thinking about and then reading between the lines. So there was a guy, like the guy that was disagreeable to me, said like, no, text can only be interpreted literally, and only literally in the way that it is unemotional. And my first thought was like, we're talking about language learning, right? What about diction, word choice? Those, if you have enough experiences with other people, which this person clearly did not, because they kept saying that they don't like being around people and they only care about their own feelings and whatnot, and that's fair. But that individual also do not have projections of individuals. So when you still read emotions, you are also filling in the blanks intuitively, despite possibly not even have emotions there. That's also someone who reads emotionally with text. Like when you say genuinely and you say you don't think, it's telling something about the subtextual nature. Like that can help when you're spending a lot of time exploring how people converse and talk as well. And then you start blending those things together. And I agree with you. Nowadays, despite seeing someone, like, how can you tell someone who is like this face and this face, but this is not apparent? This is hidden. How can you tell? That's why we use exclamation marks, emojis for that matter. Yeah, but remember, not everyone is effective at using the same communication styles and using the tools, right? That's what we were talking about here. The idea is, and that's where it ends. A lot of times people don't use that. Accepting the idea that it has to be identical. Like, text is not speech. So, but text can do things text can do things differently. However, just because they can, it's hard, or it would be very idealistic to assume other people are able to do that. Much like speaking and reciprocating emotional, facial, nonverbal cues. And I say that with great earnest because when I was younger, I didn't think I had a problem. Or I didn't think I have a deficiency, right? The cold hard truth and the intent behind the genuine intent by the cold hard truth is only appreciated by someone who believes that it's the limits of their ability. And now it's not. Now I like to see if I can do things a little bit different, and it's wonderful. Learning another language produces a different results too. Now you can exclaim in a different language, you know, right? Claro, right? Claro. Obviously that's the case, right? 你听到我说的什么 right? Just that's now you can do willy-nilly things. And it's funny because there's a good chance that the other person might not know the language, but they probably know what you meant. Emotional awareness. You probably could guess what I said in Chinese there, even if you don't. Okay, all right. Thank you for that share, Beep. I feel like we might have some coincidental early life experiences, considering how you... Did you understand what I said? Yes. That's exactly what I said. Yeah. Exactamento. Dude, that lifted from the depths of your foggy Chinese brain. Well, there you have it. There you have it. All right. We gotta get going. But, whoops. Wait. Hold. Passage of time. I thought this was like traditionally. What was another? Oh wait. Oh, I know what this is. But can I get it? Hang on. I really gotta go to the bathroom, so I'll be right back. All right. I need to unload like 300 milliliters of overhydration from all the conversation I had. I'm kidding about the 300 milliliters. Maybe 100 mil or something. I imagine. All right. Let's skip this for now. We need to warm up into this. Didn't need to know that? Oh, that's fine. Oh, here's a little fun, interesting conversation. Have you ever noticed, I'm not sure if you noticed this phenomenon. So when you have like a tube, right, of a proteinaceous liquid, fluid, right? If you shake it up, it will become all bubbly. What is an example of a proteinaceous fluid? Something like a milk, right? Right? And there's a reason why there's bubbling. And it has something to do, you just know, okay. It's because of how the protein properties work, right? Oh, it's such a coincidence. Now, think about it. When you go and urinate, I know. I think you don't need to know this. But you can also tell when you have a lot of excess protein in your urine. Sorry. Yeah, legumes. Legumes is it's highly proteinaceous. So, certain times, and the reason why this happens quite a bit, is that you might be consuming a protein that's also maybe not getting absorbed quite a bit. Or it could also be like there's another source of proteins, and that could be like cellular damage, which is not like a crazy thing. It's more like recycling of old cells and stuff. So oftentimes when you look at your urine, if it bubbles a lot and it's like a different color, like a really yellowish color, it means, you know, you've consumed a lot of nutrients, but it's coming out in your urine. So whenever I think about, if you don't go to the bathroom for a really long time, like early in the morning when you go to the bathroom, and you like ever notice that your urine creates a lot, WebMD, it means you're dying. Yeah, so that's kind of one of the things you want to look out for every once in a while. Either it's normal because you've just eaten or consumed a lot of resources, or you might want to be cognizant of your like lacking nutrients, like maybe your body's having problems absorbing nutrients. But that's kind of one of the things I think about whenever I'm urinating. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's what happens when you start thinking about applying all the knowledge you have. So I'm sorry I had to make it about urine, but that was a funny coincidence that you literally just noticed the foaming effect. Yeah, it's usually the proteins getting perturbed in a solution that creates the bubbles. So whenever you're looking at like coffee and stuff, if you have milk in it, it becomes very foamy when you like start stirring and stuff. But the coffee itself, which is liquid and like that stuff, wouldn't foam like that. Yeah, it's the protein. And hear me out. It's a really long, it's a kind of a short and funny story, but it was what my biochemistry professor taught me. He is one of the biggest reasons why I talk about science and integrate things that I know each and every day into my normal lifestyle, because that's kind of how the way he taught. Like one of the exam questions was about the fries he left in the fridge, and then when he goes to eat the fries, what are the processes that happen in the saliva in your when you're masticating, right? Masticating in your mouth, what are the potential amylases doing? And then you're tracking the response when it hits the stomach and stuff. I still remember that exam question. Yeah. He was very passionate about, and the reason why he probably picked fries, now that in retrospect, is he once shared that he has a guilty pleasure for carbs. He's kind of a big hefty fella, but a very like he is a very nice person. He has that hefty fella, good, like wholesome smiling thing. So it's not a surprise nowadays in retrospect thinking that he would ask a carb question like that. Because he probably thought of it when the idea is he probably thought of it when he literally went to get the fries from his fridge one day. He's like, oh yeah, this would make for a really fun exam question for the biochem class. I was like, oh yeah. You use chickpeas liquids, aka aquafaba. Oh yeah, that's right, aquafaba. As an egg replacer, very bubbly. Then notice it in the other liquids. Yeah. Yep. Excellent source of protein. The foaminess makes you think. It's also carbs and proteins, but it's the beer has that too. Carbs and proteins interacting with a solution, bubbly. Anyways, fun stuff. There's so many interesting things you can observe in your life, and then the internet can provide you with all the interesting informations involved. All right. Oh wait, that's not right. Ma something. Hold? Maneku.
招く
I typed ko out of habit. That's not ko. That's the strength of poop right there. How do you get strengthful poop? With yogurt. I didn't make that up. That's part. That's funny. I just thought it was funny, so.
態度
Idol.
不眠症
Show. You're allergic to yogurt? Oh. May I ask what type of component of yogurt that you're allergic to? I guess if you're saying yogurt, it would be something inherent to the yogurt and not the culture. Like the bacterial culture they use. Interesting. Allergic to yogurt. Hopefully it's not it's not dairy, is it? Or some sort of dairy related thing. You did already mention some replacers, egg replacers. Both cow and goat dairy. I see. Fair enough. Makes me think if you what type of lifestyle you have. I mean, goat and cow dairy is not very common in my household as well, so it might not be that shocking. Only recently figured that out though. It stinks. Oh, I see. Do you have like rash breakouts and whatnot? Maybe, or are we talking about like full blown like tightening of the esophagus and whatnot? No wheat, beef, or oats. Oh, wow. That's quite an eclectic mix. So it sounds like rice is on the table though, right? Kind of start to be a combination of like celiac and stuff too. But so we have rice and seafood still. Nothing life-threatening, thankfully, just high levels of itchiness. That's fair. Sounds like it's a fish and rice situation. I imagine fish is on the table. And then we still gotta have veggies and fruits. Imagine being allergic to vegetables. Sadly, you can't stand seafood? Listen, you gotta try harder. I'm kidding. No, how many? You eat a lot of chicken and legumes? I see. That's fair. Legumes. And chicken, huh? So bird is on the table. How about turkey?
先端
How do I gobble gobble? Of course, okay. I don't know. Do you observe American Thanksgiving? Because that's kind of coming up. And before you're Canadian, it's like, that was last week. I'm kidding. I think it was 2 weeks ago, actually. The 13th or something like that. It's been a little over. I was talking to Gecko about American. Yes, but this year will be harder. Oh, okay. Harder, you say? That doesn't sound very auspicious. How do we perform? What am I doing for perform? N? Oh my gosh. I actually genuinely didn't think about it being N.
心得る
心得る Okay. What? Oh wait, that's judge.
独り言
独り言 Okay, fine. You'll have an awesome custom Thanksgiving with interesting foods I can eat. Nah, who am I kidding? I miss stuffing. Aww. Stuffing will trigger your allergy, right? I don't actually know what's in stuffing. My parents don't. We don't make like Thanksgiving dinner situations. I think we do encounter stuffings when we visit family friends. Can't have normal bread. I still don't know what's in stuffing. Is that normal bread? I'm guessing it deals with like croutons or something, so that's normal bread. I always thought stuffing looked suspiciously like croutons. Lots of bread. Oh, okay. Pardon my ignorance, but is pita considered wheat? That's a bread. It has bread in it, so like a pita bread is still wheat, right? These are questions I haven't asked myself because, as far as I know, I don't have an allergy to wheat. Now I'm starting to think about this stuff. What? Stream. Oh, this is like
極める
Yes, as far as you know, if you buy something classified as bread at the store or any baked goods, it has wheat. Okay, unless it's gluten-free or wheat-free. And this allergy, it's not celiac, or is it celiac? It kind of feels like the whole beef thing as well as all that other thing. It kind of just goes with that. Not celiac. Interesting. Hmm.
靴下
Life is interesting without bread. We don't consume bread either, like very often. Actually, probably. I don't remember having the. Oh, we don't have a lot of wheat product. Technically, you don't know, but from the research, you remember doing probably not. Okay. Yeah. Oops.
費用
Expense. Wait, expense use? Yeah, we don't use wheat too often. Rice is the closest thing for a carb source. Rice. If that wasn't predictable. Heal. Expense use. I want to say it's pay. Celiac is specifically gluten issue, but you actually don't appear to have a problem with gluten itself, just actual wheat. Ah, that was in the gluten. Intriguing. So legumes, your go-to carb. What about mushrooms? What about the shroom life? Are you shrooming up? That's a weird way to say it. Do you do shrooms? Wheat allergy is related to asthma, which you also had more as a kid, but it's been almost gone since you going off weeks. I thought I was asthmatic in an early life. I still kind of think I'm asthmatic, but it's been less since running. I think this is still expense or cost or fee, like, probably just expense. Oh, this is the weird like tata heck. Heck. It's like the 2 tacos. Two tacos. Oh, wait. Tacos fooling the bee again.
再び
Tatabi. Ellie don't like shrooms. They are one of the few things you cannot tolerate tasting. What? Oh. What specific? Can you characterize the taste of shrooms? What type of shrooms are we talking about? Are we talking about those like button cap shrooms? What about enokis or shiitakes? Shiitake mushrooms, mold? Oh, that taste. Intriguing. You know, now that you mention it, it kind of does, huh? I haven't actually thought of it that way. Some of like the earthiness could actually be like mold. Huh. Like the funk. Interesting. No, it's okay. I actually don't mind it. I like the funky kind of thing. That's kind of like well, I like mushrooms. So mushrooms are great. And it might be for the very reason that you don't. I don't actually know for sure. Good for you, you're laughing. Yeah, enoki is great. Soups, enoki. Or like miso with tofu and shiitake. It's great. Oh man, braised portobellos. Delightful. You can't deal with funk taste. Same reason you don't like fish. Oh, yeah, it's probably dealing with a nitrogen compound. They're related. I'm sure it comes as no surprise, but the tendency of being sensitive to nitrogenous compounds go hand in hand. Fish and fungus. They're around, like fish, while it's a different process, it's because of the fish itself, like how the nitrogenous compound when fish is handled, but fungus naturally decompose and express like aromatically or tastefully nitrogenous compounds because they're decomposers, right? But fish, due to handling, even it has to be like the utmost. Like even if I were to convince you that fresh fish, yeah, exactly. I was about to say exactly what you're about to say. Even if I would argue, like I would encourage you to tell you that the nitrogenous handling, like the nitrogenous compound, can be kept to a minimum, like going to Japan and then eating from a fish market and stuff. Even then, it is a luxury. It is a thing that you would need accessibility to. And even then, that's kind of like jumping through hoops depending on what your accessibility is, right? It's great if you like go to Japan or go to somewhere like live right next to a fish market. You can probably redefine your conventional wisdom about the extent of the nitrogenous ammonia, like the ammonia related compounds due to fish being out of water. But yeah, and mushrooms, there's no way around that. That's kind of part of the mushrooms deal. But you could kind of get really fresh mushrooms, but it's still there. I'm like specifically trying to imagine the funk. What about cheeses? Are you also, and I'm not talking about like dairy cheeses, but like alternative cheeses. I don't know if paneer has wheat in it. Let me see. Does paneer have wheat or dairy in it? Or does it have to? Yes, it does. But it is naturally gluten-free. But it does, yeah. Or that's what Gemini says. But it is a dairy product though. But I don't know. Oh, it is made from the cow. Never mind. Just kidding. It uses cow dairy. I thought maybe it could be prepared with a substitute or something. The reason why I brought paneer up. Welcome to the world of, does this have wheat or dairy? Yes, it does. Well, again, most of my diet has little to we don't on a daily process. 90% of the time we do not consume wheat or dairy in the house. Interestingly enough, it's a pure coincidence. I'm not suggesting that other households, like other Chinese households, do not consume wheat or dairy. My family just happens to not consume wheat or dairy, I suppose. It's rice, 3 portions of lettuce, an egg, 2 eggs over easy, and then 2 fillets. Your American diet is hard to overcome. That's fair. Americanized diet will definitely. About cheeses, you love cheeses. I'm not sure if there are any particular cheese substitutes that comes to mind. I'm actually kind of curious. If you took a... Oh, no. I'm allergic to living, so... But the replacers are not funky tasting? I see. So you can eat those things, right? You can eat things. At least you don't have allergies because you're alive. This is like a competition now. I don't think I should speak in this way. I should tell you that I'm allergic to living. I want to share in this like sharing of inconvenience in life. I run every day, but I'm allergic to outside. I'm so allergic that I think I lost the utility of my right nostril. The inner lining of my right nostril is so blocked up from a growth. Do you know why you love the taste of goat cheese even though some people think it tastes funky? Is it a different source of funkiness? I am not aware of what goat cheese tastes like. At least I'm not. What is it? Or are you asking me, you tried one, it used coconut oil. Intriguing. I think that sounds like a reasonable substitute. I don't think I've had something of that nature. What is that? City run? I thought that was he managed. Huh. Or am I allergic to pollen and stuff? Yeah, just stuff. Living things. Living things responsible for our oxygen supply. Yeah, I'm allergic to botanical life. Doesn't stop me from running and hacking up a lung every time I go running outside. But you know. How about animals? It's often unclear because animal dander carries outside. So maybe in the most sheltered case possible of an animal, like no. But usually animals in this neighborhood are outside. They encounter the outdoors. It's not life-threatening. It's just it's often a persistent cough or like a sneezing or clearing my nose. So it might not sound like a big deal because generally speaking, there's a lot of acclimation to it. It is unclear if my allergies have been changing to food though. There are certain things that make my throat a pretty big nightmare. Like soybean products, like soy milk has been an interesting thing. I used to drink it as a childhood, but nowadays it makes my throat itchy from the inside. So it's kind of one of those things like you're trying to itch it, but it's definitely the esophagus that is inflamed. Apple skin as well. That's another thing. Life changes. Yeah. You keep track of these things, right? You try to keep track of these things. What the? Huh. No. Not enough sleep. Zoku.
寝不足
寝不足。なぜなら Heck
なぜなら
You once heard of someone that found out that not everyone has itchiness when eating apples? You once heard of someone that found out that not everyone has itchiness when eating apples? Interesting. Is that suggesting that that person believed most people had itchiness when eating apples? Intriguing. I wonder what type of... Huh. Like eating apples always made their mouth itchy and then someone told them that's not normal. Yeah. Yeah, that... I got it. Like, yeah. I got it. It took me a little bit. And my first thought is like, huh, I wonder what type of life this person lived. Because they complained, I see. Intriguing.
星占い
Uranai.
光栄
Boy. Heck. Wait. Yes. Okashia.
菓子屋
Okashia.
我
Ware
々
ware. Okay.
市営
Chie. Heck. I was supposed to say Viking. I'm Finns. Oh.
あげる
It is. Think to rise is what? To raise something up? Oh no. It's a difference between raise and rise, which is I'm gonna feign ignorance for that one. Why did I think that was it? Oh, it's because I'm not gonna talk about it. How does this one work? Could it be market? Castle? Oh no, that's probably castle. Wait.
Hokkyoku
Yoku.
睡眠
Yeah? Yeah. Eh?
責任感
Kininkan. Wait. The Kininkan.
Tats
That's Heck. Oops. Bod. I meant to type. Oh my. I meant to type bog. I typed God and dog. Okay.
貸す
That's.
輸入する
Okay. Old.
ゆえに
Yuan.
濃度
No.
前景
Think.
立てる
Did you?
再来週
I see.
比較的
Teki. Ne? Ek. Ekin law? What the law? You're gonna go make some wheat-free, dairy-free, beef-free, oak-free, cheese-free stiff food. Bye for now. Alright, take care, B. Enjoy. Let me know what you end up making. I'm kind of interested. It makes me curious about how someone maximized food taste and enjoyment and exploration given so many dietary restrictions. I like to engage in this reinvention of a dairy-free, beef-free, oak-free, cheese-free food. Preferably without any pollen. Not easily, I can imagine. I can imagine. Thanks for the conversation. I look forward to hearing your food exploits. Law 2. Uh,
面接する案外
Angai. Unexpected? Or unexpectedly? Unexpectedly? Somehow I just want to do
混
majiru.
じる
Okay. To get mixed in? Something's not right about that. To get mixed up in. Okay. Oh.
針金 貸し切り
Heck.
憧れ
Ne?
痛む
Amu. uh. No. No. Ah. Having multiple thoughts about the left. Why is that? Why is there... What? Is that not a show? Did I type show? Shohi. What? Oh, no, wait, that's Shahi.
社費
Shahi company expense.
長靴
Not that. Like, took the, just yoinked the cookies and retreated, right? This the, Shirizoku? I don't think so. Oh no, it has to be. I don't have anything else. Oh, that's a
退く
Shirizoku, okay.
創造的
Zozote. Whoops. The heck? What in... What are you? It's Totsu. Which is... It's sun. But there's also something else. Stab. What? Is that not Ken? Oh, am I doing a...
県営
I was doing a butt.
評価
Yoka. Ah, Yoka. Yo. What the hell? The right hand is definitely value. The left hand, I'm not... Wait. I'm not sure quite what I'm looking at. I'm back.
限度
What in the... Stop! Oh my gosh. That divide. What?
退屈
退屈。中途、han something ba? Han heck.
中途半端
半端。Either way, don't even.
橋
Dang it. I might be confusing this with something. I'm like, dang, this is a little bit disappointing. I'm definitely confusing this with something. I lost the who. Shake. What was I thinking of? Oh? Oh, to catch? That's disappointing. What? Oh.
身振り
Iburi.
今だ
衣服
Heck. Yeah.
占拠する
Thankyos. That's fine. What?
書評
Hyo. I'm still not quite sure what Hyo is at the moment. Would help with another thing. Oh. Is it like criticize? Oh, chastise. Chastise. Uh oh, that's Ze.
脱税
That's his. um. Heck. Hmm. Oh no, it's Cape. I keep. Oh man, I instantly do Oru. It so often.
Furu.
Uru. What? What? No. What? Uh. What?
直接的
Upsets tick. Ah, that's not how you spell directly.
評論
Hold on. Chastise theory? Okay. Oh no. I'm gonna go with Sa. Okay, that didn't work. Oh, is this like... Oh, no? Oh no, wait. This is rule or kai, rule. Does rule work? Ah, it's so good.
Amado.
Amado.
Zenke.
Thank you.
Kijun.
Izun.
靴
想像力。
想像力. This takes too long.
平安。
And bring, mention, and plan. I like. Oh no. Mention a plan, maybe like proposition. Oh no, wait. What? Hold up. Oh. Oh.
誘惑する。
Bucks through. Freaking swamp. Hog and swamp though. What? Wait. Oh. Ze. None. Book. Or Baku. Oh, dang it. What? Yeah, gotta get rid of a bot. What in the world? Wait, Toze Nan Baku Baku. Oh no, it's Hook What is going on? Oh, no, wait. That's not Ze. Dang it. Tozai nan boku.
東西南北
Hmm.
かがむ
What? I really thought it was show. Or is it hold. I think I skipped 4, so everything else is skipperino. It's not Shogun. If it's not Shogun, what is it?
寛永
I wrote run by the government twice. Okay. We got Azure.
町外れ
Machihazure. Okay, that one solved itself. What about this? X something speed. Gotta be the president. We got more. There are more reviews. It's 11:30. I'm gonna be really late. Okay. Message time. Oh, is this like economics? Oh, you heckin' economic goal or economics or something. Besides price. What? Cause I value. Oh, is it like reputation? Oh, dang it. It went all right today, but kind of got some weak ones here and there. How do you like evaluation? Oh, evaluation actually. Alright, we got 11 left. Let's go. No whammies, please. That feels like a whammy. What in the world? Oteshiki? Chushiki. Ote. That's definitely gi. So ho. He. Oh, no wait. I keep typing the wrong thing. What is it I'm getting the thing wrong. So Hoshu Shugi.
保守主義
Shushugi. Like conservative. Heck. Let's skip this. Oh no. What? Oh wait.
経済学
Keizai-ka. Economics. Dang you. What is this? Charging forwards. Marching towards the winter. Okay. Oh no, wait, this is restaurant. What? What is... What is that? Wait, actually, I might know. Is this? I feel like it's like there's a type of part of speech, right? No. What does the machine part of speech? Serifu.
セリフ
Serifu, like one line. Yeah, I don't quite remember what that means. Is it end? Oh.
済ます
Or like to finish something, maybe?
脱線
Us. Yep. Zolo. Zolo. huh. A leader. Leader in crime. Leader in on. What is that supposed to be? Leader in prisoner. Leader in crime. Makes me want to think of. Oh, this is like in haiku. How does this even work? I don't know how I feel about that. Oh, our last one. What about... Oh, I'm kind of tired. Oh, man. I'm not sure if I'm going to get through the second phase. The Persona. Not sure if I'm going to get the Persona update. Ooh. Kuwawaru, right?
加わる
Oh, so loud. Kuwawaru. How do I kuwawaru? Like to be added in? Or to be added to? Rewrite this. In our new thing. Okay. Waris was to be, I mean, Kuwa? Do I want to keep Kuwa? No, those are two different things. The two wa. This is. To be added to. The cookies? To be added? That doesn't seem like it's any better. Wait. You say in the car? The car? Got it? I don't know, that seems... eh. Alright, what does tomorrow look like? We have a late... It's not too bad. I was afraid I pushed it a little bit too late. Wait a minute. Oh no, these aren't related. Oh, the level up day is gonna have to be much later. Oh, here's the yeah. Okay, we have like a partial level up. We could probably flip the schedule for Saturday. Probably flip the schedule. It's a buy day. Okay. Alright. Alright. Go through this. Or just read definitions and read. Cult, storage, G, tile, pool, full, frozen, yo, childhood, cheap. Dang it. Immature. Sho. Deal with. Se. Your. Etsu. Your. Roku. Record. Hi. Squad. Chu. Mastering. N. Ticket. Ooh. Wife. Myo. Particular. Peculiar. Peculiar. B. Delicate. Neki. Benefit. E. Shift. And te. Extent. Se. Spirit. E. Line up. N. Constitution. No. Numa. Fog. Shu. Populous. Asa. Umbrella. Ama. Beach. Ngeki. Attack. Oh. Aggression. Alright. Let's wrap today. Fun times, right? You're gonna watch this later. Arigatou gozaimasu. Right, as always, feel free to follow along, pick up WaniKani, give it a try for yourself. You're always welcome to stop on by, ask a few questions, talk about stuff. Today we talked about arguments, right? And then other things like comparing Twitch and YouTube in terms of the mindset of content creation, I suppose, and where to go in the future, right? Drew some analogies with scholarly pursuits and whatnot. I think the parallelisms kind of run deep when it comes to different models of hiring. Kind of express myself about hiring people, the difference between like hiring for compartmentalization's sake or optimization versus like hiring as a form of investment in people, right? And we kind of just bounce into mnemonics, and then we talked about food. All around fun times. Always welcome. And welcome to share stories, brainstorm some ideas, keep each other motivated. Until next time, minasan mata ne. Mite kurete arigato. Thanks for watching. I'm gonna get up, stretch, walk around a little bit. Be back for HanziHero. Thank you, thank you. Welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第284天. It's day 284. Got a few things to go over before we hit the ground running. Time to go. Okay, we had Lan Mu, right? Lan Mu. Heck. Is column. Shen Zhi. Zhi. Even? Why even to the extent of? Bei Hole. Bei Hole. At back or in the back. I'm not quite sure where this is being placed. Probably being placed on. And 形式 是 Oh. Oh, no, wait. Just kidding. Situation. And which is pagoda. All right. I kind of want to double check on Lan. Lan is Yep, you just gotta jam it all in there. That's a really tight, squishy, dense character. All right, let's get into this.
偷懒
Hold on. Steal? Wait. Oh, Tolan. That line. Tolan. Steal and lazy? Slack off? I mean, slack off, you act lazy at work, making you an annoying boss feel like you're stealing wages from him.
偷懒和谐
Harmony. 谐 for... Wait. Harmonious. Oh yeah, 和谐 makes sense. Kidding.
和谐原谅
原谅 to forgive, yeah. 原谅 original, how does this intend? 原谅 original forgive. Fair enough. Yeah.
原谅，谅解，
谅解 forgive, untie to understand. That's kind of a bit. Yeah.
谅解，懒得，
懒得 possess lazy, to not feel like, or to obtain lazy. Okay. That's a little.
懒得，
That's okay. That one's a little weird.
偷懒，
Hold on.
谅解，
谅解
懒得，
懒得
和谐，
和谐
原谅，
Yeah. Wow, that's really late. 原谅 is really late. Right? Please forgive me. Or could you please forgive me? Fencing. Okay. 棋? Oh, that type of fencing. 击剑. Oh, that makes sense.
击剑，赌注，
Ooh, bet. Gambling. 注. Gambling poor? Okay. Got you.
赌注，赌场，
赌场 gambling site.
赌场，剑客，
剑客 sword person, I guess. Interesting how they use 客 instead.
剑客，殖民地，
殖民地 what was 殖 breed people place colony. Ooh, okay.
殖民地，
Kind of makes sense.
击剑，剑客，赌场，
typo.
赌注，
Ooh.
殖民地，
Right.
塞车，
塞车 stuffed in 塞车 okay.
塞车，
汽车塞车
水煮蛋，
水煮蛋 water boiled eggs.
水煮蛋，一点一滴，
一点一滴 a little D. What the D? A little drop? Oh, bit by bit. I see. A spot, a little drop. Okay. All right. 1.1D
1.1D 赚
赚 to earn. George Costanza is in a bathroom in the pawn shop where he's trying to earn some money by working as an incompetent plumber. The Mario. There are some shellfish stuck in a pawn shop bathroom and George uses a leaf blower to... Oh no. That's a leaf blower. I'm changing. Alright. So George... hired by the pawn shop owner to work in the bathroom of the pawn shop. He's trying to earn some money by doing some shellfish, trying to earn some shellfish by doing a plumbing job he dislikes. That's good enough. This actually works out pretty well. Maybe to get his hands on some secondhand jewelry to hit up a girl, hit up a woman. Okay. All right. 赚钱.
赚鱼
Pleased. Interesting. Armory and soul. Yugi is inside the... Yeah, it goes with desire and all the other ones. For Yi, amusement. Yugi is inside the house where he finds an armory. He uses a card to bust open the door and out comes a pleased soul. It was trapped there and is pleased about finally escaping. Why didn't it just walk through the door? Overjoyed, happy. Yugi is inside his house. Where he was pleased. Where his soul was pleased to see that his armory kept his card safe from the recent break-in. No, from the Shadow Realm or something. Pleasant. 愉快. Okay.
鱼
Okay.
塞
开
车
车. ED.
1.1D
水煮蛋.
水煮蛋
Right. Whoops. I added a G.
鱼
Did it again.
赚
Oh, earn was a little... Sacrifice. See? Oh my, you are a large thing. Xena's in front of the house where she is doing some ancient warrior sacrifices. Sure, she takes out a cow with a halberd. Okay. And places a bunch of grain stalks on top of it to complete the sacrifice. Then she takes out a sheep with a blunt handle. And similarly covers her grain. Okay, that actually works really well. Okay.
西欠
Qian, apology. Alright, we got another Okay. Alright. Kirby. Kirby is in the bathroom of the pawn shop. Trying to pawn shop. Trying to work off the bill. Trying to apologize and work off the bill for breaking something he disliked. Yeah, it's fine.
线满
Fun, steam, fun. Like Mantal or something. That's what I remember. Now Mario is is inside the pawn shop hungry. Hanging from a vintage Chinese dreamcatcher are various pieces of food. Mario takes one of the hanging steam buns and eats it. It's so hot that he spits out a fireball which lights the rest of the food on fire. That's not really required. Does have Dreamcatcher, and Mario is kind of associated with the Dreamcatcher. Cool. Alright. Is it Mantal? Yeah, Mantal. That's what I remember. By Mantal. Mantal, not tall. Mantal.
满会
Way to paint. The Hulk is in the bathroom of the beach house by the bay, where he is painting a TP bathroom that he plans to bring out to the beach later. He paints beach-themed things onto the TP, and that is made of silk. He wears some protective goggles, and once he is done painting the TP, which is in the bathroom, he takes out a miniature sun to help dry with them. Just let the sun dry it. It's fine. We're good. It's a minor detail.
会除
True. To store up. Oh, like 储电 to possibly like to charge electricity. Wait, possibly. No, it's not. Oh, it's to save up in terms of resources. Okay. I wonder. Oh no, it's chung. Chung is the charging. Chung dian, not 储电. Chung dian. To charge up. Chucky is inside the living room of the house, working with his elder to try to store up some new corpse. Slenderman comes walking in, and Chucky hits him with some words and knock him out. Then his elder puts his body in a large sun to store out for what? Ugh, excuse me, I'm a little tired. Okay. So, Chucky was inside a house. Helping his elder on storing up corpses for the day, right? They set up for the arrival of the Slender Man. Knock him out without saying a word. Okay. City is planning. Chu store. Chu Chun. Interesting. Now let's keep moving.
除
I forgot where she is. Outside?
满 会
DP with goggles instead of an imp.
西 欠 除
Alright. Alright, we're gonna go pretty fast, or try to go pretty fast, as my stamina is quickly waning. Okay. It's gift, complimentary gift. Yeah, I think.
树叶
树叶在水面上浮动，
苏 暴力
他们用暴力夺取了权利。
What? Hang on.
消灭
他们终于消灭了敌人。
特 山岗
山岗上的风景很美丽。
What? Oh, wait. I'm not sure. Hmm.
.赠品
商店会在节日送赠品。
Heck. Wrong tone.
.能耗
我们应该减少家庭的能耗。
破晓
破晓的景色非常美丽。
木柴
我们需要一些木柴来煮食物。
接纳
他们接纳了新的团队成员。
Or admit. Admit is.
收藏
他收藏了各种各样的书籍。
甜粥，
你要尝尝这个甜粥吗？
商品，
我们卖出的商品，
山坡，
我们在山坡上野餐。
Mountain slope. It's fine. This is something like I need to. What? What? I don't. Oh, did I do this body thing before or after I swapped it to respect? Probably not.
躺平，
在床上躺平真是太舒服了。
Oops.
求医，
他决定去医院求医。
Or heal. Or seek medical advice. Oh, this is leak. How am I not? Hmm.
傍晚，
傍晚时很安静。
Don't forget yen. It's definitely yen.
延迟，
我的交货延迟了3天。
户，
Man, Pooh is weak. Oh my. Oh my. Or hillside, that's fine. The right hand is definitely don't. We practiced that. So what is up with the
漏洞，
Okay. I see the errors of my ways.
咸粥，
这碗咸粥很美味。
迷信，
你有什么迷信吗？
潜力，
它有很大的潜力。
液体，
牛奶是一种液体。
埋藏，
埋藏的宝藏很难找到。
I can my. Heck.
"圣诞节，
圣诞节是一个特别的节日。
牲口，
这头牛是一只强壮的牲口。
稍后，
请稍后再询问。
So, I don't want to talk about it.
报， 舰队，
这是一支强大的舰队。
低，港口，
我们在港口等船。
海洋，
海洋覆盖了地球的大部分。
Oh, heck. Oh no, that's bad.
斜坡，
这个公园有一个很长的斜坡。
What? That's a necklace.
旅馆，
我们住海边的旅馆。
Oh no. Hmm. Oh, is it?
滚动，
车轮在地上滚动。
Dang, that one's hard.
云，
That one's very hard. YOLO. Okay, that's not it. Hmm.
矿藏，
政府正在探索新的矿藏。
鸟，增添，
音乐为晚会增添了活力。
是，
What? Wait. Oh, wrong tone. Vitamin. How does this do? Wait, 命
维他命，
维他命 C。
数壁炉
这个房子没有壁炉。
香港
我喜欢香港的文化。
恰无缘无故
他的行为常常无缘无故，令人困惑。
箭头
我在泥土中找到了一个
傍午
傍午是最热的时候。
捡起
小孩捡起一片叶子。
煮咖啡
你知道怎么煮咖啡吗？
白棋
我们看见了一面白旗。
之
What? Wait. What? Hmm.
基督教
许多人在欧洲信仰基督教。
Oops. What? Huh.
滋捡柴
老人捡柴回家取暖。
Oops. That's a typo.
留言
我不会听信这个留言。
Crises averted.
烫
Oops, not respect.
牵动
每个人都会被牵动。
Let's lead along. Or to affect. It's fine. To influence, to lead along. True metal. Oh no. This one's not that great.
镇
Yeah, that's rough. This one's kinda rough.
牵头
这次活动是我牵头的，
瓶塞
他拿掉了瓶塞，
玉
Oh, dang it, that's done.
党
What? Oh, that's not quo. What am I doing? Whoa. 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 What the?
首府
德州的首府是奥斯汀，
Like head government? Like head government building, like capital? Head government buildings. What? Oh no. Oh, wait. Oh, whoops.
Zhu 压迫
这个政府压迫人民，
添加
请在咖啡里添加一些牛奶。
制度
一个复杂的经济制度，
Whoa. Okay. Just kidding. Just kidding. What?
专辑
你最喜欢王菲的哪一张专辑？
专辑 Bestial. Yo, is it like album? Oh my gosh, that's awful.
神圣
这座山被视为神圣的，
or like super fortunate, holy, sacred. Okay.
煤气、
煤气仍然在中国的一些地方使用。
煤气。Oh, coal power. Right?
剑、监督、
父母经常监督孩子的作业。
Or call gas, sure. That's fine. Not like this. Shellfish and mouth. It's not. That's not what I thought. Yeah, I lost it. 我们必须减小 Something makes me want to type like I don't know.
窄、患者、
患者感觉很不舒服。
患者 How do I make trouble? Oh, suffer? That's fine. Trouble person. Fine. Don't do anything with that. Oh my word. Is it something like oh, it's not that. I missed the something kind of makes me want to type dang, I don't know.
马后炮、
他总是放马后炮。
或
Why do I think it's cool? Oh, is it like included or something? Like all? No exceptions, like included? Yeah. That's fine.
货物、
我们需要运送大量的货物。
commodity or goods. Okay. Second BN.
个晕
It's my. What? Oh wait. No. Uh.
做肩 有
Okay.
酒鬼
酒鬼总是喝醉了。
Oh wait, I got it. Really? Oh no, wait. Hold. Something's not right. But oh no, that's not it. It's not John. John has moon in it. Dang it. Whoops. That's Pong. It's supposed to be round. Or no. Don't.
买
What?
左边
爸爸坐在我左边，
What?
交朋友
他爱交朋友。
请坐
各位请坐。
旁
Why do I think this is cool? Oh wait, yeah, no. This was fine.
《装
Not that. Think about loss. Oh, wait. No, it's not that either. See? I don't know what this is. Shin. It was. Oh no. Damage. Dang it. Right. Shin is gone. We had to change this because it worked for a while, but then it just doesn't make any sense with the shellfish. Oh no, wait, it's member. That's why I couldn't figure it out. Never mind. I can member. No shellfish or member. Dang it. It's screwed up member.
伴奏，
他喜欢用钢琴伴奏。
What the heck is, oh no. Hmm. Out?
损失，
我们必须减少损失。
Or get harmed or lost? Okay, it's fine. Or not that type of loss.
习惯，
不良习惯，
I really thought that was it. How does this work? Was something makes me want to type. Oh no. How do I not know what the heck a ball is? Or not a ball, but one doesn't have to drop. Wait, that's a Qing.
轻忽，
我们不可轻忽此事。
Or neglect. Okay.
手套，
这两只手套不配对。
办公室，
有人每天打扫办公室。
Man, I really thought this was like Wang.
黄豆，
我们家附近有一个黄豆田。
It is soybean.
居民，
北京有多少居民？
What?
常常，
这里常常会很冷。
What is that? Okay. What?
手册，
公司员工手册，
办，拒绝，
他们拒绝接受帮助。
盆，
What in tarnation? Where does that shellfish come from? I have no idea.
厨房，
我的房子有一个大厨房。
Out? I think this might be... Oh, I really thought that was it. I just don't know. Oh, I type U. Oh, I type G. Ah, dang it. It's U. I keep thinking it's G because I'm thinking of Jade. But Jade is fine. But not U. That sucks. And I don't know this shellfish. This shellfish is not helping. Rack. And shellfish just gets lost in it. I have no idea. I swear I typed go. What did I type the first time? This one is exactly what I think it is. But I thought I already typed it. What did I type the first time? G. Maybe I typed G. That one, I didn't change my mind. No mind changed. What is happening there?
玉，
Oh.
脑， 温室，
在温室里种橙子。
Greenhouse? Oh.
书，法，
Okay, 未金钱出 something 零 The heck is that? I mean, the other one is I don't know. Oh my gosh, it's Cell. Heckin' my. That's unfortunate. That's so disappointing. I got lost in this thing up here. The soldier. Dang. That is so disappointing. I'm so upset right now. So tilted. The Yi was pretty tilting, but the Mai was, that's icing. That sucked. What? Oh, 分享. Oh. Oh, I added a G. I don't know why I added a G there.
有
Or like unique, remarkable, extraordinary. So.
泼冷水
不要给他的计划泼冷水。
位置
椅子的位置
I don't know what
Go.
happened there. Yeah. Dang it. Really? Oh.
分享
我们应该分享知识。
Appreciate or something to enjoy and share. That's fine. Sharing is okay. Sure. It's mutual appreciation. Hmm.
辣味
这家餐厅的辣味炸鸡很有名。
Oh no, 出了. What the heck?
《慌忙》
工作要小心，别慌忙。
Don't forget. Great hurry. Don't panic. It was the panic that I was losing. Hoang. Just panic. I was thinking more like frightened. And then I was thinking not speed, but more forget. Great hurt. That sucks. I'm losing. Man, this was so annoying. Dang it. Bye. This one. No, Hoang. That sucks. Chula. I genuinely. Chuela. Oh, that's blow. It's not accept. Trey sucks. Dang it. Heckin' Trey. Dang it. Blow. I thought it was accept. What does true look like? No, it's true. Then that was correct. Wait. Yeah. It is true. It's nowhere close. Wait. Okay, eliminate. It's nowhere close to that. Holy, that was way off. Man. Oh, Lincoln. I can towel in the mouth. It's so annoying. Towel in the mouth.我正在学习，学习如难，that's supposed to be none. I don't actually know anymore. None. 是用。哦，吊环。
吊环。
我正在学习如何使用吊环。
对。
玻璃。
玻璃是沙子做的。
想见。
你是怎么想见的？
Like, think about thoughts. What is your thoughts or infers? Yeah. I think have in mind is fast. It's quicker than to infer. Trailer, man.
吹了。
整个计划都吹了。
All sent out, like fall through. It's not even below to fall through. It's trailer. I'm so triggered by this.
冠
Now that's a moon.
捐
That's how I got them mixed up. Shen. Yeah, Shen. And Jin. I have no idea.
吃醋
他常常吃醋，但不
I thought this was
摆平
okay.
我们已经摆平这件事了。
Like make even, like sort it out, settled. Okay.
铃声
铃声吵醒了我，
That should good bell sound. How does this work? Dang it. Oh, is it Pierce? Probably Pierce.
出卖
为金钱出卖灵魂，
Or sell, not purchase. Other direction. Oh no, Mon twin. Yeah, twin.
掏钱
为什么每次都是我掏钱？
The Abyss. Abyss is really unique, and I'm very disappointed. I can't think of this. Hmm. Oh, is it like
醋
okay?
慢吞吞
他慢吞吞的起床，不想上班。
What? Wheel and enclosure? Combined with Xiang. Oh no, Xiu. The bench, 这本书很 It's definitely an enclosure. Spend. I have no idea. It's sell well, I knew that, but Chung, oh, smooth. There's no recovering from that. Smooth just sucks. There's really not too much going on with smooth. Like, you have to put Charlie Brown and have something in the church and rolling a wheel, so that's smooth. Oh, it's not Xiao. Oh, no, wait. It is Xiao. I just forgot to type.
侧
Wait. That's not right.
畅谈
他们整晚都在畅谈。
没
What the coyote? What? What is that? Fu Hua. 这幅画是一件 something 做。I have no idea what a coyote is. Eh? Oh my gosh, it's freaking outstanding. Masterpiece. That's the second time for stupid outstanding. Because it has very little to do with Jimmy Neutron. And all to do with Slender Man. I have to change that too. Don't remember why this is to. Like benevolent or good or oh no, a second toilet. We're just gonna ignore it. I'm so triggered. Might as well add infer to the too. Sucks. Not the first time either. Not the first time. And we might as well add stupid toilet. Toilet is never alone. It's with the soul. So swole. What are we at? 4, 9? I think there's still one more. This is well below average. Just to show you what happens when or tragic.
悲惨，炒锅，
你知道怎么用炒锅吗？
Fine. Thought I forgot to record that. I feel like I just practiced this, right? This was new. Yeah.
账，
I ta. Heck you, toilet.
踩踏，
他不小心踩踏了花朵。
Ah, so disappointing. I can 结
杰作，
这幅画是一件杰作。
践踏，
不要随意践踏草地。
倒，矿产，
这个地区有丰富的矿产。
交锋，
他们在辩论中交锋。
唱，
What the typo?
公厕，
这个公厕很臭。
畅销，
Oh man, that typo. My lord. Oh man.
惨，
Alright. At least we kept it till 9. Do 9 items. That sucks. They kind of sucked. Got a few things to fix. I think I'm gonna change all of these. I think all of these kind of suck. Except for toilet. There's not much to do with toilet. Yep. Okay. Alright. 10. Man, Tian and Zhuang is very not good. That's asking for trouble. Tian and Zhuang. He is not good. I think this is worse. Yeah, I can. The Chu? I think it's Chu. That's even worse. Man. That's okay. Hui. That's kind of okay. So, Man, Hui looks like the stuff, so that's what makes them okay. And these four are ridiculous. They don't look like any of their counterparts. And then this one is just super maximum, but because it's super max, yeah, this one's the strongest. These two are legacy, and these four are poop shoots. They're very large poop shoots. Although it's nice to see that this character is being used this radical. Underutilized. Yeah, this one's is rough because of this. Honestly, I don't even remember what that is. I can barely see the right one either. Enderman and Armory. Okay, the right one is Lan. Oh. Olan. Slack off. Those are weak. Very weak. Liang is pretty bad. Lianjie. Lianjie. Lande. Xie. Yuan Liang. When the weapons with the... I can't read that. It's so dense. Yeah. How does that work? Yeah. Beat. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. 赌场。补助。Got it. "殖民地赛车1.1.11.1 something for a bit. 1.1D 水什么？水煮蛋。Alright. We have Herbie, who's in the bathroom of the pawn shop, cleaning up, doing a job he dislikes. I don't remember if there's a stroke at the top. There's a chance there's a stroke at the top. It's like because he accidentally broke something. Pay the bill for something he accidentally broke as an apology. Let me see if there's one stroke. Yeah, there should be a stroke at the top, right? Yeah. Alright, then we have George Costanza, who's also in the bathroom of the pawn shop. Only he's doing a job to earn some shellfish. Crappy job at that he dislikes to do. In order to hands on some secondhand jewelry. For what? So to earn some money, earn some shellfish. Okay. We have Yugi in the house. His house was broken in, but thankfully his soul is pleased to find out that his armory of cards were not stolen. And we have Chucky, who's in the house, in the victim's house, exchanging words with an elder to store up some corpse for the day. And they waited and plotted for the Slender Man, the owner of the house, to show up. Then we have Mario. This one kind of sucks. Mario is entering inside the pawn shop. Notice a bunch of food hanging from the dream catcher. Decide to help him do a steam bun. Paying for it, of course. Kind of weird in the pawn shop, though. We have Hulk, who's in the bathroom of the beach house. And he is preparing. He is painting a silk teepee. Wearing some goggles just in case. I'm gonna get paint around him. Eventually, like, go out and spend a day with it on the beach. I have no idea where this is going. It's paint. Oh, that one's rough. Anyone could be painting the teepee. Maybe he was painting it green, but then it can be confused with Shrek. Think about it if it becomes a problem. Then we have Xena. This one's super elaborate, but it's okay. Xena is outside of the house, basically creating sacrifices. It actually explains itself. She's sacrificing the cow. The sheep. And then placing grain stalks on them. Complete the ritual. She used a handle to take out one of the sheep. It's pretty good. Alright, one vocabulary word. Hoang, Mong. Hoang, Mong. Dang it. Hoang. So, Mong. Mong has, I think, something to do with water. Hoang, no, Hoang. Hoang Mong. Oh, it has no water. It's the river. So, soul, flowers, death, river. Right. Hoang Mong. Hoang. It's Hulk being frightened, that's why it sucks. Because Hulk is rarely ever frightened. Or Hulk is in a panic, which rarely is in a panic. Great hurry. We're gonna switch this. Instead of Hulk panicking, right? The other people are panicking. So let's see. Hulk is in front. Is approaching the front of the chapel. He noticed a stream with beautiful flowers. However, as he approached, he encountered a lot of poor priests, poor souls working at the chapel, the priests. The chapel, panicking and deathly afraid of the Hulk. Next one. Shun. Shun is finger, mouth. Shellfish? Right. And Shun. And the problem here is I forgot member. That's fine. Just member. Yeah. E for Jade. Can't do much more. U is U. It's a scepter with a maybe like a Jade drop on it. That he used to command. You know. Oh. Wait, that's the wrong U. Oh, I didn't even pay attention to that. So Yugi is in the bathroom of the house. He is I don't know, washing his Jade. Oh, it's just a Jade. Washing yes, washing his ancient ancient magical Jade he acquired from a recent duel. Alright. my This is Mario encountering the soldier who has a net of shellfish to sell. That's disappointing. There's nothing about that. A Trey was disappointing. This is not much to do on that either, which is Chucky just blowing up in order to make other people suffer. Chucky is yelling, you know, I can. Oh. He's like blowing bills out of his mouth to like drown people in debt. There's not much to say about mouth, and maybe with blow, yeah, I have no idea. Not much I can do about that. Although the other one is to fall through. Trailer. To fall through. Does that help? That doesn't really help either. That's down to rote memory. Okay. Chung is not great. Enclosure. It's probably the enclosure that doesn't make any sense. So it's smooth. That's no problem. So like Charlie Brown made oops. Like Charlie Brown made an enclosure and then started like rolling the wheel along the floor and it goes smoothly. No idea. If we separate it, we have guinea pig, ground, and sun. Nah, that makes it weird. I think we're gonna chalk this up to rote memory. I could look at it, it didn't go smoothly, but then it would negate smooth. I have no idea. This one I'm okay. This one's bad for me. Like there's not much to do with what was given. Changing enclosure is what I would do. I would change enclosure. Actually, is enclosure a word? Or a character? No, it's not. It doesn't stand alone. Okay. And on the HanziHero side, I mean on the kanji, on the WaniKani side, it doesn't mean it. They're broken up. To wings, ground. Oh no, wait. Actually, I'm not quite sure. Yeah, I think it's still wings, ground, and day. Oh. We'll chalk it up to rote memory for now. Jie is really disappointing. This is recent. So which Jie we're talking about? Outstanding. And I know why it's not good. Because the coyote and stuff has nothing to do, most of this has nothing to do with Jimmy Neutron. So I did write something though. Jimmy Neutron is like trying to capture a runaway coyote, is knocking all over the wind containers of fuel. Yeah, the wind containers. It's at the tree with the help of an outstanding able to capture it. Right? Maybe trying to capture is malfunctioning robot coyote. Okay. Oh, we do have another vocabulary. 相见. No, 相见. 相见. So all sorts of tire. And heck. Yeah, C and something. Not that different Zian. Or is it? No. Is it? It really is? Oh, I thought it was using a different Zian. It's not. Dang. Or you thought of seeing it occurring. And then back. Wait. Or toilet. Alright. That's a wrap for HanziHero today. I'm really tired. Oh. I dropped like 5 additional things when tired. Alright folks. That's a wrap for HanziHero today. If you're gonna watch this later, shit. As always, feel free to follow along. Pick up HanziHero, give it a try, let me know what you think. Yeah, always welcome to yap, talk about things. These things happen. I obviously have off days when there's a lot of fatigue involved, and today is no exception. We are going way over time. There's still one more thing to do, so for those who are only interested in HanziHero, 大家下次见. Right, see you guys next time. 感谢观看. Thanks for watching. I'm gonna get up, stretch, walk around a little bit, and I'll be back for our last thing to do today, which is the 2.3 update to Persona 5 The Phantom X. I'll be back. It's gonna be good to do something a little bit less rigorous, right? I'll be back. Thank you.
セガアトラス P スタジオ
ブラックウィングス
Alright folks, welcome back. It's been 2 weeks, right? Roughly 2 weeks. And we are back with 2.3 update, which adds the main event, which is the phase 2 of the third palace. I wonder why they say phase 2 as opposed to like the first half and the second half. I'm actually genuinely curious if there's a phase 3. So it's a little interesting. In that way. So I'm not entirely sure if it's going to be the conclusion of the third palace. It could be leading up to the conclusion of the third palace, so that could happen. But I am looking forward to it. That's the main event today, and it looks like my stamina capped out. That's kind of annoying. I went way longer than I was anticipating today. So anyways, let's get into our usual stuff. So what's new? We have the Cynical Surgeon, which was introduced. Their synergy was introduced recently. That was Kita something. Kitazato, right? And then now he's gonna be introduced, and we'll find out how he works right now. And by default, because of the way contracts work, we're skipping him, basically. We're only going to be doing like every other most wanted until something changes, or maybe we get lucky. Generally, that's how ATLUS is arranging with Perfect World on how to monetize these things. So we're skipping him. Maybe we'll get lucky somehow, but we're skipping him now. The new addition of the role system is called Targeted in English. Targeted, it is in fact 110 draws and 165 to get like a 5-star thing, and the difference is because you can't draw other base 5 stars when you're using Targeted, and 110 equates to about 16,000 jewels. So right now we're at that mark, so that's a no-go. A no-go until next time. That's just the nature of it. And ultimately, well, I think he's a skip for me in general. And then we have the phase 2 stuffs. So let's look at his character. He does come with some thief secrets, which is where we're gonna farm for stuff. And unfortunately, like most thief secrets, it looks like you need a bonus. You need him for the 30% bonus. That's how they're aggressively marketing, you know, gating materials. That's the way they do about it. We got a new login bonus, which is 7 tickets. Great for next time. We'll probably try to pull next time. And then they rotated Minami in, which will make way later very soon. I'm guessing Yui is she's gonna be rotated out for Yui, right? She's the next one on the list. Or what is it? Returning. Let's check out his. I wanna use up my stamina that's piling for some time. Let's see. Let's look at his trial. Let's go into it. I saw something about bleeds, so he's a single target bleed. Single target physical damage. I think Ryuji is gonna be more than sufficient to replace him. So, but I saw something about debuffs, and I guess this would combo with debuff. During battle, he can switch between 2 different attack modes by using Nightfall to use different skills. I guess he transfer. In Doctor Mode, Kita skills will inflict bleed on target, causing a fixed amount of damage. Okay. It's weak, especially weak against enemies with high HP. In Ripper mode, Kita deals bonus physical damage based on number of weak. Okay. And I'm guessing that's his icon for transforming? Okay, let's just... We'll just support him, right? Oh, and then she has debuffs. So he probably combo... Yeah, for debuffs. Yeah, all three of those units have debuffs. Because he should be able... I haven't used him yet, but he should do curse, right? Yeah. I see. What's Alright, so physical damage 4x, inflict bleed. Okay. Physical damage to 1. Also activates bleed 1 time and resets bleed turn. Reset target's bleed turn duration. Oh, to keep the stacks going. I see. And then Nightfall. Switch Kitazato to Reaper mode and change other skills. Can be activated with any foe that has 7+ bleeds. And then... Oops. What does his... Bloodletter increases attack by 30, increase ailment accuracy, I see. Rending damage? Deals 3 adhesion. Okay. Yeah, this is a big pass for this character. Stacking characters are not the greatest, honestly. I mean, I could kind of see it okay with, like, the trials and the Carpenio stuff, like Night Catcher, but I don't think so. I think this is very tenuous. Alright, so what? We do this. It looks cool. He's a very edgy lord. We can see him transform. Let's see, switch to Doctor mode and inflict 5 bleed on foe. Immediately switch to Reaper. Oh, okay. Wait, does he change though? Does his look change? No, it doesn't. I was kind of expecting a... Hold up. Oh, here it is. Oh, okay, okay. Oh, neat. Okay, so it has to be... I see. Interesting. So, physical 1 damage, that's a 233%, and remove 2 bleed can activate rending effect. Okay. Singular target, increase damage from skill and rending +2. I see. It's okay. It kind of reminds me of Motoko. Motoko, where you require some setup, which is... it's okay. So we're gonna do these right away. So new thief secrets. We're gonna do these to unlock this, because these take stamina, and my stamina's capped. It's kind of annoying. Alright. Oh, and then we can try him, I see. Why is this? This is kind of loud. Hang on, I need to lower the volume. Hold. Okay. I had to complete all the trials
いいライブにしようね。
before being able to unlock that.
各自油断しないように。プラシムだ。逃がしてあげない。海風に乗せて、みんなに届け。終わらせちゃおう。気持ちよかった。
This should go pretty quick.
リレーに決めて差し上げて。各自油断しないように。
Is this all attack? Yeah.
いただいていく。もらおう。
He's a single attacker, so it's kind of
全てを奪い返す。
not great. Kita, I mean.
もう捨てない。
実験を始めるぞ。
各自油断しないように。逃がしてあげない。
Intel is what's knocking the guy down.
海風に乗せて、みんなに届け。夏休みはまだまだ続くよ。気持ちよかった。
Free resources.
準備できてるよ。
We're all about those gems.
各自油断しないように。
全てを奪い返す。もう捨てない。
Also, we have the beach outfit.
各自油断しないように。ザッパーンなんてね。
Oh, we can see his B faction.
これでどうだ。
狙い通りね。
仕上げて。
His persona looks cool.
実験終了。
Oh, we saw his. Now you are free. We saw his splash screen.
派手に暴れてちょうだい。各自油断し
Oh,
ないように。
right. That's okay.
全てを奪い
You need to lock in a new character. Oh, oh, he can't be knocked down. Oh,
いい歌を届けよう。借りを聞いてほしい。この歌を。
ペルソナ。これでどうだ。
none of them can be knocked down.
なんてね。
見える。
That's awkward.
甘いよね。いい判断ね。いい歌を届けよう。響き渡れ。どこまでも。
全てを奪い返
I think that's the last one though. Wait. Oh. Oh, we're doing the challenges. Okay. So let's do these quickly. Let's just do one at the top. And then we're gonna add the other guy for the 20%. I really dislike how they do this, where they
ハイライト。発動可能よ。
require you to use a specific character to get the rewards, like a scaling reward. I'm not sure if it's gonna make a difference. So far, you are managed to get all the rewards from the shop before the shop closes. I'm assuming it's still true for this, regardless if you have the guy or not. Yeah, we buy out the shop. We buy out the shop every time we have a chance.
これこそ会心の一撃。
少しないかも。
Oh, he has a resonance. I don't have him leveled. Oh.
梅の花時。今。海風に乗せて、みんなに届け。みんなのシーン、いつでも行けるわ。響き渡れ。どこまでも。
全てを奪い返す。 もう捨てない。
So we get secret tickets, right? 100 secret tickets each. And then there's a bunch of leveling stuff in the shop, I think. Yeah. These are pretty decent. We'll probably skip the legend cube if I needed to pick a amount. But let's see, 120 each day, right? 31 days. We can do some quick math actually. So 120 per day, right? And then let's just say there's 31 days. That's 3,720 minus 60, 360, or 3,600. Oh, yeah. That's not enough time. Yeah, so this is way over the amount. If it's 120. Oh, no, times 3 actually. It's times 3. So. Oh, yeah, that's plenty. So this is 600, 1,200, 4,800. 4,800. I kind of want these two. 4,800, 5,300, 5,300. What was it? 3,600 times 3? That's over 10,000? Yeah. So even without the character, you'll be able to get everything. Just some quick math. Alright. So now that I'm not triggered by my stamina being max, I can fill these in quickly. Alright, gotta check. Okay. I take everything but the cubes. Dang it. Fine. I guess we'll take a pair of cubes. Alright. Cool. We're almost capped on tasks. Alright. What is this for? Oh, weeklies. It's almost the monthly refresh. Alright. So we did his thing. It's okay. I think he plays kind of alright. Right, single target, stacking. I like strategists overall. Strategists and basically anything out of assassins, really. Alright. We do have another mission. I remember seeing another mission. There are some TLC in the way the game works. Let's see. Missions. The golden ring. You received a strange message. Yeah, let's go here and do this. Check the strange message. Missing cat. Apologies for the sudden announcement. This is a local cat rescuer. If you happen to see an injured calico in Chichoji, please get in touch with me. This one loves getting into cardboard boxes, so please be on it. Not the same calico, right? The one that's chilling with the tabi? Let's see. Back to the new area. Cardboard box looks suspicious. It does. Why is this standing in there? Oh yeah, some animal rescue sent out a message saying they were looking for a cat. Just take a peek inside. Really awkwardly placed. Sounds like something's scratching up the inside of the box. Oh, and there it goes. It was a cat. Too bad it got away. So close. I think I almost had that little... Oh, hello there. That is a great hoodie. And she has no voice lines. And you are... That is a great hoodie. I like it. Look at that smug kitty. Don't worry, I'm here. I'm not here to mug you or anything. That reminds me of the tabby. I'm a cat rescuer. Once again, Neko gets out Neko'd by a nifty Neko. Yang yang. Neko? I mean cat? Neko what? Weird English duality. Oh, sorry for the confusion. My name is Neko. Oh. And yes, Neko also means cat in Japanese, yes. Full name is Neko Takahashi. Imagine being named Neko. I'm a cat rescuer and I work mainly around Kichijoji. That box-loving rascal was the injured calico I've been looking for. Oh, you're the one that sent the text. Oh, you actually read that. Then we're up to speed. I see. This is that Anon person who sent out the message, right? So, the cat's out of the bag, eh? Waka waka. Yes, well, and truly missed my chance by a whisker. Oh my gosh, the cat puns. That one's pretty cautious. I'm surprised you managed to get that close. You might be a cat whisperer of sorts. Feel free to say no, but would you like to help me find that cat? I'm actually been trying to recruit more rescuers. Judging by that scent, there's no way you can tell me you don't like cats. So, what's your name anyway? HanziHero works. HanziHero, huh? Okay, got it. Well, if you're interested, follow me. I won't force you, though. Where can I get a hoodie? Where can I get that hoodie? Neko Takahashi. She sure is quirky. But she seems trustworthy enough after all. She wants to save the strays. Anyway, I should just follow her. She's a contract. And I wouldn't be surprised if she dresses in a cat outfit as her like thief costume later down the line. Gramps, I'm back. Wait, why are you just standing in the alleyway? Oh, it appears our angel has graced us with her presence. Us? Angel? Oh, that's just what Gramps like to call me. Angel, who's that boy with you? This is my new friend. He said he'd like to help us with our rescues. Music to my ear. Oh my gosh, music to my ear. We're just looking to bolster our numbers, and now we're an army of 3. 1 extra, right? By the great claws of the cosmos, the great felines have not abandoned us. I pledge my eternal gratitude to thee. When one sings the praise of the great keepers of 9 lives, the divine paw shall beckon good fortune. May the divine paw be with you, now and forever. Now and forever? Let's just say he's a little strange, but totally harmless. He just loves cats so much he practically worships them. Practically. The feline is a spectacular form of life. Majestic, flawless, elegant. Cats are gods. We must worship the ground they prowl. Are you getting me? I'm out. So, I take it he's allowed to join in on our rescue efforts? Of course, Angel. Joy. Great! Now that the introductions are out of the way, do you have any questions? Why do you like cats so much? Well, my name is Neko, right? Maybe it was fate. I always liked cats, you see. Gramps insists that I must have been a cat in a previous life. I'm sure he did. You believe that? Well, if you ask me, I think he was just saying that. Trust me, I just positively know these things. When we first meet, you were so timid. Just like real cats, I thought. And there's no denying your namesake. Really believes what comes out of his mouth. It's a pretty name, I suppose. Thanks. I know you mean it in the best way possible. Gramps and I aren't like other people, so it's hard to get people to join. Yeah. I bet. Yeah, creepy dude. It's back alley. The great Paul of Fate has graced us with an ally. Here's to many blessed days. Come here, kiddo. Kiddo, I want you to have this. Consider it a token of our gratitude. He handed me a bag. It's just a little something from my antique shop. A strange power is concealed within it, but I have no need for it myself. I can't accept this. Don't worry, you little head. Your allegiance to our cause is far more invaluable. Besides, Angel here, you're the only one who's ever listened to me babble this long. Fair point. I'm not surprised. Oh, so you think so too? I'm just speaking the words straight from my heart. Gramps, I think some things are best kept to yourself. Oh, would you look at the time? Angel, I'll leave you two kiddos to it. Oh, you're heading back you're heading back to the antique shop for work. Got it. Oh, this isn't the shop. Oh, okay. Come with me. There are a few more things you need to know. Alright. That isn't the shop? Oh, that isn't the shop. Okay. Alright. What are we doing? The long and the short of it is, yes, you'll be involved in rescue, but we'll be starting small and slow. Just be gentle to any stray you come across and let me know where you spotted them. That's all. You're not ready for that yet. When you are, I'll be sure to invite you for some field experience. Strays tend to be pretty anxious, so it's important that you relax and approachable. Well, that's everything. We can move at your pace. Oh, and mind exchanging contact info. That way you can let me know when you spot one. Exchange contact, okay. That hoodie though, it's so good. Alright, toodles. Toodles. Godspeed. I have a feeling you'll find that little furball. You come across as very feline friendly. As Gramps would say, may the divine Paul be with you, now and forever. Yeesh. Divine Paul, now and forever. What does that even mean? Good point. The old man even gave me a gift. Looks like it's too late to bail now. Ah! It's that cat girl. Oh, she has a doggo. Hey, mister, are you her friend? Sure am. She really is a cat lover through and through. The other day I saw her meowing back at a cat like she was talking to it. Does that mean she can speak cat? Oh wait, does this make you allowed to talk to Tabi? I wish I could understand my dog. Can you imagine the conversation my Taro and I would have? Thanks. And with that, the girl waved goodbye and left. Neko Takahashi, you really are one peculiar girl. Making puns in self-dialogue. Alright. So, I think we're good. That's probably something you have to do as a city activity, probably. So let's go and get on with the main story, right? Main story time. I added Riko Senpai to our chat group. There she is. How are you feeling, Senpai? Thank you for asking. I got home and was just heading home to bed. Oh yeah, she's resting. That's right. The beach thing is a side mission, so it's not related to the narrative. Yeah, we're waiting for her to recover from her awakening. Oh, hey. It's been a while.
夜分恐れ入ると申し上げておく。我が主からのご用命もあり、あなた様の貴重なお時間を頂戴した。
What do you want?
ああ、構えなくていいよ。いつも通りの君と話がしたいだけなんだ。では、早速だが、とある質問をさせてもらうよ。欲望が枯渇しつつあるものに対して、再び欲望を芽生えさせる。
Two ways.
それには、二通りの方法があると私は理解している。
Alright.
一つは他のものと時間を共にし、互いの相互作用であるべきそれを模索する方法。
Sure.
もう一つは圧倒的な影響力で他のものが欲望を抱くよう、それを干渉するというもの。君はどちらの方法が？いや、あえてこう聞こうか。君ならばどちらの方法がお好みかね？
Oh, did I fumbling over time, exerting my influence? I'm not sure. Fumbling over time, for sure. It's the journey.
だろうね。
The journey, not the destination.
先ほど話した二通りの方法はどちらも欲望の先導に紐づくもの。いずれかが市場を望むなら、
Yeah, it's a little bit of
以
both.
前にも話した通り、優劣を決する衝突は免れないだろうね。
我が主は欲望の鍛錬においてあなた様のここまでの実績を評価している。そう心得ていただきたい。
君たちが言う仕掛け人の話をさせてもらったつもりだ。
How do you know about that? The abusive teacher
これ
guy.
も以前話した通り、私たちは君の旅路に答えを提示
Right.
することはできない。
Non-involvement.
来るべき破滅を免れるには、優れた側であり続けなくてはならない。それは依然として変わらないのだから。
Oh, just fail. Okay.
そうやっぱり木内元選手や宮沢博夢氏の件もあなたたちの仕事だったのね。
Yeah, she's getting caught up.
そして次のターゲットが片山と明石だ。でもどうして同じ場所にパレスができちゃったわけ？木内も宮沢もパレスの場所は別々だったよね。正確に言うと 一つのパレスに二人の主がいるのだ。一つのパレスを二人の主が共有している。いわば複合型パレスというわけだな。
複合型？なんでんなことになっちまったんだ？
考えられるのは、明石と片山は現実世界でも関わりがあるという点が大きいだろうな。異世界でも互いのシャドウが歪み暴走していき、シャドウ同士も関わり合い、欲望が絡み合った。言うなれば互いの負の感情が相乗効果となり、歪んだ欲望を肥大させていった結果、それが複合し、一つのパレスを形成することにつながったのかもしれん。
明石に追い詰められたことで、片山先生は自身を見失い、欲望を歪ませていった。でもそれは明石にとっては目論見通りで、片山先生は明石に促されるままに歪んで、パレスを作り上げることに相なった。おそらくこれも明石の狙い通りに。
He intended to make one?
明石が企業コンサルタントだったことは前に軽く話したわよね。あれからもう少し彼が関わった企業について調べてみたんだけど。
Yeah, we're waiting for the deeper connection between the two.
老害がいなくなって社内の空気が良くなったとか、夢ばかり語る無能が解雇されて安心とか、必ず分かりやすい悪人が存在しているのよ。
職人肌の人が老害だ？
いやいや、別に夢を語るのは自由ですよね。
ええ、私もそう思ってる。組織にいろいろな人がいるのは当たり前よ。気が合わないからやめろはおかしいわよね。本来のコンサルタントは悪人探しではなく、業務の無駄や悪習慣を改善する仕事。組織に合わない人がいたとしても、その人も含め成功に導くのが正しいあり方だと思うの。けれど明石の成功には必ずと言っていいほど悪人の存在がつきまとうわ。組織の悪人を排除したことで経営が改善されたように見え、彼だけが称賛を浴びる。
それってもしかして。
He creates villains, yep. Or finds scapegoats, either
推
or.
察できるでしょうね。ただ完全な冤罪ってわけではないと思うわ。どの組織にも問題を抱えた人はいるものだし、けれどそれでも長い間組織に馴染んで仕事をしていたはずの人たちの全てが、明石が来てからすぐ問題行動を起こし咎められたというのは出来すぎに思う。
くすぶっていた火種にあえて明石が火をつけたということか。
それでね、これを見てほしいんだけど。
マガ通信ですか？これ最近話題になってる暴走。
Oh, right. We haven't resolved the hit and run rider, which is Miss Katayama. Yeah.
は
こっちは明石のパソコンに入っていた動画。先生が公園のトイレで配達員の制服に着替えて自転車で走り去る姿が映っていたわ。
そんな嘘でしょ？
残念ながらこれは事実よ。だけどということは、明石は片山先生が暴走ライダーであることを以前から知っていた。
Curious if the connection goes even deeper.
悪役にしやすい人間だと認識した上でターゲットにしたのよ。
それでわざと煽って焚きつけて ってレッテルを貼りやがったのか。
じゃあそれ先生をクビにして追い出してコンサルの手軽にしようとしてたってこと？
ええ。明石がスマートグラスをつけているのもおそらく悪人の証拠を逃さないため。そしてその術中にはめられると逃れることもできない。さっき話した通り、明石に悪人にされた方たちは精神を病んだ人や命を絶った人もいる。
では今まさに欲望が奪われつつある片山も
同じ目に遭うかもしれねえってのかよ。
可能性は否定できないわね。このまま明石を放っておけば永遠に被害者が生まれ続けてしまうわ。
警察も気づかないような形でですよね。片山先生みたいないい人たちが犠牲になるなんて許せない。
I'm gonna think of it. Yeah, in the very beginning, he's run into the hit and run rider. Or Miss Katayama.
そういえば前に電車で。
Yeah, there it is.
ええ。暴走ライダーが現れるようになったのは明石の着任よりもずっと以前の話なの。
Don't know why that is.
先生が自転車で暴走していたのは明石が理由というわけじゃない。
そうなんですね。山越さんたちが言ってました。先生が学生の頃嫌なことがあると自転車で遠くへ行ってたって。
走るとスカッとすんのはわかるけど、暴走の迷惑行為は良くねえことだな。
片山先生は学園では出せないストレスを自転車で発散していたのかもしれない。私もきっと先生のストレスの一因だった。
Hmm.
二人だけのせいじゃないです。私もどこかで先生を怖がってましたし。
That's fair.
先生を心配させるだけさせて、ちゃんと話さなかった俺もだな。
おい、お前たちの気持ちもわかるが、一度話を戻さんか。何にせよ、明石と片山のシャドウの暴走を止められるのはわしらだけなのだからな。
そうね。ありがとうルフェル。じゃあ私の推察を続けさせてもらうのだけど、片山先生のパレスはダムの形をしているわよね。
ああ、マサさんらに聞いて昔自転車で行ってたからかって思ってたが。
それもあるかもしれないけれど、さっきルフェルの話を聞いていて思ったの。あのダムの姿こそが二人のパレス主の関係を象徴しているんじゃないかって。
二人の関係の象徴？
片山先生が自転車で発散しなければならないほどに溜め込まれた鬱憤、いえ怒りの感情、蓄積された先生の怒りを明石が利用して食い物にしている。
片山の怒りを源にしてエネルギーを生み出すダムと、それを
That's
吸い
fair.
上げる明石か。
Kinda on the nose.
あいつ、最初に会った時も地面にケーブル刺して回復してた。
ダムのエネルギーつか、片山さんの心を食い物にしてたってわけかよ。
そしてあのパレスにかかっていた鍵のパスワードは明石のものだった。明石と片山先生のシャドウの様子からも、ダムの支配者は実質的に明石。つまり明石が片山先生を支配して利用する、それがあのダムの構造なんだと思うわ。
支配？ 配して利用って。
くそ、エネルギー数枚はあいつルフェルが気づかねえくらい弱っちかったのによ。
メメントスのシャドウよりもよほど気配の弱いシャドウだったからな。
そうなの。それなら支配ではなく寄生しているという例えの方が正しいのかもしれないわね。
Parasite indeed.
なんかそっちの方がしっくりきます。片山先生が支配されてるっておかしいですし。では少し話をまとめるか。明石が片山のエネルギーを吸い続ける限り明石のシャドウを倒すことはできない。ということは明石のお宝は永遠に盗め。ならばそのエネルギー源を断つべきだが、そのためには片山のお宝を盗んで改心させることが必要不可欠となるだろうな。
片山さんの改心か。正直明石はともかく片山さんがパレスの主なんて納得いかなかったけどよ。俺らの知らねえところで危ねえことして発散しなきゃならねえ怒りを溜めてんなら解放してやりてえ。それが俺にできる恩返しだと思ってる。
加納くんだけで背負わないで。片山先生が歪んでしまったのは少なからず私の責任でもあるのだから。
私も片山先生のパレスに入るまで先生のことを信じきれませんでした。でもあんな生徒思いの先生をこれ以上明石の食い物になんてさせない。だよね。
In his schemes, right now. Right meow.
今回も全会一致と相なった。ターゲットは定まったのだから次の目的はお宝ルートの確保だな。そうだね。もう一度あのパレスに潜って片山先生のお宝のありかを見つけよう。
あ、その前にいいかしら。パレスに行く前にやっておきたいことがあるのだけど。
Hang on, the music is a little bit. Okay. Where are we? Wait for night. Okay. Shinjuku.
このお店に入るんですか、リコ先輩。
ここで片山先生がよく飲んでいるみたいなの。これも明石が持っていた情報から割り出した。先生は今謹慎中だから学園では会えないでしょ。
つが俺ら未成年なんだけど、こんな店入っちまって補導されねえか。
お酒を飲むわけじゃないし大丈夫よ。それに風紀委員会の活動としてうちの生徒がいないか調査に来たっていう名目も用意してあるから。
Dependable as always.
さすがリコ先輩って感じ。
じゃあ入りましょう。
Oh, hey. It's that other girl that was introduced.
この間のフクロウの人、学生なのにこんなお店にまで出入りを。
Hmm.
あの人たち、もしかして。
いらっしゃい。あらま、ずいぶん若いお客さんたちね。
That's an interesting
ご
mama.
安心ください。飲酒はいたしません。少しだけお邪魔いたします。片山先生。
種村さん？それにあなたたち何してるの？未成年がこんな店で。
先生に会いに来たんです。謹慎中で学校では会えませんから。
だからって何もこんなところに。
まずはごめんなさい、先生。
何？どうしたの
？1年の時も今までも先生がずっと手を差し伸べてくれていたのに、私はそれを偽善だと思い込んで嫌な態度をとってきました。時には過干渉ですなどとひどい言葉を投げたことも覚えてます。
種村さん？
今更ですが、本当は嬉しかったんです。いえ、嬉しかったんだとようやく気づいたんです。私が自分で捨てていたものは先生がずっと与えてくれていたんだって。
何よ、本当に急にどうしちゃったの？
信じてもらえなくても仕方ありません。私だってずっと先生を信じないでいた。だから信じてもらえなくても諦めないって決めました。先生がずっとそうしていてくれたように。
種村さん、信じるわよ。信じるに決まってる。何があったのかはわからないけど嬉しいよ。ありがとう。でも私はもう教師を続けられないでしょうね。無期限の謹慎処分にファントム認定なんて。何より私がもう疲れてしまったの。
先生。そうですね。暴走ライダーの正体も片山先生ですもんね。
なんでそれを。先輩、今はそんなことは。
情けないです。生徒の模範となるべき教師が自転車で暴走だなんて。風紀委員としてとても見過ごせません。
ごめん、私は。
だから先生のその歪んでしまった欲望は私が奪います。まっすぐだった頃の先生に戻してみせますから。
どういうこと？
つまり早く学園に復帰してくださいということです。
片山先生、俺もマジすんませんでした。心配かけてんのに生意気ばっか言って。でも俺はマジで先生を頼りにしてて尊敬してて、それは本当なんで。
加納くん。 私も先生がいてくれないと落ち着かないです。早く復帰してくださいね。私たちの担任なんだから。新井さん。
No playing hooky, you hear?
サボりってありがとう。こんな情けない教師を受け入れてくれて。
あらあら。ほんといい生徒に恵まれたわね、クミちゃん。
それじゃまっすぐ帰るのよ。気をつけてね。
はい、先生。
どうしたの、加納くん。
聞いてもいいっすか？なんで暴走なんてしてたのかって。
I would like to know that too.
昔からのストレス解消法なの。ペダルを漕いでいると何もかも忘れら
Yeah,
れるか
but
ら。
crazy pedals though.
昔は走ってるだけで気持ちよかったのに、最近はなんでかな。なんだか体が急に熱くなって自分の意志が保てなくなっていって、正直マガ通信に書かれていた暴走して電車に飛び込んだ件もほとんど記憶になくて。
Okay. Alright.
けど各所に写真も残ってるし、今のは私の言い訳よね。ごめんなさい。
先
生、怒りに任せて暴れてた不良時代から何も成長してないってことだね。もうやめなくちゃ。迷惑かけた人も分かれば謝って回ろうと思う。今日は来てくれてありがとう。私もしっかり自分と向き合ってみるから。
Alright, she's walking off first.
ルフェル、どうしたの？
Professor's presenting itself?
いや、片山は精神世界であれほど生徒に手を挙げないと決意していたものだ。そんな強い信念を持った女が怒りに任せ暴走してしまったことが何か解せなくてな。
どういうことだ？
いや、確証もないことだ。今は忘れてくれていい。
まあでもよ、これで片山さんの歪みっつうのも少しは晴れたんじゃねえか？異世界行ったらパレス消えてたりしねえかな？
それは難しいだろうな。片山のみのパレスならまだしも、あそこには2人分の欲望が交差している。明石のシャドウに規制されてな。だがパレス自体に変化はあるかもしれん。後日体制を整えたら攻略してみよう。
There's a little guy in the corner. Ew, I felt eyes on us just now. Yep.
じゃあそろそろ帰りましょうか。寄り道はしないように。駅までは集団行動よ。
さすがリコ先輩。異世界とパレス。
Okay. Alright.
はい、以上が化学反応についてのまとめかな。複雑だからノート取っといてね。化学反応は実験の時だけに使うって勘違いされがちだけど、そうじゃないんだよ。みんながよく使っているもの、そうだな。例えば使い捨て回路、あれも化学反応なの。鉄が空気中の酸素と反応して酸化鉄になる際に発生する熱を利用して暖を取るんだね。 みを理解しとくと使い捨て回路もちょっとだけ便利に使えちゃったりするよ。それじゃああんまり冷えなさそうだからこそ、あなた答えてみてね。同じ使い捨て回路を登下校の時にだけ使いたい。そんな時回路に授業中にしておくことは
Huh. I don't know, actually. I mean, you can't. I guess you could seal in the bag to capture its heat? Juggling it is like... Yeah, it's probably leaving the oxygen because of the oxide. You can seal it off from the oxide. It doesn't quite do that, but yeah, I can cut out the oxygen supply.
使うときにまた酸素に接触させれば OK。 鉄が酸化鉄に変わりきっちゃう
It works to try it doesn't necessarily stop the reaction. The reaction keeps going, but you can slow down the reaction.
こんな風に活用できるし、ものによっては修理や再利用だってできちゃうよ。ものの仕組みを知るってとっても面白くて役に立つから、箱崎と一緒にいろいろ勉強しようね。
ほほう、回路とやらを使ったことがないが、そのような仕組みなのか。
Oh, look at you.
冬場は皆鉄を持ち歩いている。見方を変えるとキテレツで面白いではないか。
Yeah, until all the oxygen is consumed, it would come to a halt. No oxygen, which is why they come in sealed bags as a product. Yeah, but it doesn't stop the reaction right away. So, like, sealing the bag doesn't stop the reaction. It's the absence of oxygen that stops the reaction. So when that guy asks, how do you stop the reaction? It's by removing oxygen. That's the answer, not sealing the bag. So I was a little bit thinking in the terms of literal sense, right? A scientist would be to remove the oxygen, not to seal the bag. To seal the bag is a function of it. So it doesn't actually stop the way it was asked. It would be specifically to siphon the oxygen out. Yeah, no, right. Well, that is the explainer. The guy asked, how would you stop the reaction to remove the oxygen so the oxide can't react anymore? Because he's asking a science question, not a pragmatic question. Right. So technically, it would be incorrect to say sealing the bag stops the reaction. It doesn't actually stop the reaction. So, but it's the only answer that was available that was reasonable. You can stop the reaction a different way as well. You can take the bag and then suck up all the air. You can suck the bag up with your mouth. I'm not sure about inhaling iron oxide, but that is certainly one way to actively stop it. So what's the plan for today? You would like to check out... Yeah. You have to understand that most of these questions, a lot of those other questions, there are questions littered between the days. Some of them are pretty literal and they're very dependent. So I wouldn't give people the idea that it would. Sealing the bag leads to a stopped reaction and the time wasn't accounted for in the question. Also, this is a video game. That is a leap of logic. These video games, I don't know if you play video games too much, but these video games, when they give questions, it can be the difference between point 1 and point 2 and as trivial as possible. I'm not entirely sure if you're familiar with that. And also, sealing the bag doesn't lead to a stopped reaction. The reaction, consumption of the oxygen stops the reaction, not the bag itself. Sealing the bag itself. And the time wasn't accounted for, but these questions tend to account for that. Like one of the questions was, I don't know how you're used to Japanese trivia in video games, but one of the questions are like, you know, the Wall of China. So the Wall of China is a very specific length, and they said that it was specifically made for a specific mile, like a mileage. They tell you what the mile is, and then the question asks, how long do you think the Great Wall of China is? That's exactly not what the devs are thinking. You're not thinking along that might expect from players. The players are actually expecting to be tricked. So in these games, they tend to be tricky. So one of the questions was that, how long do you think the the Great Wall of China is? But they specifically already stated the length. But the answer is, it depends. Because the Chinese mile is not the same as the English mile. And that's one of the cultural differences. Now, you might be thinking, oh, well, yeah, that's obvious, right? I don't think there's a lot of people who know that the Chinese inch, yard, and mile, the imperial system in China is not the same as the imperial system in Great Britain. Because they are really, really far apart. It's quite significant, too. So, there's another game that I play. It's called Like a Dragon, and they also have like a school section of it. And yeah, it is that pedantic. Generally, is pretty pedantic. But in this case, the question was pretty harmless. There was one where they were talking about this is your first time watching someone play Persona? Oh, well, this is the I actually don't remember the school exams in the I played Persona 3 and like half of 4. So we're gonna play Persona games at the end of the year. And one thing to expect from these games are that they are deliberately meant to be kind of tricky questions. They're not meant to be I'm gonna say they're not meant to be like a multiple choice question you are to find in a school exam a lot of times. I got another good one. It was like the teacher was explaining the preface of the term uniform. So to you, it sounded like a casual trivia question. A casual trivia question. I can see that. Yeah, I can see that. When I think of like casual trivia questions, I think of trivia like in the bar and stuff, which they're usually dealing with semantics, like who wants to be a millionaire situation, where there are two answers that are very close together, and then there are two answers that are not, and then you kind of narrow it down to 50-50. But generally speaking, the technicalities are what makes for the fun trivia. Like trivia is fun when it's to me personally is when the trivia questions are technical as opposed to non-technical, right? But that was a multiple choice, so you just pick the best answer, right? It is a casual one. Here's one. The word uni, they said uniform, right? And they preface what uniform means. What do you think the term uni means? And you had a choice between one, unique, and something else, singular. Like if someone asked me how to make a light bulb stop shining and you said flip the light switch and they said wrong, I'd be like, well, yeah, I guess so. Yeah, that's exactly what these games will do. It will say something that is kind of like a riddle, but also there's a trick to it. And but you don't have to enter and you don't have to make an argument. The fun part is to think about it a little bit, like in a weird sense. Like what do you think uni means? You had the choice of like one, unique, and singular in uniform. One, unique, and singular. I think the singular was the third choice. So, and then uniform. So the guy was talking about what uni means in uniform. And there were two that I'm like, oh, okay, I can kind of see. There's a bait in there. There's a bit of a bait in there. And they all mean like one, sort of. All of them mean like singular. They kind of overlap with each other. So I like the questions that they have. They have quite a lot of these, actually. Like I have to... I like these games, by the way. Uniform is like one look. Everyone looks the same, one form. Yeah. Exactly. So you have to think about the pedantic nature of it, right? And it would be one. Uni is prefaced to be one, right? Let me bring up some. I like, by the way, this is a typical thing of SEGA games. So Persona games, you're a high school student in all of them. So you get these like fun questionnaires in and some of these are great. I actually learned I actually reflect on it quite a lot. Yeah, some of these are great. And a lot of them are obvious too. So not to say that they're meant to be complex, right? It makes me think of them in a complex way. Like oh, and there's a lot of historical facts which I just simply did not know. Like here's one. Heliocentric theory is a massive problem for a certain field of study. You have three choices: literature, religion, or home economics. Which, yeah, they do preface with like what heliocentric is, or they attempt to disclose what heliocentric theory is, right? So you still get your classical either you know it or you don't kind of things. Like for example, what's the lowest number of syllables that this is relevant to what we were doing in Discord. What's the fewest number of syllables that a kamariji can have in this game? And they were referring to a specific game, which I don't even know what the specific game is. So you do have to pay attention to what they're saying. In this case, this person pretty much set you up. Oh, and the game does give you the one clue, like when you're listening to them, right? That guy mentioned oxide, and that's what you're supposed to remember. So it becomes a casual trivia question when you're paying attention. It's kind of like being in class, and I quite enjoy that. Oh, there is one. This one you might know its context. What was a time when math affected history? And this person was referring to social conflicts, right? And the one that I remember clearly, which is, I don't know if they write the same questions in Japanese that they write in English, but the one that they're referring to was the World War and I don't even remember if it's World War I or World War II. It was when they decoded the German, I'm guessing it's World War II, when they decoded the German code, and that's when mathematics affected history. It ended the war after decoding the... I still remember somewhere along those lines. You know when math hasn't affected history? That's good. That's a fair point. Oh, here's one. The word melancholy. Oh, I like this one. The word melancholy. I knew this one because I like the word melancholy in general. It was off the anime The Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya that gave it a lot more light. But the word melancholy historically referred to a secretion. Which organ did that secretion come from? 1, the cerebellum. 2, the stomach. Or 3, the spleen. And you can kind of rule out 1 because there's technically... it's hard to argue that the cerebellum has any secretions. So you have the stomach and the spleen. And they gave you like some trivia about I guess something that led you to believe the answer. You don't know, but have you heard of that stuff with the sanguine and whatnot? Yes. It is related to that. I'm pretty sure that's what they mentioned in the thing. It's the spleen. And that's exactly why the game is really cool. It does link with the trivia. It does have something to do with sanguine, actually. I'm pretty sure that's how I got to spleen. Oh, here's one. Abduct, only, and never. Which word is derived from a number? Which of the 3 words is derived from a number? Abduct, only, and never. Which... it was a 50-50 for me, but... interesting. There's really... it's quite a lot of fun. Anyways. Yeah, it's only. That's the only way I lean. Yeah, only. Onely? Yeah. I don't know if you ever play, like, in the future, I'm not sure if you're ever going to be interested in these games, but Persona games and Like a Dragon games, I'll be playing both. Like, I play Persona was like one of the most beloved PS2 games that I've ever played, Persona 3. And I plan on doing an entire legacy run of the game. But Like a Dragon games also include all these trivia in dialogue and stuff. 99% chance won't play. That's personally fine. But generally speaking, these are the games I'm using Japanese for, by the way. Like, the reason why I play these games is it's filled with casual conversation. Most of these are casual sim games on top of like JRPG games. So like a Dragon, yeah, the dialogue is great though. Yeah, exactly. And there's the social media content, like both the dialogue and the subject matter are what we talk about every single day. When we were talking about kids, desire, like all of this is built in a pseudo metaverse. Your ears are like, oh, with all the input. Yeah. All the dialogue and the subject matter are very relevant too. They're incredibly topical. And Like a Dragon games are the adult version of it. So they tackle things like when you go to eat, they banter about expensive coffee, like certain types of sushi, or like trends on the interweb. Like, so these two series, the Persona series and the Like a Dragon series, are like the other part of my plans, my language learning. So it's very intentional that we're playing Persona. This is Persona 5 The Phantom X. It's the gacha live service game that was recently. So I visit one stream every like 2 weeks. There's an update roughly like every 2 weeks. So this would be 2 weeks period. It's really wonderful. I love technical science questions though. That's where my jam is. I don't know how well I will find out in the future because I haven't played Persona 5. How nitty gritty the trivia questions are. It is funny. Your light switch thing is pretty funny. I haven't heard that one, but for me, how would I even answer that? Like, if someone asks me how to make a light bulb stop shining and you say flick the light switch, they say wrong, you'd be like, okay, what's another way to make the light bulb stop shining? Huh. Well, I guess I guess I would ask what type of light bulb first. You have to stop the current. Yeah, you have to stop the current, but you also have to know like what type of light bulb. Because you can technically stop an incandescent light bulb a different way. Yeah, I don't know enough about light bulb. I don't either. Like, can you... That's a good question. I actually just smash the light bulb. That was my first thought. Like, just smash it. Like, what I mean is most of the light bulbs require a vacuum, right? Or like the actual chamber is sealed, right? So you just need to let gas in any way. So you might not have to smash it, but you could probably like poke a hole through it or something, and then it would cause the reaction to stop. It's hilarious though, the flipping a light switch. There was no other answer for that sealing the bag thing though. And I have used hand warmers. There's another way to stop the reaction in the iron oxide heat thing, whatever you call it. Okay. What have you tried? You could put it in a cold place. I mean, you could probably slow down the reaction of it in a cold place. You could also like... I haven't used any of those heat warmer things. I remember like when you crack it, right? When you crack it, I'm not quite sure what type of hand warmers they're talking about. I'm thinking of those the ones that you crack, right? And then if you wrap it, yeah, I think it does. I haven't ever tried it myself. I'm thinking of the single chamber things where you split open and they mix, right? Interesting. I've never smelt them before. I didn't think it was recruiting that much oxygen from the outside that you can actually siphon it off by putting it in a bag. Alright, let's get I love trivia questions. It kind of gets you to start thinking about the gaps in your knowledge. Gaps in one of your knowledge. Where are we going? Oh yeah, we're going to the place. Okay. Oh, and yeah, I guess I already talked about how I missed an entire area of this platform, but now we're good. Whoops. So, where are we going? Wrong button. First area? Interesting.
そういえば普通に呼んじゃったけど、リコ先輩もこれからは怪盗団の一員ってことでいいんですよね。
私はそのつもりだったけど、いいかしら、リーダー。
Welcome aboard.
ありがとう。それじゃ、これからよろしくね。
よろしく。
先の戦闘での手腕はもちろん理解しているが、お前は非常に頭も良く、機転も利く。よければ怪盗団のブレーン、作戦参謀を担ってくれないだろうか。
そういや、今までそういうのを。
Did he just say Buren?
作戦参謀なんかか こいい響き。ますます怪盗団らしくなるね。
参謀、私に務まるかしら。
参謀。
むしろリコ先輩にしか務まらないです。私のお墨付き。
クローザーのお墨付きもらってもな。
ソイにだけは言われたくないです。
わかったわ。怪盗団の作戦参謀、引き受けさせてもらうわね。ところでそのクローザーとかソイとかコードネームで呼び合ってるのよね、みんな。
あ、そうだ。リコ先輩のコードネームも決めなきゃだった。
ワンダーにキャトル、クローザー、ソイ。みんなはどうやって決めたの？
それぞれ自分が思う不思議なものつながりで決めてる感じです。
先輩はなんか不思議に思うものってあんのか？
不思議なもの？そうね。風、ウィンドなんてどうかしら。
ウィンド。風 instead of 風。They actually say the English or the katakana anyways.
風紀委員の風紀ってなんで風なんだろうって気になっていたのよ。
That's fair.
風物、風土、文化に関わる言葉に風の漢字は多く使われているのだけど。
See, that's the cool
そ
stuff.
の場の空気ということなのか、風で運ばれてくる印象なのかわからなくて。
へえ、頭のいい人ってな、変なとこ気にすんだな。
Smart people think of the weirdest things. There's a kind that you can buy that's vacuum sealed in the back. Oh, and then you rip it open to start it. Okay. And they're not reusable. Yeah, I think those are the ones that I actually think about. Like the ones that the reaction goes to completion once you use it. So like I haven't really attempted to like you know, wrap it back up and see if it doesn't rapidly go into completion anyways. So a lot of times those things have chambers that already exposed to oxygen, so they're not like actually vacuum sealed, so they already have oxide in them. So when you're wrapping around, it tends to slow the reaction to allow it to stay like effective for a while, but usually they end up running to completion with whatever is exposed already. And then the other type of, I'm not sure if it's still iron oxide, but the ones that are used to cook food, I haven't ever used them, but in Japan there are a lot of bentos that are sold at like train stations and stuff, and they have self-heating things where the compartment is used by pulling a drawstring to let the, I'm not sure if that's also exposing iron oxide, but it's a very neat idea, and they get really toasty. Pretty interesting. It's been a while since I've had a hand warmer. I still remember like going on runs and going on events that take place in cold weather. People would keep hand warmers on the side. It suits her though. How about wink? Window.
いいと思います。ウィンドウ、軽やかで爽やかで先輩にぴったり。先輩のペルソナのイメージにも合ってますよね。
そうね。強めの能力的に私はサポートが主になると思うの。味方にとっては追い風、敵にとっては逆風。そんな風にあなたたちを支えていきたいわ。
She's a smart one, by the way.
よかろう。では今からお前はウィンドだ。
つがこの場合、ウィンド先輩って呼んだ方がいいのか？
先輩はいらないわよ。みんなもこれからは必要以上に敬語は使わないでほしいな。怪盗団では私の方が新参者だし、対等な仲間なんでしょ。
そっか。じゃあよろしくウィンドウ。
Yoroshiku. Yoroshiku window, right?
よろしくねワンダ。それじゃあ行きましょうか。
行きましょう。You put it in a plastic bag and you think it delays it a bit, but it was still obviously reacting for a bit after saying. I don't know if you recall, it heated up a bit more after reopening. Definitely does something, but probably not very practical. Yeah, I haven't tried it. Maybe next time I'll try it. I don't know when that next time is. Probably probably never. No. Maybe another couple years if I go out to run. I like having them, like keeping spare pocket warmers if you go out to a run, like an event run, and maybe it suddenly rains, or and the event is held rain or shine, and then you're kind of like caught off guard. I often keep like a few packs in the car or something on those trips. I like to be the guy that keeps like some ration stuff, like emergency kind of like quality of life stuff on me when I'm running. Your mom said when she was a kid she held a hot potato in her pocket. Yes. Me too. I have heard that. Putting hot potatoes. The whole idea of the hot potato. And then you just eat it. Like you can foil it up. You know, take a hot potato, wrap it in foil, and then just stick it into your pocket. And then consume it after it chills. Yeah. Just wrap any warm thing in foil and then carry it with you. I like that. I like that. Very resourceful. I like being the guy that's running but also carries like emergency stuff, you know, band-aids, couple band-aids, some like icy hot, or some gels and whatnot, just in case. You know, you never know what happens. And it's always kind of nice when it gets really cold and someone's a little bit cold, you hand them some hand warmers. And I also keep like little bottles of hand sanitizer in case something terrible happened. Or like what are those tie pens in case someone stained their clothing. Comes in a pinch, you know? Oh wait, am I already in the new area? No. Have to go here, right? Where are we going? Supposed to go here? Show me, please.
ダムの水が減ってる。
やはりウィンドの考察通り、このパレスは片山の怒りからエネルギーを生み出すダム。ダムに溜まる水がまさに片山の怒りや負の感情だったのだろうな。
現実世界でそれが解消されたことでダムの水も減ったということ。
お前の思いが片山に伝わった証拠だな。
よかった。
さて、まずはお宝の場所を探ってみるとしよう。片山のお宝の気配は案外と近い。あちらの方向から感じる。
水が減ったおかげであの辺を歩いていけそうだな。片山さん、今俺らが助けっから待っててくれよ。
I'm not sure if you're familiar with the premise of Persona, Persona 5's premise, but like a really quick brief synopsis. So in the world of Persona, it's the normal world. Typically the normal world, the characters you play are individuals that have access to something called the metaverse in Persona 5's. All the other Persona games have a different version of this, and often is a projection of one's own subconscious. Like it's kind of like giving a reason for tackling the inner demons of people. In the Persona 5 universe, which is the same universe this is, people go about their days, and when they are encountering lots of stress and different things, people act out, right? They have changes of heart. They can go down poor roads, lose passion, kind of a lack of desire, and like envy, jealousy. So Persona 5, the universe where we're at, is a projection of a sin or a stress of each one that's represented. And in the current story, this is what's happening in the heart of that teacher. A teacher who is being exploited for power, like for her rage and stuff, is used as a figurative way of seeing an opportunist who visited the school, who creates a scapegoat. And then what he does to bolster his reputation is create a scapegoat by poking and triggering a staff, a well-established staff in the school, and then he removes that staff by scapegoating them to boost his reputation. So in the metaverse, it's projected that the teacher's subconscious, she is the power plant. And the power plant is being siphoned by that parasite of a guy. So they both occupy the same palace, and that guy is sapping her power. And everything that's projected on you, like the characters that you are, I know they're dressed in swimsuits, more on that, that's a different story. But what it is they are projected, these are the projections, the psychological projections of who they are. So whenever they were talking about like, oh, like the wind, I would like to be called the wind, all of the like armor and stuff is more like clothing and stuff is in their subconscious. So what they do they are thieves, and they're phantom thieves. What they do is they go into the subconscious world of the person to try to change their mind. But when you're in the subconscious, you learn about their backstory, all of the things that created their demons. So in the way, it's a form of storytelling to find what lies in the darkness of people's hearts. And your goal as characters is to dive in, find out what pushes them in the real world, get them to reveal their treasure, which is the source of their negativity, and you steal it. And when you steal it, you're the phantom thieves. You steal it, and then you allow the person to heal and have a change of heart. In this current story, there's a complication, because usually when you go into the villain, they have their own palace and one desire. But this is a situation of abuse and neglect. So now there are two people. So you're trying to remove the source of the power, which is the rage in the teacher's heart, which is what we're doing now. And then the person who's controlling them may not have the power anymore. So then you go and lock him out, right? So it's trying to depict an abusive relationship, abusive power, and then like sadness and the different sins like gluttony, vanity, and that's kind of how Persona games are built upon. Like a Dragon games, which is the other game series I play, deal with like organized crime, loyalty, lots of human lust, sloth, and gluttony as well. And then they depict on like commentary on existing communities. Sounds like a spirit world in which the things unseen in the physical world are plainly seen and tangible. Exactly. Yes. And in Persona games, it's strictly taking place in high school. It's not free of adult interactions. Adult interactions are from the perspective of the teacher, the parents, grandparents, and stuff interacting with teenagers. So in this case, this game evaluates the current existence of social media. So all of the things deal with social media, its dreams and nowadays, a lack of desire. So a lot of the things I talk about dwindling passion, identity, and whatnot, Persona 5 tackles that because it's a modern take on existing society. In Like a Dragon, it's the greater society. So crime, government involvement, religion, multiculturalism, like gangs, homelessness, that type of thing. So these are the two games I play for basically lots of yapping in response. And I These are the two things I like. The teacher, right? The teacher parent to kid relations. And it's kind of like watching Disney movies for the idea of taking it from the teacher's perspective or the parental perspective. And the whole attraction to Persona games are also the reason their subject matter is why it's also resonating. And then there's other things, waifus, right? Like, you know, female characters. So that's a whole different other story. Well, you just have to suspend your disbelief for that one. I'm sure you're all too familiar as like someone who dabbles in art. All right, time to run it over. Get some wheels. All right. Oh, he's a car, by the way. He can turn into a car. And yeah, that's his inside, apparently. Okay. Alright. I haven't been in a car inside a spirit world before. Can I stop just anywhere? Oh wait, I can. No, I can't. Just kidding. I can't drive this any further? Okay. And how do I... Oh. Right. Over here, let's take it. Yep. Go. Alright. What's over here? Nothing? Nothing. I don't imagine you play video games very often, Pete. Wow, that's huge. Wait, hold up. Let's see what's over here. By the way, when it comes to stylization, this is a game that definitely I take a lot of nods from. So you can kind of see that the Persona series is very stylized. So a lot of the hard edges and then like contrast bumps and whatnot. Very much inspired by this artist, this particular artist. Let's go in. Sounds about right. Looks like we're inside the dam. As the dam's water level rises, water passes through those drainage pipes and travels to the power plant area downstream. In other words, if we want to reach the power... Okay. Slippery pipes. Okay. Yep, let's go. I'll take point. It's fine. We're fine. Well, that was a gamble. Okay. It's pretty much always like this. Unharmed. Let's go. Alright, let's see what the theme is of this part. Careful. This is like the game part of the game. Alright. Yeah, I don't think I have a track yet. Alright. Seems okay. Alright, we can break those. Hi. Oh. About time someone come by. The power plant has 3 floors. This is the first floor. You know, do you mean the previous supervisor? I think she's in a room behind the 3rd floor generator. Can get us there? Still, I can't leave my post, but it's pretty dangerous up ahead. I'm not surprised. Take a look. This is how... Sure. Security cameras. 3 most important rooms are all in a critical state right now. Okay. If you want to go where she is, you'll need to resolve the issue. Okay. Fair enough. Yep. Her intense anger is creating problems. Time to fix the mechanical issues. No problem. You love video games, you don't play a wide variety, and you haven't been able to do very much in the past few years due to physical limitations. We have been a video game addict since kid. Oh, okay, okay. Addict. That's I like that. I play video games for enrichment. So nowadays when someone says like I play video games for like the cultural enrichment a lot of times. As opposed to like strictly for enjoyment. I like making commentary about the developer's point of view, which is what a point of view that you have taken, right? You talked about how the trivia was phrased in a way that you might seem like what the developers are aiming for. That's kind of what I like about video games, trying to understand the developers, and it's fun discussing about supposition and then seeing them in interviews and stuff, which is very common these days to have interviews. Games like this typically have developer like hosted, MC'd people who reveal like interview questions and whatnot on a daily basis. So it's like a very common occurrence these days, which I enjoy corroborating suspicions and whatnot. You know, think unnecessarily deep about things. I have to do a lot of battling because we're kind of strong. Okay. The door seems okay. Gotta power some stuff. Gemini looks like out of energy. Supplements. Okay, now we gotta find the source of energy. A new mechanic. Oh. Oh! Oh, cute! Worker robot, how can you help? Can you help us get that device? Certainly, my energy contains electrical energy. If you would be so kind as to guide me. Aw, it's such a cute little thing. Wait, can I? Aw. If you seem like you don't play video games, it's probably because you play virtually nothing trendy except, I guess, Minecraft. Yeah, I don't typically play trendy things. This is probably the trendiest thing I play. But, like, if I were doing something trendy right now, it would probably be something like Ninja Gaiden 4 or Battlefield 6 or Hades 2, which I do plan on playing Hades 2 at some point. There's quite a lot of games released recently in this month. Instead, I'm doing Inktober, obviously. If you're talking about like in the area of gacha games, Persona 5 is not, the Phantom X isn't. It would be something like, right now it'd be Blue Protocol. Blue Protocol would be the gacha game, the trendy gacha game at the moment. Hello? Oh, we got the map. Okay. We got the map. The map. The map. It's the map. Alright. We can break glass. Right. And here's the map. That is a big area. Oh, how did I miss that? And by trendy, you also mean anything relatively new. I'm very out of touch with pop culture. That's perfectly understandable. I would say I'm a dabbler in being aware of pop culture, but I don't have sufficient time to participate in pop culture. Like, literally participate in it. Usually I choose something a little bit not pop culture. Although learning Japanese is very pop culture. Wait. Heck. How do I insert you? My friend. You need to go in. You must bring... Okay. Okay, that didn't work the first time. Weird. Okay. Another energy source, okay. Panel. Oh, the other mechanic. Little ray gun things. I suck the energy from you. You have no energy. I need an energy sucker. Wait. Can I not suck the energy from? Oh, here it is. Juice. You're so out of pop culture, you're learning Japanese without watching anime. I haven't watched anime in a while, so... I want to say I'm more of a... whoever is more interested, right? Like, I guess I mentioned this before. It's whoever is interested in whatever is the thing I do. So if you happen to not be an edgelord, then I would probably end up not being an edgelord in the process. I do try to keep one or two things up to date, right? Or participate in it if it just so happens to be someone who's edgy and they like playing that. But they have to communicate that openly. What is that? It kind of looks like a... Oh, hydroelectric. It's leaking electricity. I was thinking, what do you call those? A van der Waal machine? Or what do you call those? Like that static thing? When I was seeing it moving, I'm like, man, that kind of just looks like one of those things that would shock you when you... Okay. 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 Alright, let's... And then we can squeeze into the robo guy. Come on, little cutie. Alright. Get in there. You're home now. Safety room. Security bots. Okay. Give me this loot. There's no way to turn them off, so I'm just gonna go this way. Okay, just kidding. What's behind door number 2? Give me this. The swimsuits are from a recent summer event. So, can I... What? Oh, I can. Okay. Wait. Oh, can I? Whoop.
前方にシャドウよ。注意して。
Wait. That's awkward. How do I? Oh. I've got the button thing. I've got the wrong button. Okay. Okay, one of the rooms experiencing malfunction. Look at the screen up there. Okay. Despite the drainage pipes being blocked, there's still a large volume of... If you want to drain the pipes, okay. Okay. Alright, sure. What are you protecting? Anything? Doesn't look like it. Hello? Friendly.
宝箱があるよね。回収する。ああ、こんなのがあるんだ。
Intriguing. Okay, first drainage pipe. We gotta find the second one. Alright, sure. Close the water intake. Okay. That was unnecessarily flashy. What is that sound? Oh, someone's in the cage. Yeah, I'm just checking. Calm down. Help, please. It look like we... Okay. Can I... Oh, you're good. Yeah, why were you locked in there? Come on, my buddy. You used to work in a part of the facility, but you disobeyed. Okay. Try to intervene, I see. Do you know where the water intake switch is? Control room? We gotta take care of some goons protecting it. Alright, goon. Okay. What's behind here? Can I open this? Oh, I can. I'm all about the loots. Thank you, loots. Oh, does this take me back? Oh. Oh, that's convenient. Okay. Shortcut unlocked. There's a goon guy here. Wait. I need power? Control room? Hi, my guy. Yeah, we're ready. I'm not concerned.
リレーに決めて差し上げて、各自油断しないように。この鼓動を歌に乗せて、カリオペ暑さを沈めよう。フラッシュムザパーン。なんてね。行くぞ。ないんだけど、もう本番だよ。カリオ
Get to
ペ。
go first?
この歌を。
そら。いただいていく。
Oh, they're actually... okay. Oh, I just realized resonance. Oh! Okay, we gotta change people. We gotta change people.
派手に暴れてちょうだい。さて、どうしようかしら。かき回して、強め。びっしょびしょにしちゃおう。フラッシュムだ。海風に乗せて、ありがとうね。届け。終わらせちゃおう。
That's not what I meant to hit. Dang it. I need to change up my peeps.
海風に乗せてみんなに届けかけろヨハンナ無理は禁物よペルソナ
梅の花時
プラシムだ
今さてどうしようかしかき回して強め
暑さを沈めようザッパーなんてね
戦術支援発動
人を前にやってくれ
いい判断ね
いい歌を届けよう狩り響き渡れどこまでもびしょびしょにしちゃおうプラシムだ
リレーに決めて差し上げて
I need to switch. Fine. Nice. Mission accomplished. For the first one. 1 out of 3. Rage at 80%. Alright. 2 remaining areas. And all the secrets involved. Let's...
今おう出れるよ
Okay.
宝箱だいいもの入ってるああこんなのがあるんだ
Why is there a red dot? Is there a red dot there? Okay. Oh. Oh, the red dot's moving. Oh. Hi. Okay. It's clipping. Okay. All right. Get rid of the peeps first. Okay.
あれもらっといた方がよくねいただきますってか
Interesting. Live wires? Cut. Oh. Fairly fragile. What's over here? I need to explore. What do we got? Is this the way back? Doesn't look like it. Ooh. We'll figure it out. I'm just gonna assume I'm equipped for this.
派手に暴れてちょうだい各自油断しないように
この鼓動を歌に乗せてカリア暑さを沈めようザッパ
They're not immune. That's good. Oh, they have no down points. So that's a problem.
本番だよカリオペ聞いてほしいこの歌を
ペルソナいただいていく
海風に乗せてみんなに届け
That's not doing a whole lot. Okay. Oh. Okay. Physical.
派手に暴れてちょうだい
びしょびしょにしちゃおうプラシムだ海 海風に乗せてみんなに届け。
準備完了よ。合図を。さてどうしようかし。かき回して強め。
What are you guys weak to? No weakness.
夏日に負けないフラッシュムザパーンなんてね。
マンドラン行くぜエルトラ。
海風に乗せてみんなに届け。本番だよカリオペ。響き渡れどこまでも。びしょびしょにしちゃおうフラッシュムだ。海風に乗せてみんなに
会心の一撃。
義経ドミニオンこれでどうだ。
No. Okay.
さすがねワンダ。敵が
Oh, interesting.
ドラフラッシュムだ。逃がしてあげない。海風に乗せてみんなに届け。
出番だマンドランエルトラ。
ハイライト発動可能よ。
マンドラン俺らのもてなしくらいな。
本番だよカリ。これが私の全力の歌。
みんな怪我はないわね。
So it's doing something with Calamity, which I'd like to. I wouldn't read it just because I'm kind of curious if you can. You can read the guy's description. So something about Calamity was constantly being triggered. I need to find another little bot guy. Where are you, bot? There you are. Can I knock these out? Nope. Alright. Let's bring you home. In you go. Okay. Huh. What about this? The next is a generator room, but the turbine seems to be malfunctioning. You should have another turbine near the hive. Okay. Alright. I got you. It's over here. Lunchbox. Oh, this place is getting a little wildly big. Here's a little... Oh, is it above me? Below me? Okay. Alright, we're back. Okay. Yep. Okay. I just open all the doors. Huh. Okay. Yeah, so we need to connect it to power it. See a little guy? You have no energy. Is there an energy source in here?
ってるかな。すごいすごい。
Okay. Oh, actually, I didn't ask you. How was your food? You know? Was it as uneventful as you imagined, or... Can you stay here, please? Thank you. Is this a turbine? Oh, it's a motor. Wait! I wanted to open the door! Must have all doors open. Can I repair this with the new one? Yeah. There we go. Can you stay here, little guy? Thank you. Gotta sip on that juice. Sip, sip. Slurp. Alright, my guy, let's go. Get in there.
宝箱があるよね。回収するかの判断は任せるわ、ワンダ。
Okay. Do you have energy? Oh, you have a fire source. Oh, I see. All right. Ah, a utility shaft. Oh, it's mapped underneath, I see. We have water energy. Or whatever the blue one is. Hmm. Yoink. Okay, what's behind this door? Even more. Oh, something wrong? That's it for hydroelectric. They hit the. Okay, generator part number 2 and 3. All right, all right, all right. How big is this? Oh yeah, that's pretty big. Hi. All right, let's read. Let's quickly read what this guy does. Each turn inflicts mark of calamity on 2. Okay, the effect lasts. After its mark of calamity, deal damage with a skill. Calamity Descent is activated once. Deals multiple damage. Okay. I need mark. Alright, okay. So that's the theme. So the more repeated damage, I can see why a debuff would be good here. Like bleed and stuff. But we have Tomogo, so that's fine. Wait, are these guys immune to down? Yeah, null down. That doesn't do very much. We'll wait till calamity happens, I suppose. Oh wait, I don't actually know how calamity is applied on the enemy. Oh, I guess I have to take out one of the little guys to inflict calamity.
厄介な状態ね。素早く治療。さて、どうしようかしら。かき回して。強め。
I should put in another sweeper then. Oh no, there's calamity. Does that trigger it twice? Oh no, it doesn't. Intriguing. Does that trigger it? No, it doesn't.
これこそ会心の一撃。ハイライト発動可能よ。
どうだ。やろう。
Does it only once per turn? Doesn't look like it. Oh, is it because of ailment? Oh. Because she's inflicting forget. That's what's triggering the... Oh no! Oh, is it a debuff? Okay. No, never mind. Weird. Wow, that hurts a lot. As far as I know, I didn't see ice immunity, but maybe there's a chance I'll see fire immunity. Let's switch it up. Fingers crossed. All right. Is this one of them? I mean, it looks big and fancy. Why can't I take that one? Does that look like what we're looking for? Oh, those things. Okay. Let me in! My guy! Things ready. Oh. Okay. Oh, there it is. Alright. What? Alright, so I can go in here now? There you go. What? Oh, okay. I still have lockpicks from last time. Come here, little buddy. Let's go. Wait. Which direction was it? Alright. Give me this. Those tickets will be useful. the moment we get to the first edition, when they, after 6 months, there's still like three months to go before they add one of the most wanted characters. We're just gonna wait and pretty much never use them at this point. But give me these memory shards. Okay, that's a dead end. What? What? Oh, is that an elevator? That looks like a shaft. Alright. Back. More jewels. Wait. Hold the phone. Go back here. Oh, does these not count without going into them? That's interesting. They're marked as red when... Alright. Oh, yeah. That other one was a hatch. We might as well go. See. We'll double back in a bit. But why stop here? Oh. Okay. Fair enough. Hi. Oh, really? Oh. Oh, hey. It's the second room. Alright. Turbine room. Okay, control manual. Gotta find the manuals. Okay. We got the control manual, and now we gotta go in. Go to the maintenance room. Hello? Friendly? What? Don't tell me I can. No. Hi. Okay. Okay. Whoa. No, poor guys. Hi. Okie dokie. Hello? Oh. Map. Second room. Or second floor. Hot dog. What time is it? 4:30 or 4:20? What? Intriguing. Intriguing. Uh-huh. Fire, you say? Apology, I won't be able to pass this point. Oh. Oh. I see. It will siphon. Ah. Okay. Oh, okay. I see. And then now I can get back the energy. Cute. Rescue? We're giving him the manual. Cool. Or got the manual. Interesting. So I still want to get the this thing. Where's that little guy? Come here. What does this do? Oh. Yoink. All right. Okay. Sure, let's just transfer you right away. Oh, I see you. Oh, we got to realign. I see. Night. Okay. Heck. Alright. Separate device, right? Hello? Hi. Interesting. There's a lever here. Huh. Interesting. Looking for breakables? No breakables? Oh, there's... Now, why would I want them connect? Oh. I go up here? I most certainly can. Oh. Takes me around, I see. Let there be fire. Oh, hi. Okay, we got 3 control manuals. One left. What's behind here? Fire. Okay. Oh, hi. Are you the same elephant-y guy? No. Is always inflicted with sleep after being attacked. You'll wake up and take 1 action before going to sleep. Each time it gains 1 ranged stack. Interesting.
Okay, 任せて。
ハイライト発動可能よ。各自油断しないように。
カルメン、行くよ。燃やし尽くす。ブラシムナ、ザッパーンなんてね。いい歌を届けよう。カリオペ、聴いてほしい。この歌を。
ペルソナー、義経、ドミニオン、交流、義経、ドミニオン。いただいていく。お互いに。
踊れカルメン、大技決めちゃう。くらいだよ。
準備完了よ。合図をお願い。さてどうしようかしら。かき回して強め。
ありがとね。夏日に負けない。逃がしてあげない。海風に乗せてみんなに届け。いい歌を届けよう。カリオペ、響き渡れ。どこまでも。カルム、行くよ。燃やし尽くす。
ハイライト発動可能よ。
ペルソナー、これでどうだ。
カルメン、やっちゃおう。ペルソナー。
怪我はないわね。
Stick to the fire for now. Okay. Neat. Let's see a hatch. Alright. What's over here? Oh, that's a lot of little conduit things. Hmm. Intriguing. Okay. Okay. Hmm. Okay. I see. Wait. Oh. Where's the control panel? Okay. Oh. Oh, does this lead to down? To that one room that... Yeah, okay. Alright, so let's explore the rest of this. There's still like this whole thing over here. Oh no, I can't actually. It's blocked off. I see. Alright, so let's go back up. It's only one directional. I have to come down somewhere else. Okay. So we have to go back. Heck, it's in this room. Am I being a pep? Oh. The end of this hallway. Alright. No hard feelings, buddy. Come along, little guy. What? Oh. Okay. In you go.
宝箱だ。
Oh, there is a little thing here. Is there an advanced mob in here? No? Okay.
宝箱があるよね。かい。
ああ、こんなのがあるんだ。
I should do the path as well. There is a path. Okay, this takes me back. Alright. Like I should do some of the path things for 37. Okay. We'll do it once we get to the 3rd floor. Yeah.
到着ね。何から始めようかしら。
え？ Oops. Friendly. Alright. Behind here.
宝箱があるよね。回収するかの判断は任せるわ。
ああ、こんなのがあるんだ。
Memory shards. All about the memory shards. That looks like an advanced enemy. Savage. Shadow, okay. What do you do? Probably the same difference. I'm gonna assume. Still asleep.
美麗に決めて差し上げて。各自油断しないように。
行くよ。燃やし尽くす。プラシムだ。ザッパーン。なんてね。本番だよ。カリオペ。聞いてほしい。この歌を。
ペルソナ、義経、ドミニオン。受けてみろ。
決めるよ。カルメン、ペルソナ。
Ah, that makes him fall asleep again. I see. That makes sense. That's why he didn't act last time. If you defeat one of the subordinates, it puts him back to sleep.
夏日に負けない。ザッパーン。なんてね。カリオペ。響き渡れ。どこまでも。カルメン、行くよ。燃やし尽くす。 海風に乗せてありみんなに届け。
ハイライト発動可能よ。
この鼓動を歌に乗せてカリオペ。
ペルソナ、受けてみろ。
踊れカルメン。やっちゃおうペルソナ。
これこそ会心の一撃。
How are you still alive?
海風に乗せてみんなに届け。
怪我はないわね。
Okay.
お疲れ様。
Alright. Alright. Cake. That's it. Alright. Get in. Let's go.
いいところにセーフルームがあるじゃん。
元気もらか
Okay. All right. Okay. We need a specific energy for that. Okay. It's fine. We got this. Oh. Oh. Ah. Okay. And now we can swap energy. Fair enough. Sure. Oh, hi, guy. You just chilling? Give me your manual. Last manual.
感謝する。
On to the maintenance room. Whoa. Wait. Hold. The heck? Hold up. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay. Yeah. Alright. Okay. Another. Okay. Okay. Whoops. Eh? Piece of cake? Oh, you can't. Okay. Okay.
回収するかの判断はなかった。
いいじゃない、いいじゃない。
Second generator. Whoa. More malfunctions. Okay. Okay. Four generators. 4 things to fix. Okay. So, what's behind one? Oh, I see. That's simple, huh? Okay. 2. It's just that simple. Video game life. Think. 3. anything else over here? No. Okay. Doink. That's simple. Decoupled. Rage down to 60%. Interesting, a grapple. Wait. I don't want to go over here, right? Oh, no. Wrong direction. Okay. Oh, this is the way down. Oh, okay. Oh, wait. There it is. Hi. Lightning?
派手に暴れてちょうだい。各自油断しないように。この鼓動を歌に乗せてカリオペ
夏日に負けないザッパーンなんてねこれでどうですか
いい判断ねいい判断ね
よし回避成功カリオペ聞いてほしいこの歌を
厄介な状態ね素早く治療
これでどうだ
踊れカルメンペルソナ
これこそ会心の一撃
海風に乗せてありがとねみんなに届け
派手に暴れてちょうだい
ダンダン
さてどうしようかしらかき回して強め
ありがとねカルメン行くよ燃やし尽くす
若い子の相手疲れるの
私の声届けるよ夏日に負けないザッパーンなんてねはあ
Oh, that's annoying. Oh, she's in probably in the encounter. No, 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 that was her turn.
恥ずかしいとカリオペ
Oh, come on.
これが私の全力の歌海風に乗せてみんなに届け
かき回して強め
まだまだこれから
厄介な状態ね素早く治療を
受けてみろ
これこそ会心の一撃
海風に乗せてみんなに届け
綺麗に殺して
オッケーカルメン大技決めちゃう
みんな怪我はないわねお疲れ様
パラパパパパパラパパ
宝箱だ
Okay.
どうかなどうかな
Yes, yes, Tomoko.
こんなのがある
Yes.
んだ
I can take this down, right? This is gonna take me down. Oh no, it takes me up. I wanted to go down. Wait. Was there 2 choices? Oh no, it only takes me, oh, it only takes me up. Okay, let's find a safe room and then... I know monitoring room. Generator room. Oh, just gonna give it to me right away? Nice. Usually you have to wait on that. Okay. Alright, we're gonna get into the safety room and then we're gonna do the path. Try to finish up the path as okay. So we gotta complete the path as well. I don't think I'm gonna be able to do everything today. Pretty cool though. Yeah, so there's 3 areas. Two more areas. Right. And then we'll go back and go into the last 2 areas. I want to see how many jewels we have, so then I can decide. Probably not. Probably still going to skip. Wait, where'd you go? Come back here. Let's see where these guys are. Oh, that's awkward. Wow, that's kind of annoying actually. What time is it? 4:55. Okay.
ハイライト発動可能よ。各自油断しないように。
燃やし尽くす。それペルソナブラシム
That's awkward.
ラ。海風に乗せてありがとね。みんなに届け。本番だよカリオペ。これが私の全力の歌。
ペルソナ義経いただいていく。
見事な一撃ねワンダ。
Physical criticals are
海風に乗せて
very useful. Very useful.
もう捨てない。
何が入ってるかな。あー、すごいすごい。
More loots. Okay.
寄ってらっしゃいね。
Oops. We got the loots.
乗車券。じゃあまたっちゃよ。
Are we good? Yeah. Oh, interesting. We have fan controlling panels now. He has to get out and pull the switch. Okay. Wait. Okay, is there a panel here? Oh, I see. Give me the tickets. Alright, now we can move along. Oh, they absorb. That's fine. The gold ones are labeled.
オアシス発見なんてね。おいでなさいっちゃよ。
Throwing the tickets. Clap.
乗車券お預かりね。おおきにね。お、宝箱だ。
Oh, hi.
ああ、こんなのがあるんだ。
何が入ってるかな。
Get out. Oh, hey. Alright, let's see what this guy does.
いいじゃない、いいじゃない。
Interesting. I'm gonna take a wild jab at the. You just take a jab, but they. Oh, it prompts you to switch anyways.
強敵と見受けます。みんな気をつけて。
なんてね。本番だよ、カリオペ。聞いてほしい。この歌を。
ハイライト発動可能よ。
すべてを奪い返す。
Oh.
海風に乗せて、みんなに届け。
受けてみろ。ヘルソラー。いただいていく。
これこそ会心の一撃。
ヨハンナ。やるわよ。ヘルソラ。
Oh, brainwash. Oh no. Oh, that's gross.
よし、回避成功。まだまだいけるよ。こうやって。
みんなの支援いつでもいけるわ。さてどうしようかしら。かき回して。
Wow, brainwash is kind of gross.
助かったよ。カリオペ。響き渡れ。どこまでも。
さすがねワンダ。敵が総崩れよ。
これでどうだ。ペルソナ受けてみろ。
派手に暴れてちょうだい。
この甘い甘い。
Stop beating each other up.
これはどう。
Stop beating each other up, please.
良くない状態ね。一度冷静な対策を。
一緒にしちゃおう。プラスムだ。海風に乗せて。ありがとうね。届け。カリオペ。これが私の全力の歌。
ペルソナ受けてみろ。
さすがねワンダ。敵が総崩れよ。
Okay, could have failed without a light doodad. Open up. Oh, why is that? There's a fourth zone. Crosswind. Oh, to oppose it? I see. Makes sense. Let there be opposing wind. Wait. Let's break this first. And then I'm gonna turn this off. Wait, I can't turn it off? Oh. Oh, okay. It's just marked as not explored.
宝箱があるようね。回収するかの判断を任せるわ、ワンダ。
いいものが手に入
Need
った
the
のね。
rewards.
あら、ここは安全そうね。セーフル。ようこそよ。
In you go.
上手けどお預かりね。暑いけどみんなで頑張ろう。
They're immune to nuclear. Oh, okay.
びしょびしょにしちゃおう。プラスムだ。海風に乗せてありがとうね。届け。終わらせちゃおう。夏はまだまだこれから。
え？
重要なものがありそうね。調べてみない？
Here's the floor guy. Surprised he doesn't get blown away. Alright. Can I have enough tickets? Dang it. They have to go back. Alright. Go the other way. Need more tickets.
宝箱があるよね。回収するかの判断を任せるわ、ワンダ。
That's fine.
各自油断しないように。体勢を崩せたわ。
Is that electricity? It's electricity.
私の声届けるよ。準備はいい？
少しやりすぎたかしら。
え？
宝箱だ。ああ、こんなのがあるんだ。
Oh, hi. What do you have? I think what we have is good.
任せてちょうだい。
派手に暴れてちょうだい。強敵と見受けます。
Oh, they absorb.
すべてを
Okay,
奪
that's
い返
fine.
す。
で、どうすんの？
いただいていく。
夏日に負けない。ザッパーンなんてね。本番だよ。カリオペ聞いてほしい。この歌を。
No brainwash, please.
ペルソナ。いただいていく。
海風に乗せて、みんなに
That's fine. Those guys have low HP.
かけろ。やるわよ。ペルソナ。
味方がダウン。急いで立て直して。
もう。当たらないんだけど。
Okay, no brainwash. Oh, and that's probably dizzy.
いつでもいけるわ。さて、どうしようかし。かき回して。強め。
なんか帰りたくなってきた。プラシムだ。ザッパーン。
敵多数撃破。素晴らしいわ。
カリオペ響き渡れ。どこまでも。
すべてを奪い返す。
海風に乗せてありがとうね。届け。
受けてみろ。
ハイライト発動可能よ。
これで決める。フルスロットル。
Eh?
さあ、
What Nice. Off we go. Oh, there's some barrels back there. It's fine. Get out. We'll be back. Whoa. Okay. Okay. All right. Go, go, go. We can't. Oh, I see the panel. All right. Sure. What does that mean, though? Is that doing this one? Oh. There. Let me grab the. Oh, give me this. Oh, be a rank 7 or an 8, if that's allowed. Dang you. Oh no. Oh, is this gonna happen again? Last time I had a problem because I didn't have anything that can hit it. Okay, let's read. Oh no, it's gonna happen again. Nope, you can't critical it. It's weak to Moodle. Oh no, hang on. Is this just gonna be a one-time thing? Because I get wrecked by not having... Is it gonna not be there anymore? I swear, that is balls. Like doing that. Doing it that way. And it's probably like a one-time thing. I don't think that should be a thing. It happened last time too. Where it just so happens I'm not... And I don't know if it's always Moodle. Yeah, it's gone. That's absolutely unacceptable in this game. Like, so unacceptable. So cheesy. That's the second time that's happened. Yeah, I mean, I don't... Are they always Moodle? Like... That's such a piece of crap. They should never be one time. Not in a game like this. Like, just the nature of this game. It happened one other time, the last time too. What? Interesting, so I have to come back to these. A higher level in the next one. Yeah, that triggers me so much. I can't take it out. There's no way to unnullify them. The best I can do is wait till like the next like a contract I can change nullification.
準備できてるよ。
各自油断しないように。
Easily the most unpopular thing I've ever seen in the game side of things.
全てを奪い返す。
海風に乗せてありがとうね。届け。いい歌を届けよう。聴いてほしいこの歌を。
ペルソナー受けてみろ。
かけろヨハンナ。やるわよペルソナ。
I forgot what famine does.
味方がダウン。急いで立て直して。みんなの支援いつでも行けるわ。さてどうしようかしら。私の出番ね。
ありがとう。夏日に負けない。ザッパーン。
これこそ会心の一撃。
本番だよカリオペ。響き渡れどこまでも。びっしょびしょにしちゃおう。楽しむな。海風に乗せてありがとうね。
会心の一撃。厄介な状態ね。素早く治療を。
海風に乗せてありがとうね。届け。お灸を据えてあげましょう。
私の出番ね。ハイライト発動可能よ。
速攻でやりましょう。これで決める。フルスラットル。かけろヨハンナ。ここはい
い戦いだったわ。次もこの調子でね。
Okay. Our last area. And then have to come back to unlock the other area. Not enough ticket levels.
いいものが手に入ったわね。ああ、こんなのがあるんだ。おいでなさいっちゃよ。乗車券お預かり大きいね。
Whoa. Okay.
重要なものがありそうね。調べてみない？暑いけどみんなで頑張ろう。
They're not like it's brutal, but that's fine. Nuke? Can I hit him with nuke? Okay.
いい歌を届けようカリオペ。聴いてほしいこの歌を。
ハイライト発動可能よ。
これで決めるフルスラットル。
ペルソナー義経ドミニオンメルキセデク義経受けてみろ。
海風に乗せてありがとうね。届けヨハンナ。やるわよ。
いい戦いだったわ。次もこの調子でね。
I'm still pretty sour about those one-off upgrade guys.
回収するかの判断は任せるわワンダー。
いいものが手に入ったわね。あ、宝箱だ。 けどみんなで頑張ろう。
各自油断しないように。
ザッパーンなんてね。
No. I thought they were divine.
据えてあげましょう。派手に暴れてちょうだい。
これで決める。
It's fine. Duke damage.
カリオペ。これが私の全力の歌。
Oh. Just kidding.
みんな怪我はないわね。お疲れ様。
Okay, just kidding.
宝箱があるよね。回収するかの判断は任せるわ、ワンダ。
I'm probably not going to do 2 ink prompts tomorrow.
重要なものがありそうね。調べてみない？
Okay. Dang you. Intriguing.
何が入ってるかな。
ああ、こんなのがあるんだ。
Oh, hi. Fire? I mean, that's fine.
しばき倒す。
本気になってもいいかしら。
Oh.
派手に暴れてちょうだい。標的と見受けます。みんな気をつけて。
嘘でしょ。
Of course you would.
見える。
いい判断ね。
この鼓動を歌に乗せてカリオペ。暑さを鎮めよう。ザッパーン。
Okay, no immunities.
私の声届けるよ。
敵ダウン。今がチャンスよ。
The other one's fire, unfortunately.
本番だよ、カリオペ。これが私の全力の歌。
ペルソナ。義経。これでどうだ。
オッケー。
That does like poo-poo damage.
ペルソナ。海風に乗せてありがとね。
That was poo-poo.
ハイライト発動可能よ。梅の花時。今。さて、どうしようかしら。私の出番ね。
ありがとね。カルメン、行くよ。燃やし尽くす。ガチで行くよ。フラシムだ。逃がしてあげない。海風に乗せてありがとね。みんなに届け。カリオペ。響き渡れ。どこまでも。カルメン、行くよ。燃やし尽くす。
ペルソナ。ドミニオン。これでどうだ。
カルメン、やっちゃおう。ペルソナ。
戦
You
術
have
支援
so much HP.
発動。
That boom sound though.
暑さを鎮めよう。逃がしてあげない。海風に乗せてありがとね。に届け。本番だよ、カリオペ。これが私の全力の歌。
リレーに決めて差し上げて。
これでどうだ。
カルメン、やっちゃおう。ペルソナ。
狙い通りね。
ガチで行くよ。
梅の花のようにこぼれなさい。
Alright.
あ、宝箱だ。
Alright.
宝箱があるようね。回収するかの判断を任せるわ、ワンダ。
新規な格好ですね。
派手に暴れてちょうだい。各自油断しないように。
びしょびしょにしちゃおう。プラスムラ。
体勢を崩せたわ。
ありがとうに届け。
Oh, wait, weaknesses? That is not the right weakness.
プラシムラザッパーンなんてね。本番だよカリオペ。これが私の全力の歌。通りね。海風に乗せてありがとうね。みんなに届け。
Is it light? Ah.
もう捨てない。
何あれ。
Had a good mix of weaknesses. Okay. Hmm. Interesting. Hmm. Ah. Go with those fans in the middle or the golden wall. Oh, give me that. Give me all the jewels, please.
Be 礼に決めて差し上げて。各自油断しないように。
カルメン、行くよ。燃やし尽くす。しばいてあげる。夏日に負けない。逃がしてあげない。なんと。海風に乗せて。みんなに届け。カリオペ。これが私の全力の歌。
ペルソナ、義経。受けてみろ。なんと。
カルメン。やっちゃおう。ペルソナ。
怪我はないわね。お疲れ様。
え？
宝箱だ。
Alright.
すごいすごい。
Get out.
いいじゃない、いいじゃない。
What? What? Oh, no breakable walls? Alright. Let's go with that one. Oh, interesting. Not continuous fans. Hold? Oh, wait. Wait. Oh, there it is.
宝箱があるよ。回収するかの判断を任せるわ、ワンダ。
So does this one continuously blow or? Okay, it does turn off.
何が入ってるかな。
Get out.
ああ、こんなのがあるんだ。
What do our map look like? I see. Interesting, the other side of things. Get out of my face. Give me your jewels. Huh. Okay. Okay. Oh, give me them jewels. Okay.
宝箱だ。すごいすごい。
Okay.
ああ、こんなのがあるんだ。
Okay. Alright. Should be okay, right? The Hulk guy. The Hulk thing again. Hulk. Your butthead. Oh, there's an absorb.
燃やし尽くす。それ、ペルソナ。ブラシムナ。ザッパーン。なんてね。いい歌を届けよう。聞いてほしい。この歌を。
厄介な状態ね。素早く治療を。
Really?
いただいていく。
カルメン、やっちゃおう。
これこそ会心の一撃。
Oh!
味方がダウン。
Holy. Okay, that hurts a lot.
準備完了よ。合図をお願い。ワン、さて、どうしようかしら。さて、どうしようかしら。私の出番ね。
夏日に負けない。ザッパーン。なんてね。まだまだ行くよ。恥ずかしいと本番だよ。カリオペ。
Heck.
これが私の全力の歌。
ハイライト発動可能よ。
びっしょびしょにしちゃおう。プラスムナ。海風に乗せてありがとねに届け。終わらせちゃおう。
私の出番ね。
ペルソナ。いただいていく。
ダウン復帰。さあ、
やっちゃおう。
反撃の時間よ。
海風に乗せてありがとねに届け。
Dang.
準備完了よ。合図をね。さて、どうしようかし。戦術支援発動。
ありがとね。夏日に負けない。逃がしてあげない。
これこそ会心の一撃。
海風に乗せてありがとねに届け。カリオペ。響き渡れ。どこまでも。カルメン、行くよ。燃やし尽くす。ガチで行くよ。
So much HP.
いただいていく。
カルメン。 やっちゃおうペルソナ。
ハイライト発動可能よ。
What the? Send help.
この鼓動を歌に乗せてカリオペ暑さを沈めよう。プラシム逃がしてあげない。海風に乗せてみんなに届け。終わらせちゃおう。いい歌を届けよう。カリオ聴いてほしいこの歌を。
ペルソナメルキセデク義経ドミニオンメルキセデク義経。
How do you have so much HP?
これでどうだ。
カルメンやっちゃおうペルソナ。
Don't do it.
リレーに決めて差し上げて。
No! Oh my goodness.
さてどうしようかしら。戦術支援発動。
カルメン行くよ。燃やし尽くす。
かき回して強め。
華麗にやっちゃう。プラシムだ。
How are you?
海風に乗せて
これこそ会心の一撃。
いい歌を届けよう。カリオペ聴いてほしいこの歌を。カルメン
How are you so alive?
やっちゃおうペルソナ。
したくない暑さを沈めよう。逃がしてあげない。海風に乗せてみんなに届け。カリオペ響き渡れどこまでも。
カルメン行くよ。燃やし尽くす。華麗にやっちゃう。踊れカルメンやっちゃおうペルソナ。
ハイライト
You're
発動可能。
still alive. Oh my goodness.
カリオペこれが私の全力の歌。
I can't believe that guy survived so long. That's BS.
腕が鳴るね。それじゃあ行こっか。
Wait. No, 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 no. Wait, did that?
ようこそよ。
That didn't... I don't think that did what I think it did.
感謝じゃ。またっちゃよ。
Right? Like, it didn't do what I think it did, right? Yeah, no. I deposited it. Okay, sure. Okay. Actually, I need to do one of the... I need to use up my stamina
強敵と見受けます。
again.
みんな気をつけて。 味方が
Really?
急いで立て直して。
お見通しだよ。プラシムだ。ザッパーン。
これこそ会心の一撃。
いただいていく。
ハイライト発動可能よ。
ペルソナいただいていく。
厄介な状態ね。素早く治療を。
この鼓動を歌に乗せてカリオペいい歌を届けよう。聴いてほしいこの歌を。
オッケーカルメンやっちゃおうペルソナ。
Oh. Oh. I just saw something. I see. That makes him... okay. So I was only supposed to solo target the guy. That's probably why. I see. That makes sense. I guess we just brute force it. Or am I just gonna get chopped up? So the idea is to single target the guy and leave the other two alone. So might as well just brute force the heck out of them. To heck with mechanics. At least that's right, I think. Heck you and your mechanics. I should be like run out of steam the moment it's at 1% again. And it does so much damage even on a fire. It's fine. In the brute force we believe. All they have to do is dodge, right? That's a pretty decent heal. Just dodge. Just dodge. Brute force is the way. Yeah, so that one guy takes away the power of the sun from the Horus. As long as you keep it alive. Oh, maybe you can't even... I'm kind of curious if it can even perish. Can it? Oh, it can. For a moment there I thought it can become invulnerable near the end or something. That has happened before. You know what? We should keep a Moodle. A Moodle source. I don't want to get triggered again. Watch it not be Moodle. Interesting. That's interesting too. Oh, right. Okay. Ah. Oh, okay. I think we might have to separate this in 2 days. It's getting pretty late. The last time we took 2 times? I think we took 2 days last time too, right? So we'll see the conclusion tomorrow. How long have I it took quite some time today. I think we kind of played for 4 hours. Yeah, this is about as late as it can go before I start sacrificing some quality of life stuff. Health related. So let's finish this and then we'll complete the ATLUS tomorrow. Hey, electricity. Oh no. Intel.
やりすぎたかしら。あ、宝箱だ。ああ、こんなのがあるんだ。
Okay. Let's see what's at the end of the... All right. This ooh. Okay. This seems okay. Or trumpeter. Oh, can't touch that. That's fine.
リレーに決めて差し上げて。この鼓動を歌に乗せてカリオペ。
これでどうだ。
海風に乗せてありがとうね。届け。
主の言葉に耳を傾けますね。
ペルソナ。
これこそ会心の一撃。
いただいていく。
しばいてあげる。
行きますよ。
いい判断ね。
Rage is not good. Yeah, they're okay.
こうやって
みんなの支援いつでも行けるわ。さてどうしようかし。私の出番ね。
ありがとね。
いい歌を届けよう。狩り響き渡れ、どこまでも。
全てを奪い返す。
かき回して千代目。
いただいていく。
派手に暴れてちょうだい。
まだまだこれから。
全てを奪い返す。ペルソナ、ドミニオン、義経。これでどうだ。これでどうだ。
オッケー、踊れカルメン。大技決めちゃう。食らいなよ。
手が君を追い詰められると聞くだろ。
お見通し
いい判断ね。
聞くだろ。
回避成功。
冷静に対応を。
あいた。まだまだいけるよ。よっと。
Enrage for 2 turns.
歌を届けよう。カリオペ。これが私の全力の歌。
ガキに追い詰められると
ペルソナ。これでどうだ。
No crit, huh?
カルメン。やっちゃおう。ペルソナ。
ハイライト発動可能よ。
聞くだろ。
Ouch. How many actions do you have?
一度冷静な対策を。
海風に乗せてみんなに届け。
詰められると
私の出番ね。
いただいていく。
暑さを沈めよう。逃がしてあげない。
準備完了よ。
いい歌を届けよう。これが私の全力の
歌。みんなの支援いつで
Wait.
もいけるわ。
Oh,
ドミニオン、義経。
that guy can still do things? Oh no. I thought this guy was a chump. Oh.
良くない状態ね。
Kind of.
一度冷静な体質。さてどうしようかし。かき回して千代目。
踊れカルメン。やっちゃおう。ペルソナ。
主に代わって
夏に負けない。逃がしてあげない。
これこそ会心の一撃。
海風に乗せて。
これこそ会心の一撃。
本番だよ。カリオペ。響き渡れ、どこまでも。
全てを奪い返す。
美麗に決めて差し上げて。
カルメン、行くよ。燃やし尽くす。
ペルソナ。いただいてい
みんな
ます。
怪我はないわね。お疲れ様。
Yeah, we're gonna have to call it a day. Yep. At least complete that. Let's clear out the pass and then we'll save. The last floor and clearing out the
もう着いちゃった。
power plant for tomorrow.
じゃあまた来ちゃうよ。
Wait, why not? Yeah. Eh? Okay. That's a lot bigger than I thought.
Takara bakoがあるよね。回収するかの判断は任せるわ、ワンダ。
いいじゃない、いいじゃない。
Oh boy. Okay. Is it another Horus? Okay. So... Okay, let's think about this. Yes.
ええ、準備はできているわ。強敵と見受けます。みんな気をつけて。
どこ見てんの？カリオペ。聞いてほしい。この歌を。
ペルソナ。これでどうだ？
派手に暴れてちょうだい。
Get ready!
Darn you. AoE.
厄介な状態ね。素早く治療を。
Oh, but this might be different though. This might actually be a different modifier though.
私の出番ね。
本番だよ、カリオペ。
Does that hit everything? It does. That's so awkward.
聞いてほしい。この歌を。
Let's read this. Oh, I see. It keeps him weak. Yeah, yeah. Yep.
受けてみろ。
見事な一撃ね、ワンダ。
受けてみろ。
派手に暴れてちょうだい。切れたから。
みんなを助けたいの。タレイヤ、お願い。踊れカルメン。やっちゃおう、ペルソナ。手伝って、タレイヤ、ペルソナデュオ。ないんだけど。
ダウン。まずいわね。味方がダウン。
Yeah, this is kind of annoying. Yeah, this combination is pretty annoying.
ダウン復帰。さあ、さて、どうしようかしら。私の出番ね。
I could have just nuked the center.
カリオペ。聞いてほしい。この歌を。
They're so annoying.
見事な一撃ね、ワンダ。
これでどうだ？
戦術支援発動。
オッケー。決めるよ、カルメン。やっちゃおう、ペルソナ。
美麗に決めて差し上げて。
治療の時間ね、タレイヤ。倒れさせない。うん、ありがとう。力よ。
そうか。
大丈夫だから。
Yep. So now we just unload.
行くよ。燃やし尽くす。Get ready。いい歌を届けよう。響き渡れ。どこまでも。カルメン、行くよ。燃やし尽くす。
ペルソナ。これでどうだ。
これこそ会心の一撃。
How are you still alive?
大技決めちゃう。
いい戦いだったわ。
Okay.
次もこの調子でね。
Alright.
シフト了解です。
I think we'll finish up tomorrow. Right. Okay. Yeah, we'll finish up tomorrow. Much like the last time. Takes quite a long time. So that means I also have to make up time for later as well. We'll see how that works out. Lots of stuff to farm. Well, what is my schedule? 19,000. I'll have to contemplate. Yeah, so these are the contract stuff. No, I don't think so. Definitely giving a pass on this. It looks cool though. I like his blade designs. Alright, so we'll be back tomorrow to try to wrap up the event, right? Where are we at this?
この戦い、絶対に負けられないの。
So we got, you know, all these completion stuff to do. Fix the core, locate, defeat the ruler. Oh, so we do, it is the ruler of the third palace in this build, I think. And then our metaverse exploration. So we still have to defeat a treasure demon in... Wait. Are you suggesting to me that it's permanently locked out if I don't defeat a treasure demon? Okay, that would be... I have to look at this up. Because that means that there was only one treasure demon. Unless I'm supposed to go back and look for one. I don't actually know how treasure demons go. Maybe they do respawn. And then this is the Vision of Runes, which is... Okay. You gotta defeat everything. And then... What is this? Oh, we have to do city life stuff. Okay. So we'll try to complete those. And then it's to unlock these guys. So we get a new persona, which is physical. Interesting. And then we get the complete seals, which is nice. Once we get to 800. We're 40 shy of that. Which is a great way to filter into the current. I wonder what this guy does. Let me look at the guy. Emo points. Let's see his details. Physical damage to 1 for each debuff on target increases. Oh, okay. Oh wait, there's another version of him. I could have sworn there's another version of him. Oh no. No. He just looks similar. Hold up. Let me go look at this guy for a moment. What's this thing? Increase after a crit hit, inflict fatal thorn on foe. On the next attack with a unique skill, spend fatal thorn to increase skill damage by with a minuscule chance of. Interesting. It's okay. It's kind of okay. We'll check him out in a little bit tomorrow. So actually, I do want to check.